Douluo, I'm really not a rice god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. The sisters are so beautiful. Your Highness, Qian Dou Trading Company has arrived. The carriage stopped slowly, and Zuling bowed respectfully. A gentle voice came from the carriage, and then Qian Renxue opened the curtain and slowly walked out of the carriage with Lingtian. Qian Renxue said calmly, "Stop the carriage at the back door, and wait for me and Xiaoshan there, promise." Zuling nodded, then drove the carriage slowly. Qian Dou Trading Company. Lingtian raised his head. Looking around, there is a tall building in front of you. After seeing strange shapes such as the spirit fighting arena and the auction house, Lingtian would no longer feel any sense of dissonance when looking at this cornucopia type building. At the door, there were 4 tall girls in long skirts lined up on both sides. These girls have obviously been carefully selected. They looked to be only 17 or 8 years old, with sweet looks and slim figures different from the girls at the entrance of the Xianyu City auction house. The girls here are obviously more bold in their clothes, although the lower body is covered by a long skirt and cannot be seen clearly. The upper body has bare shoulders, and the round chest is tightly wrapped, revealing obvious ravines. Her fair skin looks even more graceful against the backdrop of the splendid buildings of Qian Dou Trading Company. Once someone passes the main entrance, several girls will bow in unison and welcome the guests into the business with warm smiles on their faces. At the same time, the scenery on the chest will be fully visible. Even Lingtian was dumbfounded at this moment, and he felt like his mouth was dry when he opened his mouth. "Oh, yo, brother, prince, why are you pinching me?" The severe pain in his waist made Lingtian wake up instantly. He raised his head and saw the smiling Qian Renxue. "Xiaoshan, does it look good?" Qian Renxue pinched the soft flesh of Lingtian's waist with her fingers and brought it close to Lingtian's ear. There was a hint of coldness in her golden eyes, and she slightly opened her red lips and whispered, "I saw it." The things you shouldn't look at are those with the eye of a needle. Although he was smiling, his angelic smile made Lingtian feel a chill. Lingtian shuddered when he didn't come. The truth must not be told, otherwise Qian Renxue will definitely be angry. She must find a suitable excuse that will not appear abrupt. "No, it is an explanation." Lingtian blinked his beautiful big eyes and said innocently, "Everyone has a love for beauty. I just want to take a look, brother prince. These sisters are so beautiful." Looking at Lingtian's innocent eyes, a look of resentment flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. "Never mind, Xiaoshan is still a child. Let's spare him this time. Don't look at it anymore. It's not good for children to see these things." Qian Renxue gave Lingtian a white look and covered his eyes with her warm palms. "Yeah, brother prince is right." Lingtian rubbed the pinched waist, nodded obediently, and thought to himself, "Sister Zua is too overbearing to show even beautiful women." Qian Renxue nodded with satisfaction, but had no intention of taking away her palm. In this way, Lingtian's sight was blocked, and he strode towards the direction of the trading house. Because this decision was made suddenly, Qian Dou Trading Company did not know about Qian Renxue's arrival. But this is only temporary. When the higher floors are reached, and entrants are required to provide proof of identity, those people will naturally understand Qian Renxue's identity. "Welcome to Qian Dou Trading Company. Do you need some guidance?" Qian Renxue and Lingtian had just stepped into the door when a crisp voice sounded at the same time. One of the 8 girls at the door had greeted, and with a faint smile, they came to the 2 of them to stand by and asked respectfully. Lingtian and Qian Renxue's dresses are luxurious, and the girls naturally don't dare to look at the identity of the 2. Unnecessary. Qian Renxue didn't stop and took Lingtian into the door directly. Entering the Qian Dou Merchant Bank, the luxurious atmosphere suddenly came. The golden hall shows extravagance, and the whole hall is shiny by the crystal lamp in the whole hall. A red carpet on the ground is covered with a red carpet. Because Qian Renxue refused to lead the girl before, no one came out to guide this road. Walk along the red carpet for a while. A wide hall appears in front of the 2. Looking at the entire space is cut into dozens of areas. Different types of brands are marked on it. However, Qian Renxue did not walk into the hall point, because the items here are relatively ordinary, they are all common things outside. Therefore, the two did not stay, but went directly to the lifting platform behind point. There are also several long skirt girls here, responsible for helping customers set up the upper and lower floors. Before Qian Renxue approached, one of the girls came slowly, and asked with a professional smile, "Two VIPs, what do you want to get on, Zhao? Qian, how many layers do you want to go to?" Qian Renxue turned his head and asked Lingtian's opinion softly. After all, this time I was accompanied by Lingtian to go shopping. Lingtian thought for a while, said, 16th floor. If you remember correctly, the 16th floor is a floor where the rare items are placed. He is still very interested in these things. See if he can encounter the favorite things. The girl took a gift and respectfully, "Please show the documents of our commercial bank certificate." Lingtian stunned. The girl nodded and explained patiently, "The items placed on the 15 floors of the commercial bank are precious, so there are strict requirements for the identity of entering. You have no valid documents. I'm sorry I can't let you enter, Prince." "Brother, Qian." Renxue nodded and raised his hand and handed it to the girl with a golden card on it. The amethyst gold card. This is a type of card species issued by Tian Dou merchants. Among them, Zhang Zijing golden card is the most top level card. Now Tian Dou city has this card, and there are no more than 20 in total. It is not only financial resources, but also a symbol of identity. "Dear VIP, please wait." When the girl's heart was shocked, she bowed the card to Qian Renxue, and at the same time, showed a warm smile, and then hurriedly took the top 2 steps to set up the floor for Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Thousands of snowy jawheads, faintly, Lingtian watched the girl's operation of the lifting platform with interest. Although it looks similar to the elevator in the previous life, the principle inside is very different. One is driven by power and one is driven by soul power. I just don't know what the method is used to convert the soul power to the motivation of lifting. Ding dong. The lifting ladder rises slowly. Soon it came to the 16th floor. It may be because of the identity of Qian Renxue, or the rules of more than 16 floors. The girl followed them to the 16 floors, and the waiter who acts as a leading way around the two. Chapter 102. Bengong said that children are not allowed to watch. "This way, you two, please." As she spoke, the girl pushed open a simple wooden door. Qian Renxue nodded and led Lingtian into the wooden door. After passing through the wooden door, the scene suddenly changed. Lingtian originally thought it would be similar to the first floor, but the scene in front of him shocked him greatly. Everything in his sight was filled with gold, a wide corridor that was splendid and magnificent, and its decoration was even more luxurious than the Qian auction house that Lingtian had been to before. The passage is more than 10 meters wide, and the ground is paved with precious white jade bricks. Every 10 meters on both sides there will be a pair of pillars of the same material carved with magnificent patterns, and the walls seem to be covered with gold foil. The patterns carved on it were complex and gorgeous. Lingtian took a brief look at them with his far superior eyesight, and was immediately surprised by the level of detail. You know, this is just for decorating the walls. It's hard to imagine how beautiful it will be inside. If you go further inside, the top of the corridor large luxurious crystal chandeliers hang down, but there is no feeling of oppression at all, because the height of this corridor is 5 meters high. The light is soft and bright yellow, and against the golden walls on both sides, the 3-dimensional golden world is enough to dazzle anyone. Qian Renxue saw Lingtian's shock and said warmly, "Don't be so surprised. This is the largest trading house in Tian Dou city. In addition to the value of the things inside, it is not surprising that it is decorated like this. Because of this, their identity verification was only required before. Wait a while and ask them to leave a purple gold card for you, so that next time, even if I'm not around, you can go to any location in Tian Dou Trading Company." The amethyst gold pattern card has the highest authority, and the entire Tian Dou Trading Company, including the top level, has unimpeded access without any obstacles. While talking, Qian Renxue and Lingtian have already entered a door under the leadership of the girl. Pushing open the door, a golden corridor comes into view. A long red carpet was laid on the corridor in the middle, leading the two of them into the hall in front. On both sides of the red Carpet stood 2 rows of girls with hot figures compared with the 4 girls in long skirts outside. The girls inside wearing golden short skirts are even more eye-catching. These girls are younger, and their short skirts have very little fabric, revealing their white and tender legs. Their slender thighs are above average in every aspect, and their figures are excellent. The first impression when walking into this golden corridor is that you have entered paradise on earth. Welcome. The girls on both sides suddenly bowed and said at the same time. This sudden sound suddenly startled Lingtian. Looking at the girls who all bowed to 90 degrees and showed their career lines, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. Lingtian is still young. In addition to practicing on weekdays, I rarely go to such a luxurious place. When I see the white area, I can't help but feel shocked and lost. Although he didn't think there was anything good about this environment, as a teenager, he was still an absolute virgin, and he had never had close contact with the opposite sex. With so many beauties so close in front of him, his physiological reaction gave him a strange feeling of blood speeding up. Oops. Obviously Qian Renxue didn't expect such a scene to happen. Why is it so dark? Brother Prince, what are you doing? Before Lingtian could see enough, he felt his eyes go dark. When he reacted, his eyes were covered by warm palms. I said, children are not allowed to watch. Seeing the reluctant Lingtian, Qian Renxue felt even more angry and itched her teeth. But after watching it all, she could only stare a few times angrily, pinch a few times in retaliation, and then tightly cover his eyes with her white palms again, dragging Lingtian quickly through the corridor. At the same time, Qian Renxue murmured in a low voice with an unhappy look on her face, if I had known this place was like this, I wouldn't have brought you here to save you from ruining your studies. At this moment, Lingtian's heart was full of helplessness and he said, why did I learn bad things? I was just looking at you with admiration. Okay. Sister Zua, are you too overbearing? Of course, Lingtian only dared to whisper these words in his heart. He didn't dare to say it in front of Qian Renxue, otherwise the soft flesh around his waist would suffer again. Fortunately, this beauty corridor is not long. When Lingtian complained in his heart, the 2 of them, led by the girl in the long skirt, climbed the golden stairs and passed this corridor. As soon as we entered the lobby on the 16th floor, the light suddenly became brighter, because in addition to the hanging lamps hanging high above, there are wall lamps on the surrounding walls, which are reflected on the white floor tiles, making the entire hall look particularly bright, different. From the slightly messy first layer, the 16th floor is more regular and smaller than the first floor. There are 10 rows of display cabinets in the entire hall, and each row has dozens of display stands. There is a semicircular glass cover on the booth, which contains various rare treasures collected by Qian Dou Trading Company. The intervals between each row of cabinets are also wide, almost enough for 3 people to pass side by side. And the things placed here are all of great value without exception. However, the VIPs who enter the 16th floor basically have a certain amount of financial resources and will basically buy a few interesting items before entering the hall. The girl handed Qian Renxue a square object. Every guest will receive this thing after entering the 16th floor. There is a red button on it. I don't know what it is used for. If you have something you like, you can press the button above, and a dedicated service staff will handle it for you. The girl noticed Lingtian's doubts and enthusiastically introduced the usage of the buttons to Lingtian. Qian Renxue was obviously used to everything here. After taking the button and putting it away, she said calmly to the girl, okay, you can go down now. We can just take a look around by ourselves. Yes. The girl nodded, bowed and respectfully left. But instead of returning to the previous floor, she went to the office on the 16th floor. After the girl left, a smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face again, and she said warmly, let's go in and have a look too. Ocean. Lingtian nodded and took Qian Renxue's catkin. After walking inside for a while, the decoration inside has another feeling. Simple, elegant, luxurious yet warm. Just walking in gives you a very comfortable feeling. The floor tiles on the ground are also wrapped in dark blue velvet cloth. It's soft and comfortable when you step on it. At this time, there were already 20 or 30 guests in the hall. Chapter 103. Ice Fire Phoenix Jade Pendant. A waiter came over and asked them what drinks they wanted. Lingtian asked for an ice blue drink, and Qian Renxue only wanted a glass of ice water. The counters are all glass tops. There are different accessories inside each one. Some of them are jade pendants, some are pendants, some are knives, some are rings and other accessories. There are also small lights on the counter to make the jewelry dazzling. Lingtian was a little surprised when he saw such a grand event for the first time. The two entered from the front row and walked along the counter to look at it. After walking for a while, Lingtian suddenly stopped in front of a counter. Following Lingtian's line of sight, Qian Renxue saw a phoenix jade pendant covered in the counter. The whole jade pendant was about the size of a palm, with two pieces on the left and right, one phoenix and one phoenix, hovering together. It says introduction, Ice Fire Phoenix Jade Pendant. The phoenix pendant on the left is red in color and made from jade warmed by thousands of years of red fire. There is no trace of impurities. It has a subtle improvement effect on the training of fire attribute soul masters. The phoenix pendant on the right is completely icy blue. It is made from 1000-year-old frost jade without any impurities. It has a subtle improvement effect on the ice attribute soul masters training. What's even more rare is that, although the phoenix and the phoenix are hovering together, the left and right are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other, shining brightly under the light of the pale yellow light. When you take a closer look, the patterns on it are even more lifelike. And there is a thin slit on it, through which the phoenix can be separated. Sophisticated and charming. The beautiful jade is flawless, and the card ice is beautiful. Even Qian Renxue, who had seen many valuable objects, could not help but be attracted by this exquisite jade pendant. After a long time, Qian Renxue withdrew her gaze, looked at Lingtian aside with soft eyes, and asked softly, "Xiaoshan, do you like this jade pendant?" Like. Lingtian withdrew his gaze and nodded seriously. When he first saw this jade pendant, Lingtian was deeply attracted by it and eager to get this jade pendant. Qian Renxue glanced at the price marked on it, 200,000 gold soul coins. This price is not too expensive, then. Buy it, saying that, Qian Renxue smiled lightly and pressed the red button. After a while, a man in different clothes who looked like he was in charge hurried over and stopped in front of Qian Renxue and Lingtian. The man bowed and said in a respectful manner, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince comes to the trading house. It is a long way to welcome him." Based on the description given by the girl who received him before, he roughly guessed Qian Renxue's identity. When I stepped forward, I saw that it was indeed Qian Renxue. However, since His Highness the Crown Prince did not explain it in advance, he did not dare to rush up to disturb him. He could only wait for Qian Renxue to take the initiative to summon him, and then he quickly came up to salute and apologize. "Manager, Wang is too polite." Qian Renxue's tone was as gentle as ever. She had been to Qian Dou Trading Company several times before, so she naturally knew Wang, the manager of this firm. Wang glanced at the counter in front of Qian Renxue and asked tentatively, "Your Highness is interested in this jade pendant?" "I want this jade pendant." Qian Renxue nodded and said calmly. With that said, he handed over the purple gold card. This is not only the status symbol of Qian Dou Trading Company, but also stores a lot of soul coins in it. It is Wang's honor to have His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Wang calculated in his mind for a moment, then cupped his hands with a smile on his face and said, "Wang will make the decision. How about giving His Highness a 30% discount on this jade pendant?" Qian Renxue's identity is extraordinary. 30% off is just 90,000 gold soul coins. The Qian Dou Trading Company relies on the royal family for its existence, and Qian Renxue is the Crown Prince of Qian Dou. It is certain that he will become the emperor in the future. Of course, he must have a good relationship with the future leader of Qian Dou. "Thank you, Manager Wang." Qian Renxue smiled lightly, not rejecting or alienating Wang's flattery. When she ascends the throne in the future, these will all be her own. Moreover, the prince's mansion has a huge business, and 90,000 gold soul coins are not a small expense. There, Your Highness, there is no need to be polite. Wang chuckled, quickly passed the amethyst card, swiped the machine lightly, and deducted the 270,000 gold soul coins from the jade pendant. Then Wang took out a key from the storage space. Clicked key was inserted into the keyhole under the counter, and the glass cover opened with a crisp sound. "Your Highness, this jade pendant belongs to you." Wang put on a pair of white gloves, carefully took out the dragon and phoenix jade pendant, and handed the jade pendant to Qian Renxue's hands. Qian Renxue put away the jade pendant, and turned her head, remembering something, and said, by the way, would you like Manager Wang to help Xiaoshan apply for an amethyst card? His Royal Highness the Prince's words. Wang took a deep look at Lingtian, and at the same time, took out a purple gold card, and said with a smile on his face, Wang happens to have a purple gold card here, so I will give it to this little brother first. As he spoke, he walked to Lingtian, and handed the card over respectfully. He saw that the relationship between Lingtian and Qian Renxue was extraordinary, so he naturally did not dare to be careless, and remained respectful as always. Thank you, Manager Wang. Lingtian took the card, and said thank you. At the same time, Qian Renxue slowly said, Guard Wang, please go and do your work first. If anything happens, I will contact you. Both the purple gold card and the jade pendant have been solved. She and Xiaoshan don't want anyone to disturb their world. Then, Wang will take his leave first. Hearing what Qian Renxue meant, Wang bowed, turned around, and hurried away from the two of them. Xiaoshan, here you go. Qian Renxue opened her palms, holding the ice and fire phoenix jade pendant in her white palms. Red and blue are without impurities, with ice phoenix and fire phoenix on the left and right. Thank you, brother prince. Picking up the jade pendant, one warm and one icy, two completely different touches gave Lingtian a completely different experience. Looking more closely, there is indeed a thin winding line in the center, which just separates the ice phoenix and the fire phoenix. There are exactly two grooves on it, combining the two completely different pieces of jade. Click, push the buckle up and down, and after a crisp sound, the complete jade pendant is divided into two pieces. On the left is an icy blue phoenix hovering in the sky, and on the right is a fiery red phoenix soaring in the sky. Brother Prince, this jade pendant can be divided into two pieces. Lingtian separated the ice and fire phoenix jade pendant, raised his head, looked at Qian Renxue with bright eyes, and handed over the fire phoenix jade pendant without any hesitation. Just right, let's go together. As he spoke, he looked at Qian Renxue with sincere eyes without blinking. Okay. Flash of joy flashed across Qian Renxue's face, and at the same time a hint of smile flashed in her eyes. She took the jade pendant with a chuckle and carefully treasured it. This is the first jade pendant given to her by Xiaoshan, so she must treasure it well. Chapter 104 The Fruit of Yin and Yang Fortune. Watching Qian Renxue put away the jade pendant, Lingtian also had a smile in his eyes from the beginning. He wanted to cut the jade pendant into two pieces. The Seraph martial spirit possesses both divine and flaming abilities. Although the red fire and warm jade can only improve Qian Renxue's soul power to a limited extent, what Lingtian values is the meaning behind the jade pendant. The phoenix flies soaring, and the world seeks phoenix. The same is true for ice phoenix and fire phoenix. However, Qian Renxue didn't think much about it. She just thought it was a gift from Xiaoshan to herself. Lingtian didn't explain too much. Sister Feng Qiu Huangzu here will understand sooner or later. A person's blue eyes are deep, and there is something clearly hidden in the clear waves. One person's golden eyes were misty, and there was clearly something hidden in the boundless tenderness. After a while, the 16th floor was already visited by two people. But apart from the previous phoenix jade pendant, Lingtian never encountered anything attractive again. And Qian Renxue had a high vision, so naturally there was nothing he valued. Brother Prince, let's go to the 10th floor and take a look. Lingtian turned his head and asked. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, smiled and said, okay. Taking the elevator, the two of them quickly reached the 10th floor. The 10th floor has returned to the decoration style of the first floor, except that a wide variety of items are placed together and are not divided into categories like the first floor. However, there are many customers here, obviously much more than on the first floor. Xiaoshan put it on. When he was about to enter the 10th floor gate, Qian Renxue handed over an exquisite mask. Lingtian took the mask and looked at Qian Renxue curiously. What is this? Put it on first. While Lingtian was putting on the mask, Qian Renxue also explained the reason to him. The 10th floor of Qian Dou Trading Company is different from the other floors. The various personnel inside are complicated, and it is inevitable that no one will have evil intentions. The function of the mask is to protect the identity point. Although Qian Renxue doesn't need to be so cautious, it is inevitable that she will encounter people who don't open their eyes wear a mask. Qian Renxue held Lingtian's little hand and finally entered the hall on the 10th floor. Lingtian and Qian Renxue blended into the crowd and looked at the various items placed on the counter with interest. I have to say that the items here are really complex. Broken maps, strange stones, rusty rings, strange plants, generous heavy swords, etc. Even tattered pieces of cloth are placed among them. The corners of Lingtian's mouth twitched fiercely a few times, and he pointed at the pieces of cloth displayed on the stall. He couldn't help but asked, "Does anyone buy this?" There are many people who want to try their luck. Qian Renxue raised her head and looked at Lingtian, sighing and saying, "Even if you pick up a stone from outside, if you put it here, someone will buy it, because this is Qian Dou Trading Company. No one is going to verify the authenticity of the leaked information. Everyone knows that you can pick up leaks here, so even if it looks like just a piece of rag, there will still be people willing to spend 10 gold soul coins to give it a try. I want this piece of cloth." While the two were talking, one of them actually bought a piece of cloth. It's crazy. Seeing this scene, Lingtian shook his head, smiled helplessly, ignored these things, took Qian Renxue's little hand, and continued shopping along the way. People are rushing to buy every piece of rag. Qian Dou Trading Company really knows how to do business. Having said that, the 10th floor looks like a grocery market, filled with all kinds of sundries. Whoever pays first will get the stuff. After walking around for a long time, all Lingtian saw was a bunch of junk. I really can't guess how lucky those who picked up the leaks must have been to be able to find the treasures buried and covered in dust among such piles of breaking waves. The 10th floor was almost halfway through, but in Lingtian's eyes, there was nothing gained. However, it did not affect Lingtian's mood. After all, he came here mainly to experience things. If he could find good things, it would be an unexpected surprise. After looking back and forth for a long time, Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Brother Prince, Qian Dou Trading Company really knows how to do business. Along the way, Lingtian saw dozens of items sold. Normal. Qian Renxue smiled calmly and explained softly, "Although this floor is not as luxurious as the floors above, this is where Qian Dou Trading Company really makes money. The profit ratio of the 10th level in 1 year accounts for 50% of the total profit of the entire business bank. You must know that Qian Dou Trading Company has 20 floors. Excluding the top floor used for collecting treasures, the total profit of the other 18 floors is comparable to that of the 10th floor. After pondering for a moment, Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue and asked, "Isn't anyone jealous of such huge profits?" "Of course, but they don't dare." After pausing for a moment, Qian Renxue smiled meaningfully and said, "Xiaoshan, do you know why the word Qian Dou is included in Qian Dou's business conduct? Is it because it is located in Qian Dou?" Lingtian pondered for a while and asked tentatively, "Yes, but not entirely right." Qian Renxue smiled calmly, no longer trying to make excuses, and said loudly, "Besides, the Qian Dou in Qian Dou Trading Company refers to the Qian Dou royal family. With the support of our Qian Dou imperial family, no one in the Qian Dou empire dares to openly challenge the imperial family. Moreover, it is also inextricably linked to the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Blow Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With 3 titled Douluo in one country and such a profound background, how dare Kazuto attack Qian Dou Trading Company?" A look of surprise flashed across Lingtian's eyes, and then he reacted and showed a relieved smile. "That's right. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Not everyone can use Qian Dou. And within the Qian Dou Empire, the royal family would naturally not remain indifferent." Wandered around for a while. Lingtian stretched his waist. A look of laziness flashed across his pretty face. At the same time, he looked at Qian Renxue with his icy blue eyes and said slowly, "Brother Prince, let's go back." "Tired of shopping?" Qian Renxue said with a chuckle. Lingtian yawned and rubbed his half-closed eyes. "You okay? Let's go back now." Qian Renxue's heart moved when she saw Lingtian's laziness. She couldn't help but flick her hand. when her fingertips touched the center of her eyebrows. Both of them were startled at the same time. One never thought that she would be unprepared and did not dodge, and the other never thought that he would do this. Just when Qian Renxue was about to stop, Lingtian held Qian Renxue's catkin with his backhand. At the same time, his ice blue and golden eyes looked at each other for a long time, and a strange feeling rippled in their hearts. The fingertips and eyebrows touch each other, feeling a touch of warmth and numbness for an instant. But it was only for a moment. Qian Renxue pulled her hands and lowered her sleeves, looking calm and composed, but the tip of her ears quietly turned red. Unexplained emotions echoed in my heart. Brother. Prince. Lingtian smiled softly and took the initiative to hold Qian Renxue. Okay, Xiaoshan, let's go back quickly. Qian Renxue's mood returned to normal and her gentle smile returned to her face. However, the moment the two held hands, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. As he said this, a smile flashed across Lingtian's eyes, and he thought to himself, Sister Zua, you are so cute. Lingtian, wait a moment, just as Qian Renxue and Lingtian were about to leave, Gu Xiaoran, who had been silent in the original space for many days, suddenly said, Lingtian, wait a minute, there are good things in the stall on the right. Nice. 1. Lingtian stopped in response and became interested. To be praised by the Golden Dragon King must not be something simple. Brother. Prince, let's go over there and have a look. After saying that, before Qian Renxue could say anything more to express her gratitude, Lingtian took her cattails and walked in the direction indicated by Gu Xiaoran. Leo. Gu. Specific location. Go. To the left for another stall. Yes. Stop. It's right here. It's on your right now. Right below you. This. Yes. That's it. After receiving Gu Xiaoran's confirmation, Lingtian's expression gradually became weird. I squatted down, squinted my eyes, and carefully looked at the brown stone in front of me, but I still couldn't see any difference. Forgive him for his blindness. No matter how he looked at it, he still couldn't see anything different about this brown stone. It was just an ordinary stone. No matter how he looked at it, it's still the kind of stone that you can't tell apart if you throw it on the street. Looking at the above introduction, there are only a few lines. The texture is hard and cannot be dissolved. Our appraiser guessed that it may be some kind of extraterrestrial lion. It has no other characteristics other than being tough. However, Lingtian still believed in Gu Xiaoran's judgment and decided to buy the stone first and then continue to study it. Because the 10th floor of Qian Dou Trading Company has special regulations, all items on the 10th floor are not allowed to be touched before purchasing. So, if you want to study it carefully, you must buy it. I want this stone. Lingtian turned his head and said calmly, and at the same time, took out 10 gold soul coins and handed them to the staff on the side. This stone is yours. The staff first handed the stone to Lingtian, then crossed his hands in front of his lower abdomen, bowed slightly, and showed a professional smile. Qian Renxue on the side did not interfere with Lingtian's choice. 10 gold soul coins. Just pocket money. If Xiaoshan likes it, let him buy it. At the same time, Lingtian weighed the stone in his hand and asked curiously in his heart, Old Boo, what's so special about this stone? Although it is heavier than ordinary stones, there is nothing special about it. Although Gu Xiaoran didn't sell it. But he looked at Lingtian with contempt and said slowly, this thing is not a stone. It is a fruit. The fruit of creation. Fruit of creation. Lingtian frowned slightly, not knowing this name. Gu Xiaoran continued to explain, the fruit of creation is its abbreviation, and its real name is the fruit of creation of yin and yang. The fruit of yin and yang. Boom, could it be it? It has long since disappeared from Douluo continent. Moreover, he knew the image of the yin yang creation fruit very well, and it was definitely not the gloomy appearance it had now. Then, how could it? Gu Xiaoran saw Lingtian's doubts and explained calmly, the outer layer of the fruit of creation in your hand is its shell. Only with extreme force can it be broken open and the real fruit of creation inside can be taken out. Ultimate power. This creation fruit seemed to be prepared for him. Because the attribute of his martial soul is the ultimate ice, which can break open the outer shell of the creation fruit, the fruit of yin and yang. Even in the ice god era, he had only seen this thing once at ancient ruins. He only knew that it would be of great help to soul masters, but he had never seen its physical form. Now he is holding it in his hand. Lingtian glanced at the ordinary brown stone and sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that the legendary yin yang fruit of creation would be hidden in this brown stone? If the Golden Dragon King Guzioran hadn't been so well informed, who knows how long he would have been covered in dust before he could see the light of day again. Xiaoshan, is there anything special about this stone? At the same time, Qian Renxue finally came over and looked at Lingtian holding the stone tightly and couldn't help asking curiously. Like Lingtian's first sense, she also felt that this was an ordinary stone. Brother, Prince, this is a good thing. I will explain it to you when I get back to the prince's mansion. As he said that, a mysterious smile appeared on Lingtian's lips. You Qian. Renxue gave Lingtian a white look and slowly left Lingtian holding her hand. There are so many people here and it's not the place to talk. The back door of Qian Dou Trading Company. As soon as Qian Renxue and Lingtian left the house, they boarded the carriage and hurried back to the prince's mansion. Lingtian was so mysterious that Qian Renxue also became very curious about that stone. Thanks to Zuling's superb driving skills, the carriage returned to the prince's mansion in only half an hour, usually taking an hour. As soon as he returned to the prince's mansion, Lingtian followed Qian Renxue into the study. Alright, Qian. Renxue looked at the stone floating quietly in Lingtian's palm with eyes full of surprise and asked, Xiaoshan, can you tell me now what this stone is? Lingtian didn't show off anymore. He smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Prince, please don't blink later. As soon as he finished speaking, ice blue soul power condensed in his palm. If you want to get the true yin yang creation fruit, you must first use the soul power of ultimate attributes to break open the shell. According to Guzioran, one must be patient during this process and continuously use soul power to baptize the shell, allowing it to absorb enough ultimate power and fall off naturally. You must not bombard it with extreme soul power. Otherwise the shell will be embedded in the fruit and cannot be used. Under Lingtian's exquisite control, the ultimate ice enveloped the stone. As the ice blue energy surrounded it, the brown shell gradually became thinner and thinner as time passed by. The outer shell also shed its brown coat. Click, click. After about a quarter of an hour, the shell finally absorbed enough soul power along with a crisp sound. Cracks naturally appeared in the originally hard shell. As the number of cracks continued to increase, a strange fragrance came from the inside. The fragrance overflows and lingers for a long time. Fading and appearing, wandering and uncertain. Click, click, click. The cracked shell also turned silvery white at this time. The crisp sounds continued one after another. At this moment, as if the fruit buds were blooming, the silver white shell naturally opened to the surroundings, revealing the fruit wrapped in a ball of silver light inside. Chapter 105 Yin Yang Good Fortune Pill. I haven't seen the true appearance yet, but the ultimate fragrance explodes instantly. This fragrance is very strange. The closest Lingtian feels more intuitive. Just a slight sniff almost made him drunk, and even his calm soul gradually became restless, and the bottleneck that was originally stable at 39 actually felt a little loose. Even Qian Renxue on the side was attracted by this fragrance. The seraph martial spirit in her body also revealed its desire to her at the same time. Lingtian put away his soul power as the ultimate ice dissipated. The light on the fruit slowly faded away, revealing the true appearance of the fruit inside. The fruit is about the size of a fist. The whole body exudes the mysterious yin and yang divine light, and the whole body appears in black and white, with vague Teikai diagrams emerging, which is very strange. At the same time, there are white jade-like lines on it, which are fragrant and shrouded in rays of light. Exactly the same as described in ancient books. Only now can Lingtian be sure that the fruit in front of him is really the yin yang fruit of creation. Creation fruit. Creation fruit. Since it has the word creation, it must have an extraordinary effect. In addition to simply improving the soul power, it also has the ability to evolve and purify the martial soul. Its function is suitable for soul masters of all levels. If word spread, this fact alone would be enough to make people jealous. Xiaoshan, what on earth is this? After the fresh fragrance and the trembling of the martial soul, Qian Renxue became even more curious about the fruit. She had been well informed since she was a child, and now she doesn't even know what this fruit is. This thing is called the yin yang creation fruit. As he said that, Lingtian spread his palm and handed the creation fruit to Qian Renxue, letting her feel the breath from the fruit up close. He trusts Qian Renxue very much. Even though it was a divine item like the yin-yang fruit of creation, Lingtian's first reaction was to share it with Qian Renxue. Ocean, aren't you worried? Qian Renxue lowered her head and looked at the fruit in her palm, her jade hands trembling, her red lips pursed tightly, and her voice trembled. I believe in brother Prince. Lingtian smiled lightly, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, bringing out a warm smile in his ice blue eyes. Besides, everything I have was originally given by the prince brother. Behind the smile, there is also a hint of deep meaning. After a long time, she raised her head, her eyes flickering, looking at each other, looking at Lingtian with complicated eyes. Although I don't know what it is, but my own martial soul is an innate holy angel of level 20. It is definitely not easy to cause my own martial soul to tremble. Even with such a precious fruit, Lingtian was able to hand it over to him calmly. Looking at the black and white fruit in the palm of his hand, Lingtian's unreserved trust in him made Qian Renxue feel warm. Qian Renxue lowered her head and put her beautiful hands on her breasts. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? She didn't hate this feeling. At the same time, Lingtian also slowly opened his mouth and explained the origin of the fruit. The yin-yang creation fruit is also called the yin-yang fruit, or the creation fruit. I once saw a record about it in an ancient book. It is said that it is born at the intersection of yin and yang. It absorbs the first ray of yin and yang in the day and night, and it takes tens of thousands of years to condense into a single fruit. The brown shell that I saw before is a way of protecting the fruit of the yin-yang creation fruit. Only a soul master with extreme power can break it. However, other attribute soul masters, even titled Douluo, cannot break the shell. This time Qian Dou Trading Company can obtain the fruit of creation, which can be said to be the greatest opportunity. Qian Renxue looked at the creation fruit on her palm. One was black and the other was white. It was very strange. She couldn't help but asked curiously, then what special function does this fruit have? Since birth is so difficult, the fruit must be extraordinary. The main effect of the yin-yang creation fruit is reflected in the word creation. Lingtian paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, in addition to the general ability to increase soul power, the most important ability of the yin-yang creation fruit is to increase the strength of the soul master's martial soul. If you are lucky, the martial soul can evolve for the second time. Martial spirit, second evolution. Qian Renxue was stunned on the spot, her golden eyes filled with shock, looking at the creation fruit held in her palm in disbelief. As we all know, a soul master's soul power can be continuously improved. However, the quality of a soul master's martial soul is determined as soon as he awakens. Whether he is a genius with excellent talents or an ordinary person, the martial soul usually evolves and improves in quality. Just like Yu Xiaogang. Although he is the descendant of Yu Yuansun, because of the quality of his martial soul, he was still trapped on the threshold of level 34 half his life. Although Luo Sanpao has the potential to become a golden holy dragon, the quality of his martial soul is not high because of the failure of evolution. Therefore, the main problem for Yu Xiaogang is the quality of his martial soul. Later, Tangsun relied on the master's 9th grade purple ZHI, which ostensibly had soul power that broke through the threshold of level 30. In fact, it is essentially the quality of Yu Xiaogang's martial soul that has improved, so he can break through to the 50 level Soul King limit later in the plot. And even in the Wuhan Palace, there is no way for Wuhan to evolve. Now Lingtian actually told himself that just one fruit could actually evolve the martial soul. Even Qian Renxue, who was well informed, couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Prince, there is no need to be so surprised. The conditions for the birth of the yin-yang creation fruit are harsh and very rare. Of course, it will have extraordinary effects. It is also because of the special ability of the yin-yang creation fruit, that every time it appears in the world, there will be a fight. Ancient books record that the last yin-yang creation fruit tree was broken in people's constant fights. Since then, the yin-yang fruit of creation has disappeared in the long river of history and only exists in ancient books and legends. I didn't expect that today I would encounter a sealed yin-yang fruit of creation in Qian Dou Trading Company. Raising his clear eyes. Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue, recalling the description in the ancient book. He couldn't help but sigh. I still have to thank Guzior and . If he hadn't warned him, Lingtian would also have missed the fruit of creation. The yin-yang creation fruit is of great help to me. With it, the plans I made before can be carried out in advance. Qian Renxue's brows jumped when she heard this, but she didn't know that this fruit was so rare. He looked at the yin-yang creation fruit again, pondered for a moment, and then said calmly, "Then, how should I use this yin-yang creation fruit? It can be swallowed directly. However, the degree of refining using this method is very low, and most of the medicinal effect will be wasted." Then Lingtian changed the topic and continued, "The best way is to refine the elixir so that it can maximize its effectiveness." Qian Renxue murmured in a low voice. After a moment, her red lips slightly opened and she said, "If it is to be made into a pill, are there any other materials needed?" If you want to refine the yin-yang creation pill, in addition to the main ingredient yin-yang creation fruit, you also need octagonal black ice grass, fiery apricot gyoshu, Yanhan Mio snowgrass, Yanqua 7-star flower, red yang black fire zizhi, and Raoshu Sanqian the 8 main herbs of leaves, Yalksu violet, and Tibetan fire spring flower, as well as some auxiliary herbs, combined with special techniques, can finally be used to refine the yin and yang good fortune pill." Lingtian nodded, and while thinking about it, he raised his 10 fingers and counted them one by one. Yin-yang creation pill. In addition to the complicated and special refining techniques for this elixir, the biggest difficulty is in collecting the materials. In addition to the most difficult to obtain yin-yang good fortune fruit, it also requires the assistance of the 8 flavored immortal medicine to refine the yin-yang good fortune pill that can perfectly carry out the disinfection of the 8 main herbs you mentioned, Kai Yang Zhu and Huozhi and Raoshu and Kai. I remember that the royal family had just 2 copies, and Yuzu Violet happened to have 1 copy in Qian Dou Trading Company. Although Zhangdan Huo Quanhua is rare, but I and the teacher should be able to find one for you. But the other 4 main herbs, the 8 anise ice grass, the fierce apricot grass, the cold snow grass, and the Yanqua 7-star flower, let alone the rarity, I have never even heard of the name, and I don't know how to help. You search, coupled with the refining techniques you mentioned. Qian Renxue, who pondered for a moment and frowned, finally shook his head and said, "Xiaoshan, you'd better swallow it directly. Although this will waste a lot of the medicinal effect, but the remaining 4 main ingredients I fear is nothing we can do." She knew the storage of Qian Dou royal family and Wuhan palace very well, and knew that the 4 main medicines were not in them. Although the Kibao glazed sect is the most prosperous sect, it does not necessarily collect these herbs whose names have not even been heard of. The hope of collecting all the main medicines is slim. So it is better to swallow the fruit of creation as soon as possible. In this way, the strength can be improved a bit. Let's take it some time. With that said, a smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face. She walked up to Lingtian, held his shoulder with one hand, and returned the yin-yang creation fruit to Lingtian without any hesitation. Although the yin-yang creation fruit is also very attractive to her, she cares more about Lingtian's thoughts than the improvement of her martial soul's quality. She would not use Lingtian's trust in exchange for the improvement of her martial soul. Lingtian put away the yin-yang creation fruit and said softly, "Brother Prince, I know the locations of the other 4 main herbs. You know?" Qian Renxue's eyebrows raised slightly. Lingtian nodded, took out a fan from somewhere, fanned it a few times, with a slight smile on his face. In the center of the sunset forest, there is a terrain called the Eye of Ice and Fire. Ice and fire eyes? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows and her eyes showed a bit of surprise. The 2 eyes of ice and fire, as the name suggests, is formed from a volcano and an iceberg. One eye is twinned, and the 2 eyes are mutually incompatible. It may not be possible to form a treasure place even after tens of millions of years. At the same time, this is also one of the 3 cornucopias of medicine. In the environment of the 3 cornucopias, ordinary plants cannot grow at all. Because they cannot adapt to that special climate, but the 3 cornucopias are the origin of all precious plants. Moreover, it will shorten the growth time of these rare plants by 10 times. Simply put, if a Ganoderma grows in any of the 3 cornucopias for 10 years, it will have the effect of a century-old Ganoderma. The 3 cornucopias have unique conditions, and they are the beauty of the world in the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. Lingtian paused for a moment, closed his jade fan, with a meaningful smile on his face, and the 4 flavored twin ultimate elixirs of octagonal black ice grass, fierce apricot, cold snow grass, and Yanqua 7-star flower. It will definitely grow in the eyes of these ice and fire eyes. How to refine the elixir? Qian Renxue pondered for a moment, and asked point. In addition to the difficulty in gathering the medicinal materials, how to refine them is also a big problem. He looked at Qian Renxue with clear eyes, raised his eyebrows, raised his feather fan, and raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. As for the techniques of alchemy, I also know a little bit. The ice gods tens of thousands of years were not just about cultivation. In areas such as alchemy, weapon refining, gourmet food, etc. He was involved in a wide range of things at the beginning. Except for giving birth, there was nothing he didn't know how to do. Although I haven't tried it in this life, it is still possible to make alchemy with my past experience. Oh, so, do I look down on Ziotian? Looking at the proud Lingtian, Qian Renxue raised her slender eyebrows, her eyes flickered, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Nature, Lingtian smiled proudly and opened his jade fan slightly. Snap, but before Lingtian could be happy for 2 seconds, Qian Renxue snatched the jade fan and hit him on the forehead. Oh, brother prince, why did you hit me? Lingtian rubbed his head and looked at Qian Renxue inexplicably. HMPH. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at Lingtian, snorted, put away the jade fan, and thought to herself, do you know that the swallow you acted just now really deserves a beating? I don't know why, but I feel like I don't deserve a beating. Naturally, I cannot tell the truth about the reason, but Qian Renxue has other methods. After coughing twice, Qian Renxue directly changed the subject, put on a serious look, and said, okay, in that case, we will go to the ice and fire eyes you mentioned tomorrow. Going to Binghuo Liangai tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lingtian was shocked, and no longer cared about what happened just now, and said seriously, no, we need the help of the Kibeo glazed sect, otherwise the ice and fire eyes will be doomed to fail. Why? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes, and asked Lingtian. Hearing Kibeo glazed sect, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with sparkle. Although Ningfeng's engagement was not successful, it also gave her a sense of crisis. So now, when I heard about the Kibeo glazed sect, a hint of displeasure quietly flashed through my heart. Douluo Bo occupies the 2 eyes of ice and fire. Lingtian didn't show off. He sighed and said leisurely, this person has a random and capricious personality. If it's just the 2 of us, it will be difficult to escape from him. Douluo Bo. Qian Renxue's face changed slightly, but it soon returned to normal. I didn't expect it to be this guy. Among the titled Douluo in the Qian Dou Empire, only Douluo Bo was the only one. This titled Douluo never gave himself face. And most importantly, he is still from Zuxing. Ever since Zuxing rescued him from Wuhandian, this guy has been protecting Zuxing, which has had a great impact on Wuhandian's plans. I didn't expect that this guy would appear in the ice and fire eyes now. The 2 titled Douluo beside her, Snake Spear and Agony, have special status, and are not convenient to operate within the Qian Dou Empire. Otherwise, they could help Lingtian drive away Douluo Bo and steal the herbs from the eyes of ice and fire. Chapter 106 The Legend of Fortune Pill. And Lin Qi was from Zuyi, so he would not obey her orders at all, let alone let him deal with Douluo Bo. Although Qian Renxue is now protected by 3 titled Douluo, no one can help Lingtian get the fairy grass. In the end, we still need the help of the Kibeo glazed sect. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but sigh. A helpless look flashed in her eyes at the same time. A look of solemnity appeared on Lingtian's face. And he said, so we still need to contact Uncle Ning first, and get help from the teacher or Grandpa Gu, before setting off to the ice and fire eye. But, if those 4 main herbs were picked by Douluo Bo in advance, wouldn't it be impossible to refine the yin yang creation pill? Qian Renxue pondered for a moment, still a little worried. Brother prince, don't worry. Lingtian took out another folding fan from somewhere, fanned it a few times, and smiled lightly. Even if those herbs are placed in front of Douluo Bo, he would not dare to touch them at will. There are many kinds of medicinal materials in the eyes of ice and fire point, but except for common medicinal materials such as Ganoderma lucidum, ice silkworm, and purple ginseng, which were brought by Douluo from outside and planted here, most of the rare medicinal herbs grow naturally here. Even Douluo couldn't distinguish the types of these herbs, although these grass jelly are very tempting. But because the efficacy of the drug was unknown, he never acted rashly. And like the octagonal black ice grass, the fierce apricot, the cold snow grass, and the Yanqua 7-star flower, these 4 main herbs are even more extreme, either extremely cold or extremely hot. You can feel the fire poison and cold poison as soon as you get close to them, and no one would have thought that they could take them. The most important thing is that these 4 main herbs are all highly poisonous. Only when they are used together and supplemented by special methods can the beneficial effect be achieved. Although Douluo is labeled a poisonous person, it does not mean that he is immune to all poisons. Moreover, he is now a titled Douluo, a strong man standing at the top of the pyramid. Of course, he will not risk his wealth and life to verify the medicinal properties of a few strange herbs. Otherwise, these precious medicinal herbs would not have been wiped out by Tangsun in the final work. Brother, Prince, please fix the letter now. Without further ado, Lingtian suddenly stood up, folded his fan, and clasped his palms, turned his head, and looked at Qian Renxue, his eyes flickering. Send it to the Qibao glazed sect. With the speed of the teacher, I can arrive there tonight. Xiaoshan, you think too simply. Qian Renxue stroked the teacup gently, pondered for a moment, shook her head and sighed. Douluo is a titled Douluo. Even if sect master Ning values you, he won't be able to impress the 7 treasure glazed tile sect without enough interest. There is something that is enough to make Uncle Ning tempted, and Binghuo Liangai has it in his eyes. Lingtian smiled softly, unfolded the folding fan again, and showed a smile in his light blue eyes. Huh? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows curiously. When she heard this, the Qibao glazed sect is the richest sect in the world. There are not many things that can make Ning Fengzi fall in love. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda is known as the best auxiliary spirit in the world because of its terrifying buffing ability. Even a titled Douluo can receive a powerful improvement, but God is fair. When the conversation changed, Lingtian spread out his folding fan and shook his head. Unfortunately, the Qibao glazed pagoda has the most powerful auxiliary ability in Douluo continent, but it also comes at a huge price. Because there are only 7 floors of the tower, it can only carrying 7 soul rings. A soul master cannot be promoted to an 8-ring soul Douluo in his lifetime, and can only reach the highest level of 79th level soul saint. Qian Renxue's red lips were slightly open, and just wanted to speak, but suddenly thought of something. His hands suddenly held together, and his eyes shocked this color that was impossible to hide. Lingtian did not sell guanzi anymore. There is a fairy grass in the eyes of the 2 instruments, called Kiluoyujin, which may allow Qibao Liuli Tower to get further opportunities. By this point, I think Uncle Ning will not refuse, said. Lingtian smiled lightly, shaking the folding fan gently. Qian Renxue's expression was dignified, and he asked, Xiaoshan, can you be sure? Of course. Lingtian replied softly. Huh? Qian Renxue lowered his head deep and his eyes flickered continuously, revealing a thoughtful expression. Ningfeng will certainly not refuse. The defect of the Qibao Liuli Tower martial arts soul has always been the heart disease of Qibao Liulizang. In addition to the prosperity of Qibao Liulizang, Ningfeng Zhi's the biggest dream is to let Qibao Liuli Tower break through the 8th floor. It is because of this that after discovering Ning Renxue's talent, she would have high hopes to her hope that she would reach 8 layers. If Lingtian said, Kilo Tulip can really help the 7 treasure glazed pagoda's martial arts evolve, let alone deal with the title Douluo, even if it is half of the wealth of half of the Qibao Liulizang, Ningfeng Zhi will not frown. Qian Renxue does not doubt Lingtian. She is now worried about the question of Qibao Liulizang. If their martial arts have evolved, will the Qibao Liulizang at that time affect the unified meter of the martial arts temple? After groaning for a moment, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed. How much is the eyes of Xiaoshan's Kilo Tuli? How much is the eyes of the 2 instruments? The number of Kilo Yujin is a lot. Lingtian thought about it, and whispered softly, Each plant can evolve the Kibaoliuli Tower. Qian Renxue frowned and asked with a deep voice, of course, impossible. Lingtian shook his head point. As soon as the words turned, Lingtian co-folded the fan inside, but not every Kilo tulip has such effects. Only the Kilo tulip fragrance of the Xian pin is called the possibility of evolving the Kibao glazed tower, and Xian pinks in herbal is precious. There is only one plant in the whole eye of the whole ice and fire. There is only one. Hearing this, Qian Zhuang's look is a lot easier. A Kilo tulip Xiangxan product can also improve the quality of the martial arts of a soul master. Do not calculate the success rate first. Even if there is an extra 8 treasure or Jiubao glazed tower soul division, it will not have much impact on the plan of the martial arts. Whole point, it is still within the acceptance range of Qian Zuxu. Well, I will send it to Kibaoliu Lizang now. In order to make Lingtian refine the Dan, Qian Zuxu no longer hesitated and decided to contact Kibaoliu Lizang to act together. Lingtian closed the folding fan and nodded with a smile. Finally, it is said that Qian Qiangsu, next to the Kibaoliu Lizang, then the fairy grass in the eyes of the ice and fire can be obtained at hand. Thinking of this, Lingtian turned a folding fan and a smashing smile flashed on his face. Slap. When Lingtian was proud, he happened to be hit by a pen pole on his forehead. Before he slowed down, he was taken away by Qian Yixu again. Prince. Brother? Lingtian with both hands was empty. He couldn't touch his head to look at Qian Zuxu. Hand. Slippery. The sky is deep. Xia Ocean goes back to rest earlier. Qian Yixu made a reason and sent Lingtian out. But before Lingtian could say anything else, he was already pushed out of the room. Inexplicable. It's my fan. Lingtian muttered a few words and suddenly remembered the 2 fans, both of which were confiscated by Qian Renxue. Recently, I suddenly like to carry a fan. It looks a little more stylish when I swing it around. Forget it. Just buy a few more next time. Looking at the closed door, Lingtian shook his head and returned to his room helplessly. At this moment, Guziaoran reminded Lingtian, the yin-yang fruit of creation must be sealed in a jade box, otherwise the spiritual energy inside will gradually lose and eventually turn into an ordinary fruit. Just now, Lingtian had been discussing alchemy with Qian Renxue, and it was only now that Guziaoran found the opportunity to speak. Jade box. I understand. Calling the attendants in the mansion, Lingtian quickly presented a jade box without Lingtian taking action. Old. Go. Lingtian suddenly called out softly as he fiddled with the yin-yang creation fruit between his fingers. Guziaoran asked, what's wrong? You said, is the legend about the yin-yang creation pill true? Lingtian looked at the creation fruit intently and was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I don't know. Guziaoran shook his head and said, in our Dragon Clan's era, the yin-yang creation fruit was swallowed directly. The yin-yang creation pill was later developed by the human race. In addition to purifying the strength of the martial soul, its other I don't know what the effect will be. What, do you want to have a try with her? Guziaoran rolled his eyes, suddenly thought of something, held his chin in the dragon's claw, and asked with interest, 1. Yin-yang creation fruit can produce 2 yin-yang creation pills. I also want to verify what the ancient books say is true or false. Lingtian nodded, acquiescing to Guziaoran's statement. You have to think clearly. That is the yin-yang creation pill. Are you willing to give it up? Guziaoran was stunned for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and said seriously. Lingtian smiled softly and said in an indifferent tone, one person can only take one good fortune pill. I prepared the remaining one for her from the beginning. Qian Renxue, he was willing to give up. You are quite generous. Guziaoran said sourly, and then returned to the original space, no longer paying attention to Lingtian's call. Why is this guy so weird today? Lingtian felt baffled. I hope the legend is true. After being silent for a long time, Lingtian looked at the yin-yang creation fruit in his palm, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. If the legend is true, then he and Qian Renxue. Thinking of this, Lingtian's lips curved into a smile. After storing the yin-yang creation fruit in the jade box, Lingtian put it back into the storage space, then calmed down and stopped thinking about it, sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to practice. Soon, Frost condensed on the body surface, and Lingtian soul power gradually increased. At the same time, in the study room, after the ink stains dried, Qian Renxue folded the letter and put it into the envelope prepared aside. Then he opened the door and told the attendant, "Let Zuling come over and see me." Yes, the attendant bowed and saluted and quickly ran out the door. After a while, Zuling came to the courtyard, knelt down on one knee, bowed deeply to Qian Renxue, and said respectfully, "I have seen you before, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Qian Renxue picked up the letter in her hand, raised her eyebrows, and glanced at Zuling, and said calmly, "Send this letter to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It must be delivered to Ningfengzi personally." With that said, Qian Renxue waved her hand, and the thin letter naturally fell in front of Zuling. Zuling is a 6th-ringed soul emperor, and her martial soul is still of the agility and attack type. With the advantage of speed, you can reach the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in about 3 hours, which is far more time saving than ordinary soul masters. In addition, he is Qian Renxue's confidant, so the responsibility of delivering the letter naturally falls on him. "No." Zuling bowed her head and responded. Then he stood up, put away the letter, clasped his hands, and left slowly. Qian Renxue also slowly returned to the room, closed the door, continued to work on the desk, added wax, and continued to deal with the mountain of official duties. It's just that there is an extra half piece of jade pendant on the table. When her eyes moved to the half piece of jade pendant, Qian Renxue would always recall everything about today, and a smile would unconsciously appear on her lips. Ocean. After thinking about it, Qian Renxue took out a red rope. Carefully passed through the hole above the jade pendant, then tie a knot to hang the jade pendant. At the same time, hold up the hair on the back of your neck with one hand, and put the jade pendant around your neck gently. Pull open the collar on your chest and press it against your snow white skin. Feeling the warmth coming from the jade pendant, a hint of sweet affection appeared in Qian Renxue's eyes, and the tips of her ears also turned a little red. The dawn light lifts off the veil of night, and reveals the brilliant morning. The sun gradually rose, and the light blue sky seemed to be illuminated by the lights on the stage, and the eastern half was painted with a touch of sparkling vermilion. At this moment, in the main hall of Qibao Glazed Sect, Ningfengzi was receiving Zuling, who had hurriedly arrived. Sect Master Ning, this is a letter sent by my crown prince to you. I ask my subordinates to deliver it to you personally. Zuling lowered her head and presented the letter with both hands, with a very respectful attitude. Ningfengzi smiled gently, with a hint of surprise in Wen's voice. King is so solemn. Is there something important in comparison? At the same time, he motioned to the disciples on the side to bring up the letter. Teacher personally initiates. Disciples King. Ningfengzi nodded slightly when he saw the handwriting on the envelope. It was indeed King's handwriting. Immediately I opened the envelope and started reading word for word. At first, the letter was filled with greetings. At this time, Ningfengzi's face still had a faint smile. When she read the content in the middle of the letter, Ningfengzi's face gradually became serious. Kilo Tulip Fairy can permanently improve the quality of martial souls. It is possible to evolve the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 8 treasures or 9 treasures glazed pagoda. These 2 pieces of information alone were enough to make Ningfengzi excited, surprised, delighted, unbelievable. All kinds of expressions filled his eyes. And Ningfengzi couldn't calm down until she saw the last sentence at the bottom of the letter. Ningfengzi's hands were trembling uncontrollably, and her excitement was beyond words. A long time. Ningfengzi breathed a long sigh of relief, barely suppressing the shock in his heart, and then said slowly, I basically understand King's meaning, but I still need to discuss it with a few elders. Before that, Ning, you take the people from King down to rest. Yes, Sect Master. Ning, you nodded, then walked to Zuling and said, please follow me. Chapter 107 Brotherly Love. After Zuling saluted, she followed Ningyu out of the hall. Let Elder Chen and Elder Gu come to the hall quickly. After the 2 left, Ningfengzi immediately summoned the 2 elders and went to the hall of Qibao Glazed Sect to discuss matters. Yes, the 2 disciples looked at each other. One went to where Bone Douluo lived, and the other went to Jianfeng where Sword Douluo lived. He rushed there without hesitation. After a while, Two figures appeared in the hall. Shenzhen came here stepping on the 7 kills sword, and his immortal style was so free and easy. Compared with the way Gurang appeared before, stepping in is slightly inferior. Feng. ZHI, why are you so anxious? Gurang asked loudly as he stepped into the hall. The last time Feng Zhi summoned them together in such a hurry, it was for Lingshan's matter. Although Shenzhen didn't say anything, he looked at Ning Fengzi with the same curious eyes. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, you will understand. After reading this letter, Ning Fengzi handed Zuking's letter to the two of them. Gurang and Shenzhen curiously raised their heads and looked at the contents of the letter carefully. Both of them were titled Douluo, and they quickly finished reading the top content. However, the last content slowed down the two of them, and they began to watch carefully word for word, for fear of missing any character. After a moment, the two of them looked at each other and saw a look of shock in each other's eyes. Gurang crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, Fengzi, if what King said is true, then our Kibao glazed sect must get this Kilo tulip fairy. Old Bones is right. This thing is too important to our 7 treasures glazed sect. Sword Douluo nodded solemnly and agreed. Kilo tulip fairy. According to the description in the letter, this thing has a certain probability of evolving the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Although Qian Renxue emphasized in letters several times that it was possible to evolve the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, even if there was only a 1% chance, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo both felt that they had to give it a try. The shortcomings of Kibao glazed pagoda's martial arts have troubled generations of sect members. Now that a solution has appeared today, although it may offend a title Douluo, we must try it anyway. Ning Fengzi was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering, and finally said slowly, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu think we must go to this ice and fire eye. It's just Du Gubo. Our Kibao glazed sect is not afraid of him. Bone Douluo said calmly, that's right, it's just poison Douluo. I alone can suppress him. Shenzhen nodded confidently, his eyes sharp, and a powerful momentum burst out from his body. He is the top expert among titled Douluo, and he doesn't pay attention to ordinary titled Douluo. What's more, Du Gubo is still the weakest among the titled Douluo. Even an old man can easily defeat him. Since both Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu agree, let's go to the prince's mansion now. Without further ado, Ning Fengzi saw that both of them agreed with the proposal, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. So does he. He could make the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve, so he naturally didn't want to give up this opportunity easily. Although Ning Fengzi had never heard of the Kilo Tulip Immortal, she believed in the credibility of Qian Renxue and Lingtian, and would not deceive herself about the evolution of martial souls. Now that Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, the 2 cornerstones of the sect, agreed with him. Ning Fengzi no longer worried and made a decisive decision to set off immediately. However, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo cannot act at the same time, and one person must stay behind to guard the sect. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi looked at Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, hesitated for a moment, and finally stopped at Bone Douluo. Sword Douluo is good at fighting, and Bone Douluo is good at defense. Things like fighting other title Douluo must of course be left to Sword Douluo, who has a better attack. Ning Fengzi cupped his hands and said seriously, the security of the sect is of great significance, so I'll trouble Uncle Gu to guard the sect. Old Bones, I leave it to you. Shenzhen also turned his head and said in a deep voice, don't worry Fengzi, you and the old swordsman can just go, leave the sect to me. Bone Douluo waved his hand and stayed behind with the sect not once or twice. He was familiar with the process. Bone Douluo also understood his ability, so he did not compete with Sword Douluo. After a short discussion, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengzi set off immediately. Uncle Jian, let's go, because time was urgent. Shenzhen directly took Ning Fengzi and rushed towards Qian City with his sword. Title Douluo was naturally very fast, and in less than a moment, the 2 figures had disappeared from Bone Douluo's sight. I hope Kilo Tulip Fairy has the effect that Lingtian and the others say. Sword Douluo is very fast. It took less than 2 hours in total to get from Kibao glazed sect to the prince's mansion in Qian City. Although Ning Fengzi is an auxiliary soul master, he also has the cultivation level of a soul saint. In addition, the time is short, so he can still adapt to the speed of title Douluo. The inner hall of the prince's mansion. Qian Renxue smiled slightly and bowed to the two of them. King has seen the teacher and saw Douluo Miangsha. Lingtian cupped his hands and said, Lingtian has met the teacher and Uncle Ning. No need to be polite, Ning. Fengzi smiled gently and nodded towards Qian Renxue, Lingtian and the others. After a while, the four of them took their seats. As soon as my master received your letter, he and Uncle Jian rushed over. Ning Fengzi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then said slowly, Teacher, don't worry, what King said in the letter is absolutely true. Qian Renxue smiled calmly, understood the meaning of Ning Fengzi's words, and reassured him, you can rest assured about Uncle Ning's kilo tulip. Lingtian smiled lightly, and after pouring another cup of tea for him, he looked at Ning Fengzi with his blue eyes meaningfully. If we didn't have the ability to evolve martial arts, my brother Prince and I would not let you and the teacher come here. Ning Fengzi smiled gently. Haha, of course I believe King and Xiaoshan. Qian Renxue looked at Ning Fengzi's thoughts and asked with a smile, since the teacher and his majesty saw Douluo have arrived, why don't we go to Sunset Forest now? What do you think, Uncle Jian? Ning Fengzi turned her head and asked warmly. Okay. Chen nodded knowingly. The purpose of their coming here today is to see the ice and fire eyes, so it would be in line with their wishes to go there as soon as possible. Ning Fengzi stood up slowly, put his hands behind his back, looked at Lingtian and Qian Renxue, smiled gently, and said, King, let's set off now. The four people who agreed with each other stopped wasting time and set off towards the Sunset Forest under the leadership of Chen Zin. Because of the protection of Sword Douluo, Qian Renxue did not bring any other guards, and the four of them took a carriage to the direction of Sunset Forest. Zuling is still responsible for driving the carriage. Sunset Forest is located in the hinterland of the Qian Dou Empire, very close to Qian Dou City, and it usually takes half a day to reach it. However, because the driver was Zuling, an experienced driver, and the horse was a 1,000-year-old electric horse, within an hour, a few people arrived in front of the Sunset Forest. Although the Sunset Forest is much smaller in area than the largest Star Forest, it is much wider than the Frozen Forest that I have been to before. And it's not like the Frozen Forest with its single plant species. This is a tropical forest, and the lushness of the plants is even slightly higher than that of the Star Forest. However, the number of soul beasts here is far less than that of the Star Dou Forest in terms of age and number. In addition, due to the year-round hunting by soul masters, there are not many soul beasts that can reach more than 10,000 years of cultivation. Most of them stay between 1,000 and 10,000 years a cultivation of time. However, because it is very close to Qian Dou City, most soul masters will still hunt for soul rings here. After the four people got off the carriage, Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian and asked softly, Xiaoshan, where is the ice and fire eye you mentioned in the Sunset Forest? Lingtian nodded. Although he didn't know the specific location of the ice and fire eye, according to the original plot, the ice and fire eye was located in the center of the Sunset Forest. It was a hill about 500 meters high, with green scales on the outside of the mountain. Protected by the 7 absolute flowers, most people and animals will be poisoned to death if they come near. Based on these characteristics, it is not difficult to find the target. In addition to obtaining these characteristics, Sword Douluo switched out the 7 kills sword and flew through the air to find the specific location. There are very few soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, and with title Douluo level strength, most soul beasts pose no threat to it. That's why Chen Zin made such a big show of looking for the location of the ice and fire eyes. In midair, Chen Zin turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Because he didn't know the specific location, Chen Zin kept flying at a low altitude. We also encountered many soul beasts along the way, but their quality was generally poor. Before they could react, Chen Zin passed over their heads. Soon Chen Zin reached the heart of Sunset Forest. It should be right there, hovering in midair. Looking around, I happened to see a similar looking hill. This hill is somewhat like an active volcano, but it is covered with ice on the outside, making it extremely magical. The mountain is surrounded by poisonous weeds, forming a natural poisonous miasma, and is guarded by the 7 wonders of Berlin flowers on the outside. It is basically consistent with the information provided by Lingtian point. After confirming the general direction, Chen Zin returned to everyone and said in a calm tone, "You can see it about 20 miles south from here." After determining the general direction, Ning Fengzi and Qian Renxue followed Sword Douluo forward. A quarter of an hour later, they appeared in front of the hill. "I'm afraid it's difficult to pass through these poisonous fogs." Ning Fengzi looked at the hills in front of him, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes except for Chen Zin. It was difficult for everyone present to pass through this layer of poisonous mist. Even if they avoided the poisonous weeds and flew above them, they would absorb the escaping poisonous gas. "Uncle Ning, don't worry, I have a way to deal with the poisonous gas." He was already prepared to take out 4 detoxification pills from the ring and explained softly, "These detoxification pills are specifically for the blue scale 7 dew flowers. As long as you take them, you can resist the poisonous gas here, and you can save 1 hour." After saying that, he gave 4 pills to Qian Renxue, Chen Zin and Ning Fengzi point. Although Chen Zin could resist the poisonous smoke with his own strength, he also took an antidote pill, just to be on the safe side point. After taking the detoxification pill, "You have to cross the hill point just now." Chen Zin circled around the hill, but couldn't find any way to pass through. "Xiaoshan, next, it's up to you, and my master and apprentice." Chen Zin stood with his hands behind his hands, looking up at the hills in front of him, and said in a calm tone, "Teacher, don't worry." Lingtian smiled and nodded, understanding what Chen Zin meant point. "As soon as I thought about it, the Bingji sword appeared under my feet." What appeared at this moment was the form that was integrated with the frost yearning scabbard. The entire ice blue scabbard was attached to the sword, adding a bit of mystery and harmony to the original Bingji sword point beauty point. Chen Zin immediately noticed the change in the martial spirit and asked in a deep voice, "Xiaoshan, your martial spirit, the scabbard I bought at the auction gave me a second awakening of my martial spirit." Awakening. For the second time. Good luck, Chen Zin praised softly, but didn't say anything more. Point everyone has his or her own opportunities. Even if he is Lingtian's master, he doesn't have to dig into everything. He only needs to know that the second awakening is a good thing for Lingtian. "Brother, Prince, let's go up together." Lingtian knew that it was inconvenient for Qian Renxue to reveal his martial spirit in front of Chen Zin at this moment, so he took the initiative to walk in front of her, took Rowdy, and stepped onto the Ice G sword together. Qian Renxue also naturally clasped Lingtian's palm, and the two of them flew over the hills tightly together. King and Lingtian are very close brothers. Ning Fengzi, who was witnessing this scene from the side, didn't think much. He looked at the two young figures, turned his head, and sighed with Chen Zin beside him. It's just, King seems to be able to fly, right? Looking at the backs of the two people cuddling together until they disappeared from sight, Ning Fengzi felt vaguely that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what the problem was. "I always feel that there is something wrong between the two of them. The relationship is not like that of normal brothers, but more like lovers." Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi quickly shook his head. How is this possible? Qian Renxue is his disciple. She is usually pure and kind, and would never do anything immoral such as short-sleeved shirts. The two of them are just close to each other. As for Lingtian, he was his son-in-law. It is absolutely impossible for these two people to have that kind of relationship. Ning Fengzi must have thought too much. That's right, yes. Chen Zin didn't think as much as Ning Fengzi, and nodded in agreement with his point of view. "Alright, Uncle Jian, let's hurry up and follow, lest these two children encounter any danger." Ning Fengzi retracted his thoughts, and said slowly and seriously, "According to what King and the others said, Douluo should be inside now." Chen Zin nodded slightly, and also summoned the 7 killing sword. Stepping on the spine of the 7 kills sword, holding Ning Fengzi's shoulder with one hand, the two turned into a stream of light, and flew over the hill. As the altitude continued to climb, Ning Fengzi's attention also shifted to the back of the hill. Thinking of the kilo tulip that Lingtian mentioned, Ning Fengzi couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He couldn't wait to see this fairy grass that could evolve the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Chapter 108. You can release it. Chen Zin's sword was very fast, and he soon caught up with the two of them. They flew side by side over the hills, and arrived at the valley behind. His eyes moved around taking in all the scenery in front of his eyes. The place where Lingtian and others are located is high on the four sides and low in the middle. The hill just now is the highest point of the valley, but it looks more like a hill from the outside point. The cliffs around this valley are very steep, and they all just flew down point. However, for Lingtian and Qian, the two sword cultivators, flying is a very simple matter. They only need to summon their martial souls and use special soul power skills to walk with their swords. Walking on cliffs and cliffs point flat ground point, it is different from the way Qian carries Ningfeng's point. Qian Renxue stood in front of the Bingji sword, while Lingtian half circled her waist with his hands, making it look more like they were being held in arms. "Xiaoshan, you can let go of your hand." Qian Renxue suddenly spoke. Her tone sounded calm, but the slightly red tips of her ears betrayed her already entering the valley. Lingtian's hands were still wrapped around Qian Renxue's waist, and he seemed to have no intention of letting go point. Although she had feelings for Xiaoshan, she was a little shy besides being sweet when being held in her arms in public point. Seeing that Lingtian didn't let go for a long time, Qian Renxue could only remind him, "Ah, brother, prince, I forgot." After saying that, Lingtian released his hold on Qian Renxue from his waist, but still held Qian Renxue in his right hand, with a faint smile flashing in his ice blue eyes. "Sister Zuya's waist is so soft, why didn't you notice it before?" "It's okay." Qian Renxue's face remained as usual. She let go of Lingtian's palm and stepped down from the Bingji sword with her hands behind her back, but a trace of crimson quietly appeared on her cheeks. However, Qian Renxue concealed it very well and returned to normal after a while. Something is wrong with these two children. The thoughts before this moment flashed through Ningfeng's heart again, but when he thought about the identities of Qian Renxue and Lingtian, he still felt that it was impossible. It's just that brotherly love is deep. Brotherly love is deep. Ningfeng turned her head away from the two of them and at the same time found a personal reason in her heart. Ningfeng soon put these emotions behind him and said with his signature gentle smile, "Xiaoshan, king, let's go in." "Yes, teacher." "Okay, Uncle Ning." The two of them nodded together and followed Ningfeng. Qian, on the other hand, was walking at the front of the group, surrounded by the 7 killing swords, and observing all directions with sharp eyes as a few people continued to move forward. They soon arrived at the center of the valley. A strange pool of hot springs appeared in front of everyone, half milky white, half vermilion, distributed in a Teikai shape, with clear distinctions, but not completely in the shape of Teikai yin and yang fish. In the middle of them, there was a water eye, where two different types of water appeared. The springs are converging. In the middle of the milky white spring water and the vermilion spring water, there is a strange plant growing in each. One plant is icy blue all over, with rather strange leaves, with 8 protruding angular leaves, and a strong icy aura, while the other plant is fiery red all over, emitting huge amounts of heat. Star anise. Black ice grass. Fierce apricot, Lingtian murmured in a low voice, with a look of excitement in his eyes. Then he turned his gaze to the surroundings of the ice and fire eyes. As far as the eye could see, there were densely growing and extremely prosperous medicinal herbs. There are many types of medicinal herbs, and they are growing vigorously. It is worthy of being one of the 3 major treasure basins. Not only did he discover the immortal products such as Yalxiang Kiluo, looking through autumn water dew, acacia heartbroken red and other immortal products, he also saw many precious medicinal herbs, each of which was of considerable age, and was absolutely full of medicinal effects. The other 2 medicinal materials that Lingtian was looking for were found near the ice and fire eyes as expected. Yin and snowgrass and yang 7-star flower, one on the left and one on the right, grow right near the ice spring and the fire spring. They are the plants closest to the ice and fire eyes, except for the star anise ice grass and the fiery apricot. Douluo. Bo is here. Douluo suddenly raised his head and stared into the air with half squinted eyes. "That person who is not afraid of death dares to break into the place where I live." An arrogant and angry voice sounded from the horizon, and at the same time, a green light suddenly appeared in the air, rushing towards the ice and fire eye where the 4 of them were with murderous intent. "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, a green poisonous smoke hit everyone. He acted domineeringly and made it clear that he didn't want to give Lingtian and others a chance to speak, so he would directly deal with them in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai. Lingtian turned his head and said, "Teacher, in A battle of this level, Chen Xin can only take action points. Sword Douluo had already opened his eyes, and the sharp sword energy burst out from the depths of his eyes. Don't worry, my master is here. The 7 killing sword was already in his palm, and a sharp cold light flashed in Chen Xin's eyes. Originally, she wanted to have a good chat with Douluo first, but now Douluo's aggressive attitude, as soon as they met, made Chen Xin give up the original idea of peaceful communication. Chen Xin just doesn't want to fight. He has never been afraid of a fight. Since Douluo wants to fight, I'll defeat you first. Douluo, let me meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xin's momentum erupted instantly, and a fierce sword force shot straight into the sky. Even the ice and fire eyes were affected by this momentum, and the entire lake surface rippled. The 7 killing sword turned into a silver light, and chopped up all the poisonous mist with one sword point. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xin soared into the sky, and the 7 killing sword carried a fierce sword force. He stabbed out with his sword, with a faint red color, turned into a stream of light, and shot violently at Douluo in midair. Douluo also showed no sign of weakness, and controlled the green poisonous gas to sweep towards the location of Chen Xin with lightning speed. At this moment, Chen Xin's figure did not dodge at all, and directly used the 7 kills sword to open a passage in the poisonous smoke. The soul power wrapped up the sharp sword light, and the power of the 7 kills sword was not reduced at all, and it slashed at Douluo. The monstrous sword shadows were densely packed, blocking the space where Douluo could hide. Douluo's figure kept flickering in the shadow of the sword, dodging in the small gaps. If he couldn't escape, he used his martial soul to resist. Although he was not a defensive soul master, he could still resist a few times, and then if you continue to dodge, it will look like a small boat on the vast sea, swaying in the violent wind and rain, and may be submerged by the sea at any time. Damn it, why is Sword Douluo here, with such iconic sword power and strength? Douluo certainly realized that his opponent was Kendo Chen Xin, known as the mainland's #1 offensive soul master, but at this moment, he was already riding a tiger, and was unable to get off point as a titled Douluo. He naturally would not show weakness. At the moment, he could only bear the attack of the 7 killing sword, taking every step to see if he could find an opportunity to get rid of Chen Xin, or use poison to poison him. Although Chen Xin is powerful, his reputation as the best poison master in the world is not in vain. It was just too simple for Douluo to think that he could stop the sharp edge of Kendo Chen Xin, and what he has to deal with, especially a dusty heart, at this moment. A calm voice suddenly sounded. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass. The 7 treasures have names. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul, the fourth is control, the fifth is attack, and the sixth is increase. 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, rose from Ling Feng's body, while 6 colorful rays of light enveloped Sword Douluo's body. At the same moment, the 7 killing sword moved again, flashing a faint red color, and the sword body, which was enhanced by Ling Feng's yi, moved with the wind, carrying the lightness and elegance of the wind, but also carrying a fierce killing intent. Poof! When the 7 kills sword struck, blood spurted out, and it was so bright under the sunlight. A scream rang out, and Douluo's figure was exposed from the sword shadows in the sky. He fell to the ground helplessly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He thought that with the help of his poison technique and martial soul's true body, even if he was defeated, Chen Xin wanted to defeat him. It is impossible to defeat yourself in time. But the reality is so cruel. Until he was pierced by a sword, he never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. With a bang, an old man wearing a green robe, his shoulders stained with blood, and his hair and beard green, landed directly not far from the crowd, and dust suddenly flew everywhere. At the same time, Qian Renxue pulled Lingtian, and took a few steps back, to avoid the smoke. Lingtian looked at the old man's iconic appearance, and confirmed that this person was poisoned Douluo, whose martial soul was the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. Douluo, to be honest, he didn't expect that Chen Xin, a titled Douluo, no matter how weak he was, could actually throw him down from midair with just a few moves. Looking at the deep pits on the ground, he thought that Douluo wouldn't be able to fall if he fell. But it should be fine. After all, he is a titled Douluo, and shouldn't be that weak point. At the same time, Chen Xin's figure slowly fell, and stopped not far from Lingtian and others. At the same time, the 7-killed sword returned to the palm of his hand, deterring Douluo, who was about to make a move. Ahem. Douluo coughed a few times, and slowly stood up from the ground. He looked at Chen Xin across from him with fear in his eyes. In the fight just now, he could clearly see the difference between the 2. Although he doesn't want to admit it, as both a titled Douluo, he is far from Chen Xin's opponent. Fengzi came to visit unexpectedly today. Please forgive me for offending me. Ning Fengzi walked slowly, looked at the messy Douluo, and cupped his hands, keeping a calm smile on his face, and his tone was still gentle. But this smile looked more like mockery in Douluo's eyes. Humph. Douluo snorted coldly, glanced at Ning Fengzi, and said in a strange way, "Excuse me?" The way that sect leader Ning came to the door and arranged it was really special. His Majesty just made a sudden move. Uncle Jian was forced by the situation and had no choice but to fight back. With Fengzi here, how about apologizing to Uncle Jian? Ning Fengzi still maintained a smile, took over the unpleasantness just now with 2 understatement words, and naturally put the blame on Douluo. It was all because of your sudden attack that you were injured by Sword Douluo. I don't dare to accept Sect Master Ning's apology. Douluo was not stupid and replied in a nonchalant manner forced by the situation. After the beating, why don't you pretend to be a good person and apologize here? Why didn't you say anything when you beat me before? If I had known that the person coming was Chen Xin, how could I have taken action against you? Ning Fengzi smiled indifferently and did not care about Douluo's attitude. He continued, Fengzi came here today because he has something to discuss with His Majesty Douluo. Sect Master Ning, speak directly if you have anything to say. Douluo said coldly, I want to buy some medicinal herbs from Renxue. As for the price, I will definitely not disappoint you. Ning Fengzi stopped mincing words and directly explained his purpose. Herbs, Douluo waved his sleeves, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, sneered, and said lightly, I'm sorry to disappoint Sect Master Ning. The herbs in my medicine garden are never sold to outsiders. Please ask Sect Master Ning to take your people back. Without any surprise, Douluo refused on the spot. You beat yourself up, and you still want some medicinal herbs. Go ahead and dream. If you want my herbs, I won't give them to you. Douluo, man, don't you think about it anymore? Ning Fengzi was silent for a moment and put away the smile on his face. I have considered it very clearly. If Sect Master Ning has nothing else to do, just leave here. Douluo rejected Ning Fengzi again. At the same time, I sneered in my heart, I just won't give it to you. If you have the guts, let that old guy Chen Xin kill me and take away this medicine garden. Otherwise you won't be able to take even a single herb from me today. But having said that, Douluo is secretly mobilizing his soul power. A good man never suffers immediate losses. If the Ning Feng child becomes angry and really lets Sword Douluo try to snatch it away, he will have no choice but to retreat first to avoid the sharp edge point. Although he couldn't beat Chen Xin, his speed was not much different. If he really wanted to escape, it would be difficult for fellow titled Douluo Chen Xin to catch up with him. It's best not to let him find the opportunity when the time comes. Otherwise he will definitely take revenge on the 7 treasures glazed sect. Although his poisonous gas cannot harm titled Douluo, it is a weapon that can kill enemies under titled Douluo 100% of the time. Senior Douluo, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Of course we are here with sincerity today. Seeing the stalemate in the atmosphere, Lingtian took over. Who are you? Douluo narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly as he looked at Lingtian. Wearing a long dark purple coat, wide and fluttering sleeves, a handsome figure, a face like a jade, and long eyebrows like ink. I have to admit that this kid is indeed handsome. But what Douluo cares about the most is the familiar feeling on his body. Lingtian, a disciple of the Kibao glazed sect and a disciple of Sword Douluo, has met Senior Douluo. Lingtian clasped his hands into fists and said calmly, Lingtian, Douluo Bo murmured a few words. A glint suddenly flashed across his eyes, and then he reversed his previous attitude and asked with interest, "Then tell me, what is the sincerity that makes you think it can impress me, Xiaoshan?" Qian Renxue walked to Lingtian worriedly. Douluo acted strangely, and even Ning Fengzi didn't take advantage of him, let alone her Xiaoshan. Lingtian patted the back of Qian Renxue's hand, gave her a reassuring look, turned around and said with a chuckle, "I'll help you remove the poison from your body and help your granddaughter discharge the toxins. I don't know what Lingtian's condition is. Senior Douluo, do you think you are sincere?" "What?" Douluo's expression suddenly changed, his eyes full of shock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Legendary Alchemist. Although the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor martial spirit brought him talents, it also made him suffer from toxins, but he had never told anyone about this. How did this young man know about it? "Ah, you telling the truth?" Douluo couldn't help but ask. "Of course it's true. Senior Douluo is now poisoned to the bone. It's only with the suppression of the two eyes of ice and fire, coupled with the relaxation of various genius treasures, and the suppression of title Douluo level soul power, that Senior can hold on until now point. But the genius weighing scale cannot help you for a lifetime. If you don't remove the toxins, you may not be able to sustain your previous state for long. Even if you are not poisoned to death, you will still be tortured to death by the pain caused by the backlash of the toxins. Boy, don't be alarmist." Douluo shouted sternly, his eyes flashing. "Senior, every time it is cloudy and rainy, do you experience numbness and itching in your ribs, which will gradually increase in intensity and occur once at noon and once at midnight? With your current situation, it should last for more than an hour each time. Also, every late at night, around midnight, you will experience pinprick-like tingling pains on the top of your head and in your heart. Your whole body will convulse for at least half an hour. This kind of poisonous feeling should not be said to be worse than death, but it is definitely not uncomfortable. Senior Douluo, it must be very uncomfortable to bear this kind of pain every day, right? You, how do you know?" "Yes, all correct." Moreover, Lingtian's description was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This can be said to be Douluo's biggest secret. Even his closest granddaughter doesn't know it. How can he not be surprised when it comes from Lingtian's mouth now? Could it be that this kid really has the ability to help him detoxify? Can you really detoxify? Douluo could no longer bear the shock in his heart and asked subconsciously. He had been playing drugs all his life, but he could do nothing about the poison in his body. He had made countless attempts, but all he got in exchange was greater pain. "Senior, Douluo's poison is very simple to remove. You only need to refine an antidote pill to remove it, and it will not harm your poison skills." Lingtian smiled lightly and wanted to remove the poison from Douluo's body. "It's not difficult, and it doesn't need to be as complicated as the original Tangsun point at the beginning." He was interested in alchemy and collected a lot of elixir recipes, including elixirs for treating the symptoms of Douluo, a toxin that enters the body. In fact, in the Douluo continent hundreds of thousands of years ago, alchemists were still a popular profession. It's just that as time goes by, the number of alchemists is increasing, and the number of precious medicinal materials is getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, the alchemists have no medicine to make. In addition, the alchemy techniques are very cumbersome and complicated, requiring soul masters to have extremely high talents, and it is impossible to get started without spending a lot of time. In addition, the number of medicinal materials is becoming increasingly scarce, so as time goes by, more and more soul masters give up. Alchemy. So far the alchemists have been declining day by day, and eventually disappeared in the long river of history. Although the precious medicinal materials are now growing again, no one can refine the elixir anymore, because the inheritance of alchemists has been cut off. Lingtian is probably the only alchemist on the continent today, refining elixirs? You can make elixirs. Could it be that you are an alchemist? Douluo was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with shock and a trace of doubt. Alchemist, isn't this a profession that can only be seen in ancient books? Is there really anyone who knows how to make elixirs nowadays? Thinking of this, the suspicion in Douluo's eyes deepened. Now he was a little hesitant as to whether he should believe in Lingtian or not. Because no one has ever seen an alchemist before, he doesn't know whether what Lingtian said is true or false. However, the symptoms that Lingtian saw just now all happened to him. No one knew about his own problems. I guess this kid must have some abilities. Do you want to believe this kid and give it a try? If you succeed, you will be very happy, but if you fail, you will not suffer any loss. Just when Douluo was hesitating, Yan's smile appeared in front of his eyes. After living for so long, he had already ignored life and death. It didn't matter whether he died or not, but nothing could happen to Yan. He may not care about his own life and death, but he cannot care about his granddaughter's future. Yan is just 20 years old and still has a bright future. What's more, before Yan, he had already tasted the loss of his loved ones, and he never wanted the same situation to happen to him again. When he thought of his granddaughter Yanan, Douluo took a deep breath, and his originally hesitant eyes gradually became firm. At the same time, Lingtian asked with a smile, "What is Senior Douluo thinking? If you can really get rid of the toxins on my body and Yanan's body, let alone a few herbs, what if I give you the entire medicinal garden?" Douluo stared at Lingtian and said word by word. No matter how precious a medicine garden is, it is not as valuable as his granddaughter. In addition, when he heard that Lingtian could remove Yan's snake venom, he was so excited that Douluo was so generous and gave away the entire medicine garden in one sentence. Senior Douluo is really refreshing. Lingtian smiled slightly, walked to Qian Renxue, and continued, "But in addition, Senior Douluo has to promise me one more thing. I can promise you, but the condition is that it cannot violate my principles or violate my bottom line." Douluo was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I need you to join the prince's mansion starting today." After saying that, Lingtian turned his head and looked at Qian Renxue beside him with a smile. "Join the prince's mansion?" Douluo frowned and looked at Lingtian again. It was also at this time that he noticed that the man beside Lingtian, who had been silent until now, turned out to be Zuqing, the crown prince of the Qian Dou Empire. Qian Renxue, who understood Lingtian's thoughts, looked at the red rope hanging at the collar, a pair of white and tender catkins slowly placed on her chest, and a touch of rosy flashed across her pretty face. In Zhaoshan's heart, he is indeed the most special. There is a hint of sweetness flowing in the lavender eyes. Chen Xin and Yuning Fengzi on the side also tilted their heads, with a faint smile in their eyes. With the brotherhood between Lingtian and Qian Renxue, the last condition they proposed for Qian Renxue was no surprise to them. "What do you think, Senior Douluo?" Lingtian always had a faint smile on his face. Douluo was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, "Let's change it. I'm used to being idle and don't want to interfere with the royal family's affairs." "Don't you want to get involved in the royal family's affairs?" Lingtian took a deep look at Douluo and continued to ask, "Senior Douluo, why did you help Prince Zuxing in the first place?" "That's the promise I owe him," Douluo said seriously. In the past, Zuxing did not hesitate to offend Wuhan Palace in order to save him, so Douluo made a promise to protect him. Although Douluo acts ruthlessly and does whatever he wants, he values commitments the most. As long as it is a promise he makes, he will definitely keep his word, so he will not help Qian Renxue deal with Zuxing. Lingtian was silent for a moment, turned his head, and leaned close to Qian Renxue's earlobe, and whispered, "Brother Prince, if I promise Douluo not to do anything to Zuxing, will it cause trouble to you?" "No, Zuxing is now, well, already threatened by me to remove him from his position." Qian Renxue shuddered, the tips of her ears suddenly turned red, and her voice was intermittent, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to answer calmly. She never thought of touching Zuxing. After all, he was Zhaoshan's biological father. She didn't want Zhaoshan to find out about her life story in the future, and there would be an additional layer of estrangement between the two because of Zuxing's relationship. "That's good." Lingtian chuckled and said, Today I must help the prince brother and bring this old poisonous creature under his command. Senior Dubu, Lingtian paused for a moment and said loudly, the conditions for joining the prince's mansion will not change, but for the sake of Senior Dubu, I can take a step back and promise you that I will not do anything to Prince Zuxing. Dubu. Bo's expression froze for a moment, and his expression became a little hesitant. I know that Senior Dugu values commitments, so I will take a step back for this. Lingtian looked at Dugu Bo calmly and said in a calm tone, furthermore, Senior just said that, as long as the conditions do not violate your bottom line, you will agree. Now this condition should not violate Senior's principles and bottom line, right? I promise you. A trace of struggle flashed in Dugu Bo's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and finally turned into a sigh point. After taking a deep look at Lingtian, he slowly said, but the premise is that the toxins in me and Yan'an must be completely eliminated. Dubu Bo wanted to say some more threatening words, but when he saw the 7-killing sword hovering aside, he swallowed the last words. Senior Dubu, don't worry, since I said it, I will definitely do it. Lingtian smiled confidently, then turned his head to indicate that it was Qian Renxue's turn to appear. Qian Renxue nodded gently, took 2 steps forward, clasped her hands in her fists and said, from now on, Xiaoshan and I will have to rely on Senior Dubu. His Royal Highness, you really have a good subordinate. Dubu Bo sighed and looked at Qian Renxue. Lingtian. He was silent for a moment and returned the favor with his hands. If this can remove the toxin, I will be at your disposal from now on. After a pause, Dugu Bo looked at Lingtian and continued, I have agreed to your last request. When will the detoxification pill you mentioned be fulfilled? Senior Dubu, don't worry, give me 5 days to prepare. Lingtian chuckled a few times and said, in 5 days, the prince's mansion will give you the detoxification pill you want. It takes up to a day to make an elixir, and the materials ice and fire eyes are also readily available. But it takes several days to find a suitable alchemy furnace. The alchemist's alchemy furnace cannot be used casually. For alchemists, the alchemy furnace is their weapon, which is closely related to the formation and quality of the elixir. Therefore, for an excellent alchemist, a good alchemy furnace can increase the rate of elixir formation a lot. Chapter 110 Ning FENGZHIN-039, S ambition. Also, I need to use your medicinal materials. Okay, the old man will wait for 5 days. You can use the medicinal materials here, but you pay attention to it yourself. I don't know many herbs here. Don't use it wrong. What is the danger? Remind you. Dugu said sinking. Lingtian smiled confidently and said, this is the predecessor of Dubu. If her alchemist does not even recognize her herbs, what else is qualified to be her alchemist? The first lesson to become her alchemist was to identify thousands of medicinal materials. Although the time has passed so long, the knowledge of these herbs is deeply imprinted in Lingtian's mind. As long as you see the medicinal material, you can call its name. Since your kid is sure, it's okay. The old man is gone first. Dugu waved his hands at Lingtian, turned around and walked away. There was the oppression of the 7-hearted sword, and he always couldn't help it. The Chengxin was too strong. The swords just now left him the shadow in his heart. In addition, Lingtian has promised himself to detoxify, and there is no need to stay here. Instead of being stared at by the heart, it is better to leave here, to be free. And the identity of Lingtian is a problem. But now the theory is still early. He has to investigate the decision first. This kid is really the child. Dugu Bo's face gradually became weird. If he really thought it was really father's filial piety. At this moment, in the eyes of Bing Huo. When Dugu left, Qian Renxue asked curiously, Xiaoshan, when will you become an alchemist? She suddenly became an alchemist and was curious. She remembered that when Xiaoshan was by her side, she hadn't learned something about alchemy. Is it learned in Kibao Liu Lizang? Brother. Prince want to know. Secret. Oh, brother of the prince, it's wrong. I'm wrong. Don't sting. Don't sting. These 2 children. After Ning Fengxi and Shenzhen looked at each other, they smiled helplessly. After cleaning up the Lingtian, Qian Zuxu felt refreshing and retracted the little hand on someone's waist and asked with a smile, Can Ziotian say now? Yes, of course. Lingtian hit a spirit, and then nodded quickly, say. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian with a smile, but those white and tender hands were shaking from Lingtian from time to time. Brother. Prince, you first. Let go of your hand first. Lingtian smiled with a full face, took the opportunity to hold Qian Zhu's softness, to prevent these small hands from suddenly attacking again. Huh. Qian Zhu snorted, and Lingtian shouted in white, don't hurry up. I learned these things in an ancient book. The above methods of alchemy are described in detail. Although I haven't practiced it yet, I have mastered the general process. As long as you are familiar with a few times, it is not too much to refine the elixir question. Lingtian explained softly. The matter about Bing Shen involved too much. He couldn't tell Qian Zhu. At least it was not enough. This is the secret buried in his heart. Therefore, although Lingtian does not want to deceive Qian Zhu, but now he can only compile a reason to be more credible. Thousands of Zuxu Liu Many frowned. Ancient books. Well, when I went to the Stardao Great Forest a few days ago, I went to the team of Stret College. I happened to enter the last year's relic. It should be a residence of an alchemist. I also found the ancient books there. Then, you just said to help Douluo to eliminate poison? Qian Renxue asked, a little worried. What I just said is true. Although Douluo has accumulated a lot of toxins, the use of detoxification dan can indeed be completely resolved, and the method of refining the detoxification dan is not difficult. You can buy a suitable dan furnace to refine it. Come out. Lingtian laughed. For him, alchemy is not very difficult for him. With his former alchemy experience, as long as he has medicinal materials and furnaces, it is easier to use elixir. That's good. Qian Zhu did not doubt Lingtian, and nodded and did not continue to ask. Ziotian. Qian Renxue suddenly said. Ziotian blinked and asked innocently, what's wrong, Prince brother? Ziotian, you can release my hand. Qian Renxue glanced at Lingtian, pursed his red lips, and said calmly. Ziotian has something wrong recently. I always feel that the little guy seems to have changed, but it is unclear what changes are. Brother, I forgot. Lingtian smiled, loosened the softness of Qian Zhu, but the bottom of his eyes had a proud smile. Qian Renxue poked the forehead of Lingtian and said, you okay, the prince? We should do it next. Then, Lingtian tilted his head, avoided Qian Renxue's white and tender jade finger, and walked towards Ningfeng and dust. Qian Renxue hummed. But soon converged emotions, and his complexion followed Lingtian's body as usual. Uncle. Ning, teacher, we can start. Lingtian walked in front of the two, and after a gift, he pointed to a fairy grass lane not far away. Following the direction of Lingtian's fingers, there is just a fairy grass growing here. There are only this herbal herbs around. This is a strange herb. The rhizomes and leaves below are vines and leaves. They are fine combed, but the top is a golden tulip, and the rich tulip gives people a magnificent feeling. Is it? Ningfeng. He stepped forward. His look was unstoppable. This is the fairy grass that allows Kibaolioli to evolve. Although he has never heard of the name of this fairy grass, you can feel the extraordinary temperament when you look at the appearance. At the same time, Lingtian's clear voice began to introduce the use of Kiluo. This item is called Kiluo tulip, which is graceful and luxurious. Take it, which can absorb the essence of the world. Effect. This flower cannot be swallowed. You need to suck the stamen lightly, slowly ingest the essence in the body, and then cultivate the soul force slowly, so that the medicine is all over the limbs. After listening to Lingtian's introduction, Ningfeng's eyes are more eager. Uncle. Ning waits a little. This kind of fairy grass needs to be picked in a specific way, otherwise it will be partially lost on it. Lingtian took out the special tools that had been prepared for a long time, carefully took off the Kiluo tulip, and finally put it in the jade box aside to lock its medicinal properties. Although Kiluo Jinxiang can help Wuhan evolve, it is also related to the talent of swallowers. Lingtian handed the jade box to Ningfeng, and at the same time reminded, talent? Ningfeng stunned for a moment. The first name to appear in his mind was Ning Rangrong. In terms of talent alone, Ning Rangrong, who is 9 level, is definitely the most genius disciple of Zhangman. If this Kiluo is taken for Rangrong, Will she break the boundaries of the Kibaoliuli Tower in succession? Xiaoshan, if Wuhan can really evolve, Uncle Ning owes you a humanity this time. Ning Feng pressed the thoughts in his heart. When Xiao smiled away the jade box handed over by Lingtian, whoever uses this herb, Ning Feng's he has made a decision. I look forward to the day of Kibaoliu Lizang, the day when the Jiubaoliu Lizang was changed. Lingtian smiled. Haha, then borrow your auspicious words. Ning Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and then patted Lingtian's shoulders, and laughed smoothly. Jiubaoliu Lizang, if Wuhan can really evolve, it is time to change the Kibaoliu Lizang. Just when Ning Feng's he thought of Kibaoliu Lizang's future, Lingtian had taken down, and took a few immortal grass, with daffodils of daffodils, ink jade god bamboo, chicken crown phoenix sunflower, Jinpin Zizki, Yalxiang Kilo's iron pin, sweet potato gold dragon. When the sweet potato gold dragon was collected, the silent Guzaioran specifically ordered himself to collect it, saying that it might be used in the future. But today's Guzaioran is not interested. Lingtian whispered, Leo Gu, I'm fine. Guzaioran shook his head, looking at Bing Huang's eyes sadly. He seemed to see the figure of the two partners in it. Lingtian, I went back first, maybe because I saw the buried land of the Binghuo Dragon King. I was in a bad mood, and returned to the origin of the origin without saying a few words. Leo Gu. Lingtian looked at the eyes of Binghuo in the distance, and sighed helplessly. The world knows that the two eyebrows of Binghuo are one of the three major cornucopias in Douluo mainland. Few people know the eyes of the Binghuo. Two rituals. The body of the Binghuo Shuanglang turned into a nutrient, and eventually formed the eyes of Binghuo. He didn't know how to comfort Leo Gu. He could only wait for him to adjust it himself. Xiaoshan, what is the name of this medicinal material? Just when Lingtian was about to continue collecting fairy grass, the sound of Qian Zuxu suddenly came behind him. Following the direction of Qian Yangsu's fingers, Lingtian just saw the strange medicinal material. It was a white flower that looked ordinary. The flowers had the size of a palm, like peony, no grass leaves, and a large stone was connected to the rhizome. The stone was dark. On the white flower, there are a few amazing red, and the bright red like blood looks a little thrilling. Qian Yangsu also looked at the herbs and was surprised, so he went back and asked Lingtian. It is called acacia broken bowel red. Acacia is red. Why is this name so weird? Qian Zuxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lingtian puzzled, because there is a beautiful story behind it. Speaking, Lingtian started, carefully dug the black stone below, and dug it together. Beautiful story? Qian Yangsu blinked, looking at Lingtian curiously. Chapter 111 The Sour Qian Renxue. Yeah, but I forgot about it now. I will tell the prince brother when I go back and read the ancient books. Lingtian hesitated for a moment, and finally put away the lovesickness. Oh, it's really rare. Is there something that Xiaoshan doesn't remember? A smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face, teasing Lingtian. Lingtian smiled bitterly, and touched his nose, and said helplessly, I don't want to know all the medicinal materials. There will definitely be some things I can't remember clearly. Then let's wait until Xiaoshan remembers it. Qian Renxue didn't care, smiled lightly and pinched Lingtian's cheek. Yeah. Lingtian nodded. In fact, he has always remembered the story of love sickness and heartbreak. But he can't tell Qian Renxue now. It's not that he is not confident in their relationship. It's just that the relationship between them is complicated now. They are both in the stage of secret love, and have not expressed their feelings. This kind of hazy friendship is not suitable to be proved by the love heartbroken red. When he and Qian Renxue express their feelings, then the true feelings between the two people can be represented, and it is also the best time to use love sickness red. Thinking of this, Lingtian calmed down his thoughts, and continued to collect the fairy grass. The Eye of Ice and Fire is truly one of the three cornucopias. In addition to the most famous fairy grasses, there are countless precious medicinal materials in it. This is good news for Lingtian, who is about to refine the yin and yang fortune pill. Just when Ning Fengxi and Shenzin were thinking about the future of the Kibao glazed sect, Lingtian picked a medicinal herb from nowhere, and came to the two of them again. Teacher, this is the fairy grass I found for you. With that said, Lingtian handed a snow white herb in front of Shenzin. It was completely different from the Kilo tulip, that Ningfengzi got before. When Lingtian took out the 8-petal fairyland, the three of them were surrounded by a strange fragrance. The rich orchid fragrance made people feel refreshed, and refreshed. The fragrance of flowers makes everyone feel refreshed, and they can't help but take a deep breath. In Lingtian's palm, an 8-petal orchid lies quietly, its petals trembling slightly like trembling, and its whole body is white and crystal clear, giving people a sense of purity and purity. Lingtian continued, this thing is called 8-petal fairy orchid. It is also a fairy medicinal herb. It must be packed with gold and jade. As long as it is packed in jade utensils, it will not wither for thousands of years, and will last for 100 generations. It will be with me this time. Among all the fairy herbs brought back, this one has the mildest medicinal properties, but it is the most mellow kind. It is easy to absorb, but it takes a long time. Its main function is to expel impurities from the body. I remember that the teacher left a lot of hidden wounds in the past. It can just repair the hidden wounds in the teacher's body and make your soul power stronger, the possibility of rising again. With that said, Lingtian handed the 8-petal fairy orchid to Qin Renxue. I understand your intention. A trace of relief flashed in Qin's eyes, but he stretched out his hand to push back the 8-petal fairy orchid. But my master is now a titled Douluo, and even if his soul power is improved, it is still limited. You should use this 8-petal fairy orchid yourself. Who doesn't want to achieve a breakthrough in soul power? But compared to the breakthrough in soul power, he valued Lingtian as a disciple more. He hoped that Lingtian could go further and surpass himself to reach a height that even he could only look up to from a distance. So although it is a precious fairy medicinal herb, it is enough for him to have this intention. The 8-petal fairy orchid has neutral medicinal properties and is not a fairy grass suitable for me. Lingtian shook his head and looked directly into Qin's eyes. The effectiveness of the yin-yang creation pill was far superior to that of other immortal herbs. Taking the 8-petal immortal orchid would not improve it much. Then, you can keep it for now and take it if needed later. Qin still insisted on his opinion. However, Lingtian had a firm attitude and pushed the 8-petal fairy orchid back and said, Teacher Binghuo Liangai has many fairy grasses in his eyes. Are you still worried that I can't find the fairy grass that suits me? Even so, absorbing it can also improve your soul power. Qin still rejected the 8-petal fairy orchid and returned the fairy grass to Lingtian again. Every fairy grass is a gift from God. Eating too much will be harmful and unprofitable. Lingtian shook his head and said, Ningfengzi, he said in a warm voice, Uncle Jian, Zhaoshan has said so. Just accept it. Teacher is right. This is also Zhaoshan's intention. Qian Renxue also persuaded Lingtian, Ningfengzi, and Qian Renxue kept persuading, and they all felt that Qin should accept this 8-petal fairy orchid. As a teacher, I will accept it. Under Lingtian's expectant gaze, Qin sighed secretly and finally accepted the fairy grass. Seeing Qin finally accept the 8-petal fairy orchid, Lingtian finally showed a smile. Teacher, there is no special way to eat the 8-petal fairy orchid. Just chew it and swallow it. It tastes sweet and fragrant. With your title Douluo's strength, you only need to gather your soul power and absorb all the power within it. On the side, seeing the Chengxin immortal grass given to her by Lingtian, Qian Renxue had a look of envy in her eyes, and at the same time, a sour feeling arose in her heart. She didn't really want the fairy grass, she just wanted to wait until Zhaoshan paid attention. However, Lingtian did not notice the subtle changes in Qian Renxue at this time, because his eyes were locked on the ice and fire eyes next. Only the four most important fairy grasses are left. Lingtian turned his gaze to the eye of ice and fire, where four fairy grasses of different shapes, namely the octagonal ice grass, the fiery apricot, the Yinhan snowgrass, and the Yanqua 7-star flower, were swaying in the breeze. Octagonal, black ice grass, fiery apricot Jiaoshu, Yinhan Mio snowgrass, and Yanqua 7-star flower. Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the four fairy grasses located in the Yingquan and Yanquan. Zhaoshan, be careful. Don't worry, brother prince, I will be careful. Qian Renxue, Ningfengzi, and Qin nodded and looked at Lingtian with concern. If any danger occurs, they will come to rescue point at this moment. Lingtian walked to the periphery of the ice and fire eyes yin and mio snow grass grows in cold places and is nourished by underground yin veins. It is shrouded in frost all year round, and you can feel the icy cold just by getting close to it. Yang Wakixing is exactly the opposite of Yinhan Myarksukeo. You can feel the burning heat as soon as you get close. However, these did not trouble Lingtian. The Bingji sword flashed, and the yin and snow grass and Yanghua 7-star flower were cut off from their roots one by one, picked up by the sword body, and put into the jade box. Next are the last two plants. 8. Anise ice grass, fierce apricot grass. Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the two grass jelly grass located in the center of Yingquan Yanquan. Star anise, a strange cold flower, can make the heart feel chilly and the central nervous system numb. The air conditioning within 10 meters of this grass is overwhelming, and if it stays for a little longer, it will become cold and poisonous, which cannot be cured, let alone eating it. Even being next to it will be unlucky. If you want to pick it, you must use something made of gold or iron. However, although the Bingji sword is a martial spirit, it can be removed due to its characteristics as a divine weapon. Because the soul power in the body has the ultimate ice attribute, the chi limited by the octagonal black ice grass and the spring water did not have an uncomfortable effect on Lingtian. Without stopping for too long, the Bingji sword flashed with cold light. The large white octagonal flower fell down in response and fell on the sword body. In an instant, a cold air filled the air, and the surrounding herbs were covered with a light layer of white frost. With a thought in his mind, Lingtian summoned back the Bingji sword and put the 8 aniseed black ice grass into the jade box. After collecting the octagonal black ice grass, Lingtian came to the other side of the ice and fire eyes, the center of the blazing Yangquan. This time, what he wanted to collect was the fiery apricot gyoshu. This thing only grows in hot places and can survive even in magma. All its effects are exactly the opposite of those of star anise ice grass. With a flash of cold light, the Bingji sword once again took down the fiery apricot gyoshu, and then did the same thing as before. Lingtian put it into the jade box again. After taking down 4 highly poisonous fairy grasses, the purpose of coming to the ice and fire eye was finally completed. Teacher, we can go back. After collecting a few more auxiliary materials for elixir making, the satisfied Lingtian finally stopped, turned his head, and smiled at Chenzin and others. Then, let's leave. It's the same as when entering the valley. Chenzin led Ning Fengzi, Ling Xian led Zuking, 7 kills sword and Bingji sword walked side by side. The 4 of them flew over the highest point of the valley and returned to where the carriage was parked. Your Highness, Sect Leader Ning, Your Majesty, sword Douluo, young Master Lingtian. Zulin clasped her hands and saluted the 4 of them in turn. No gift, Zhu. King turned his head and asked warmly, does the teacher want to go back to the prince's mansion with us, or does he have other arrangements? No, Ning. Fengzi stopped, smiled gently, and said, King Xiaoshan, let's say goodbye here. Kilo Tulip has been obtained, and Ning Fengzi no longer needs to travel with Qian Renxue and others. In addition, the sect now only has Bone Douluo, so he is planning to return to the sect separately. Xiaoshan, as your soul power increases, your swordsmanship cultivation should not be delayed. Although Chenzin spoke as usual, his words were full of concern for Lingtian. Teacher, don't worry, I haven't fallen behind in my swordsmanship. Lingtian said confidently. Chenzin stroked his beard gently and said with a chuckle, then next time I return to the sect, I will take the exam. Another pair of masters and apprentices were also saying goodbye. King is here. I wish you a happy journey, teacher. Qian Renxue clasped her hands in her hands and smiled. So, are you and Xiaoshan? Ning Fengzi nodded, and after giving Qian Renxue a few words, he turned his head and said, Uncle Jian, let's set off. Sword. Douluo thought, and the 7 killing sword appeared at his feet. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Fengzi quickly turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the sight of the 2 of them. Xiaoshan, let's go back to the carriage. After watching Chenzin and Ning Fengzi leave, Qian Renxue and Lingtian held hands and entered the carriage together. Zuling, let's go. Qian Renxue lowered the car curtain, and at the same time a gentle voice came from inside the car. Promise, when Qian Renxue and Lingtian sat firmly in the carriage. Zuling raised the riding whip in her hand, and the electric horse roared. The horse's hooves lightly raised fine dust, which floated lightly towards the direction of Tian Dou city, speeding up. Moving forward steadily. Chapter 112 Lingtian Hall, the Lord of the Killing Hall. Qiu. In the northernmost part of Douluo continent, underneath the border town, there is a capital city shrouded in blood, which is called the City of Killing by the world. This is the paradise of sinners and the paradise of the fallen. All soul skills cannot be used here, but soul power can be used. As the source of power, one can only survive here by relying on soul power and martial arts. And in the deepest part of the dungeon, there is a bloody abyss, and in the blood-shrouded abyss, a magnificent palace stood here. This is the most mysterious place in the entire Slaughter City, and it is a place that only the King of Slaughter is qualified to know. Other soul masters will only die if they approach without authorization. On the plaque directly above the main hall, there are 2 words written with flying dragons and phoenixes, surrounded by blood. Lingtian Palace. Here is the Killing Hall, one of the 2 main halls of Lingtian Hall. Because of its location at the bottom of the bloody abyss, its location and its concealment, no one except the God of Death and the King of Slaughter who passed through the Hell Road knew that there was this majestic hall under the capital of Slaughter. Therefore, although external forces have destroyed Lingtian Palace many times, they have never found their main palace. Only members who have joined the Lingtian Palace can enter here, and other soul masters will be killed once they approach this place. And unlike the soul masters in the Killing City, the soul masters in Lingtian Palace have mysterious passage that allows them to leave Lingtian Palace to carry out assassination missions without going through the road to hell. At this moment, inside the Killing Palace. The Lord of the Killing Palace wore a red robe, as bright as blood, with the skirt slightly open, revealing his seductive collarbones. He sat unruly on the bloody throne, slightly shaking the wine glass in his hand, and looked down from a high position. This person's name is Zuzu, and he is the current master of the Killing Palace, and underneath him was kneeling a disciple in black robe. Palace Master, there is an assassination mission that has been on the list for a while, but no one has taken it up until now. The black-robed disciple clasped his hands in his fists and lowered his head respectfully. The fear of killing the master of the palace has penetrated deep into his bones, and he does not dare to raise his head and look at the master of the palace. Oh, there was some interest in Zhu Yi's eyes, and he reached out to grab the letter handed over by the black-robed disciple. Sword. Douluo Chengxin? The 7 killing sword. Oh, I remembered it. It turned out to be Jianjin's son who assassinated his disciple Lingtian. No wonder no one took over. TSK. The 7 killing sword is not simple. When Zhu Yi first got the letter, he made a few comments with great interest. But when he saw the Lingtian martial spirit, he was suddenly startled with a calm expression, and at the same time he frowned, and a look of shock could not help but appear in his eyes. Martial spirit, Bingji and Shang. Impossible. How could it be that Lord's martial spirit? Just when Zhu Yi felt unbelievable, a voice suddenly came from his mind, making him freeze on the spot again, and then a trace of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Zhu Yi suddenly thought of something, his eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, has Snow Palace received this mission? Not yet. We took over this task first, and it hasn't been a month, so it hasn't been spread to the Snow Palace yet. The black-robed disciple said with cupped hands. Then, remove this mission, and prevent it from spreading to the Snow Palace. Zuzu looked much more relaxed, and said calmly. The black-robed disciple looked troubled and said cautiously, but Palace Master, if you give up this mission, haha. Zhu Yi sneered, glanced at the black-robed disciple, and said with a half-smile, who said you want to give up on this mission? I understand. The black-robed disciple understood, bowed and clasped his fists. Zhu Yi nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, then do it quickly, and be sure not to let the news spread to the Snow Palace. Disciple understands. After the black-robed disciple bowed, he bowed and slowly exited the hall. Immediately, Zuzu was left alone in the empty hall again. The opportunity has finally arrived. The City of Killing is right here. Ha. There was a trace of red in his eyes, and he covered his face and laughed wildly. Zuzu eyes wanton, and wild laughter echoed in the empty hall. Kibao glazed sect is located between Qian Dou City and Sunset's Forest Point, so it was about the same time as when he rushed to Qian Dou City before, and Hu Fei rushed back to Kibao glazed sect in less than half an hour. Fengzi, how is the situation? As soon as he returned to the sect's main hall, Gu Rong rushed over impatiently and asked with a solemn expression. Ning Fengzi smiled calmly. Everything went well. Huh. That's good. Gu Rong breathed a long sigh of relief and looked much more relaxed, then asked with concern. Fengzi, can that Kilo tulip really make the Kibao glazed pagoda martial spirit evolve? What? Xiaoshan said is probably true, but we have to wait until Rangrang comes back to determine whether it will be effective or not. Ning Fengzi said softly. Lingtian said before that the effect of fairy grass is related to talent point, and Ning Rangrang's innate soul power is level 9. He is a rare genius from the Kibao glazed sect in 100 years, so Ning Fengzi decided that Ning Rangrang would use this Kilo tulip to evolve his martial spirit. Since there is a chance to evolve, Ning Fengzi is willing to give it a try because he wants to see the 9 treasures glazed pagoda more than the 8 treasures glazed pagoda. At this moment, Chen Xin suddenly said, although Fengzi helped Xiaoshan this time, we are still not as precious as the Kilo tulip and the 8-petal fairy orchid. Should we? Uncle Jian, I understand what you mean. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly looked at Gu Rong and asked softly, by the way, Uncle Gu, I remember that there is an ancient alchemy furnace in the sect's treasure house. Well, that boy Ningli brought it back last time. It's of no use and has been kept in the treasure house. Gu Rong recalled it carefully for a while and nodded. That's good. Ning Fengzi nodded and said, I remember Xiaoshan said before that he wanted to refine medicine. This alchemy furnace is of no use in the treasure house, so I just sent it to Xiaoshan. Fengzi, I remember that there is another piece of snow silkworm clothing in the treasure house. Chen Xin suddenly thought of something and asked aloud. Ning Fengzi turned his head, looked at Chen Xin with a wry smile, and said, Uncle Jian, you are too attached to Xiaoshan, and you are almost emptying our 7 treasures glazed sect. Xiaoshan is my disciple, and he can be considered a member of the sect. Chen Xin turned his head and said softly, that's all. Ning Fengzi sighed, waved his hands helplessly, and said, since Uncle Jian has spoken, let's send the snow silkworm clothes and the alchemy furnace to Xiaoshan. Then he arranged for the disciples of the sect to go to the treasure house to take out the alchemy furnace and snow silkworm clothes. Sect master, everything is inside. Well, let's go down. Ning Fengzi nodded, took the storage soul guide, handed it to a sect elder on the right, and said, Elder Kwa, I would like to trouble you to go to the prince's mansion and give these 2 things to Xiaoshan. I understand. Kwa Yuan took the storage soul guide, bowed and left the sect hall. The carriage drove slowly along the path. The sun, which was originally high in the sky, now slowly sets parallel to the horizon. Zuling drove the carriage slowly and finally arrived in front of the prince's mansion. At this time, the sky was dyed blood red by the setting sun, and the pink clouds were reflected on the flowing water. The distant horizon turned purple, and the horizon seemed to be on fire. Chapter 113 Ning FENGZHIN-039 S gift asking for the moon. Half of the face of the setting sun has already submerged into the horizon. At dusk, there is a cool breeze, and the afterglow shines through the clouds and onto the green grass, forming a flickering golden spot. Your Highness. Zuling stopped the carriage and bowed respectfully to the carriage. Soon. A gentle voice came from the carriage, and then Qian Renxue and Lingtian held hands and slowly stepped out of the carriage. Xiaoshan, alchemy furnace? Qian Renxue asked. It's getting late. Let's talk about the alchemy furnace tomorrow. Lingtian raised his head, looked at the sunset on the horizon, shook his head, and said. Taking advantage of the situation, he held Qian Renxue's little hand and strolled into the prince's mansion. Your Highness, an elder from the Kibao glazed sect came half an hour ago. The guard guarding the door bent down and bowed respectfully. Where is the elder now? Qian Renxue asked in surprise. His Royal Highness is waiting in the hall of the palace. The guard replied with his hands in hand. I know. Qian Renxue nodded and led Lingtian towards the hall. She was a little curious as to why Ningfeng's he sent an elder here. At the same time, Elder Kwa was waiting for Qian Renxue in the hall. Hearing the footsteps coming from the door, Elder Kwa immediately stood up from his seat and walked to the door just in time to see Qian Renxue and Lingtian. Your Highness, Xiaoshan. Elder Kwa first saluted Qian Renxue and then said hello to Lingtian. Elder Kwa. Lingtian also greeted softly. Elder Kwa. Long time no see. Qian Renxue also smiled and nodded and asked warmly, I wonder why the elder came here this time. The sect master asked me to bring a few things to Xiaoshan. As he said that, Elder Kwa took out the storage soul guide and handed it to Lingtian, who was standing aside. Uncle, Ning gave it to me. Lingtian took the soul guide and asked in surprise. Yes. Elder Kwa twisted his beard and smiled, nodded, and said, this is something that the sect master selected from the sect's treasure house and asked me to hand it over to you. The sect's treasure house? Uncle Ning, this is. Lingtian looked at the storage soul guide in surprise. Since Xiaoshan was given by the teacher, just accept it. Qian Renxue patted Lingtian on the shoulder, walked up to Elder Kwa and said warmly, it's getting late now, and Elder Kwa has come a long way. Why not stay and rest for one night before leaving? No need. The task assigned to me by the sect master has been completed. It's time for me to return to the sect and resume my life. Elder Kwa smiled lightly and declined Qian Renxue's proposal. After bowing to Qian Renxue, he slowly left the prince's mansion. Xiaoshan, open it and take a look. What could be inside? Not only Lingtian, Qian Renxue was also curious and wanted to see what Ningfeng's he gave him. Lingtian thought, and two items appeared in front of them, a transparent ice blue alchemy tripod and an exquisite wooden box. However, together with the danding, the exquisite wooden box was eclipsed. Because the moment the alchemy cauldron appeared, Lingtian's attention was completely attracted. Xiaoshan. It seems we don't need to buy any more medicine cauldrons. Qian Renxue chuckled. Looking at the alchemy furnace, Lingtian's eyes flashed with brilliance. He took 2 steps forward and caressed the lines on it. His eyes filled with incredible joy. We meet again. Ice flame cauldron. This is the alchemy cauldron used by a master in the past, who was also a good friend of Lingtian at the time. It's a pity that when we meet again, things have changed. The old friend has passed away, leaving only a lonely tripod. The texture of this cauldron is pure and transparent. You can almost see the runes engraved on the wallpaper inside the cauldron through the outside. It has 38 soul power lines and contains surging and astonishing ice flame energy. Now it has completely converged and become extremely warm, but when activated with soul power, the mist of ice flames evaporates from the cauldron, and the aura is so strong that you can even see the fire of ice flames swimming around inside the cauldron. And this is the most rare thing about the ice flame cauldron. If you want to refine elixirs in ordinary alchemy furnaces, except for fire attribute soul masters who can use soul power to activate them, other soul masters can only use the most primitive method of soul power to refine elixirs. But the ice flame cauldron does not need to be like this, because there is a ball of ice flame sealed in the cauldron. When refining the elixir, you only need to use your soul power to activate the power of the ice flame, and you can refine the elixir through the ice flame in the alchemy furnace. And because the flame has the characteristics of ice, the danding is very stable and will not explode. It can be regarded as a fine medicinal cauldron. Although at Lingtian's level of alchemy, the alchemy furnace has little impact on him, but using it to refine the yin and yang creation elixir, the success rate this time can still be increased by half. Xiaoshan is very satisfied with this medicine cauldron. Qian Renxue noticed Lingtian's mood and said with a chuckle, well, this medicine cauldron suits me very well. As he said this, Lingtian thought and struck the cauldron with a palm. Immediately, a burst of ice blue flames rose up, and a hot airflow rose up. Even if it was 1,000 Renxue felt a heat wave coming towards her face. Good. Even though it has gone through thousands of years, the soul power lines can still be activated. Brother, Prince, I'm going to make alchemy first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lingtian picked up the Zuanbing cauldron and headed back to his room. His hands were itchy after not making elixirs for a long time, so he wanted to quickly make a pot of elixirs to try out the feeling. Xiaoshan, before Lingtian could take a step, Qian Renxue pressed his shoulders, pointed at the box on the side, and sighed helplessly. You haven't seen the contents of this box yet. Well, Lingtian touched his nose awkwardly and walked to the exquisite wooden box. I was a little excited when I saw the alchemy furnace just now, and I forgot for a moment that there was another gift given to me by Uncle Ning. Let's see. With the wealth of the Kibao glazed sect Master Ning's second gift shouldn't be too bad. Qian Renxue's tone was calm, but it sounded sour. Lingtian's mind was entirely focused on the alchemy furnace at the moment, and he opened the wooden box without much thought. Click. When you open the lid, you will see a strip of colorful silk. The bulge underneath must be covered with something. Uncover the satin with your hands, and underneath is a neatly folded robe. This is. Lingtian felt a little surprised, took out the robe from the box, shook it gently, and at that moment, the two of them moved. When the robe was unfolded, it was like a waterfall cascading down the black spring that filled the garden, with several snow-white flowers floating in it, immediately attracting the attention of Qian Renxue and Lingtian. After a moment, he came back to his senses and realized that it was a black silk robe that shone with soft water. There was a circle of delicate snow-white petals on the hem and wide sleeves. There was also a golden thread rolling around the entire robe, which made the silk robe looks both elegant and luxurious yet mysterious. The two of them looked at it carefully for a while, and then they were surprised to find that the silk robe was indistinguishable from the inside out, and the semi-yin flowers on the robe were the same when looking back and forth. Then they were shocked to find that the silk robe was completely invisible. Right down to the stitching. It looks seamless. This is no silkworm clothing. Qian Renxue came back to her senses and said the name of the robe, while her eyes kept flashing with surprise. She was quite impressed by this robe. Because of that auction, she went with Ning Fengxi. Among them, the final lot that impressed her the most was this treasured garment made of Xianshan snow silk. Sect leader Ning is really willing to give it away this time. He is even willing to give away this treasured garment. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed uncertainly, and her tone sounded a bit gritty. Sending such an expensive gift will make him want to give up. Thinking that Ning Fengxi still had thoughts about Xiaoshan, Qian Renxue felt a sense of crisis in her heart, and made up her mind that Ning Fengxi would never be allowed to come into contact with Xiaoshan again unless necessary. But one thing to say, this robe is really a good thing. The snow silk from Xianshan Mountain is a rare treasure. It is not immersed in water or fire, and cannot be stained by dust. More importantly, it is extremely flexible. Unless it is a magic weapon, it is invulnerable, and can also dissolve some soul power. Brother, Prince, if there is nothing else, I will go back to refine the medicine first. Lingtian put down his robe, picked up the alchemy cauldron again, and looked at Qian Renxue, as if to say that the gifts were all opened. Could he go to refine the medicine now? Chapter 114. Confused Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue gave Lingtian an angry look and said, "Why are you so anxious? Let's try changing into these clothes first." But before Lingtian could finish speaking, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, she grabbed the alchemy furnace arrogantly and stuffed her robe into it. Qian Renxue raised her chin proudly and hummed, "After you change your clothes, I will return the alchemy furnace to you. Otherwise, you will be here today. Don't even think about making elixirs." Before Lingtian could react, Qian Renxue's cheeks turned red. But he still relied on his excellent psychological quality to perform flawlessly in front of Lingtian. Lingtian looked at the stolen ice flame cauldron, and then at the robe, stuffed into his hands. "No, you still play like this." "Oh, I'm going to change it now." Lingtian, who couldn't resist Qian Renxue, finally agreed to change into clothes, picked up his robe, and returned to the room. What a shame. At the same time, when Lingtian closed the door, Qian Renxue, who could no longer hold back, suddenly turned her back and covered her pretty face, that instantly turned red. Even the tips of her ears were flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Why did she unconsciously act like a little daughter in front of Xiaoshan just now? Crunch. "Brother Prince, how are you?" Just when Qian Renxue was embarrassed about what had just happened, a cold voice came from behind her, and at the same time, the footsteps behind her got closer and closer. Xiaoshan. Qian Renxue turned her head in response, her purple eyes staring at Lingtian without blinking, her red lips slightly opened, and she stood there blankly, with a hint of surprise and a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes at the same time. A golden crown bundled with black silk, white hair satin fluttering on her shoulders, a long black coat, white sleeves fluttering, long eyebrows like ink, and a pair of rare blue eyes embedded in the jade face. With a slight turn, there is a unique look of its own. Stunning. Brother. Prince, can't you recognize me? Looking at Qian Renxue, who was suddenly stunned, a smile flowed from Lingtian's eyes. Why? Is it the same as before? Looking at the wrinkled collar, Qian Renxue couldn't help but give Lingtian an angry look. She stepped forward and put her hands on her shoulders, patiently smoothing out the wrinkled edges little by little. Lingtian stood silently, looking at the busy Qian Renxue, his blue eyes shining with a different kind of brilliance. Xiaoshan, this dress suits you very well. For a long time, Qian Renxue took a few steps back and carefully looked at Lingtian at this moment. Her purple eyes sparkled with amazement, and she spoke softly. A slight smile appeared on Lingtian's face, and he strolled up to Qian Renxue, deliberately saying with his tail voice, "Now, can brother prince return the ice flame cauldron to me?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and asked for the confiscated pill furnace. Ice flame cauldron? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows. Isn't the name I gave it nice? Lingtian said with a chuckle. Yeah, it sounds good. Satisfied, Qian Renxue nodded, with a bright smile on her face. At the same time, she summoned the ice flame cauldron and handed it over. Brother Prince. After Lingtian took the ice flame cauldron, he put away the smile on his face, stared at Qian Renxue with his blue eyes, and said solemnly, "The alchemy process requires a high degree of concentration. If there is nothing special, it is best, before I leave the room. Don't disturb the yin and yang creation elixir is no small matter. That's why, before refining the elixir, he asked Qian Renxue to prevent the alchemy from failing due to some trivial matters. Don't worry, Xiaoshan, I won't let anyone get close to you while you are refining the pill." Looking at Lingtian's serious look, Qian Renxue couldn't help but pinch his cheek and nodded with a gentle smile. "But you have to pay attention to the time. Don't be too late." As she said that, Qian Renxue rubbed the little guy's still soft hair out of habit. Lingtian nodded and returned to the room with the alchemy furnace in his arms. Qian Renxue's eyes followed Lingtian's back until he returned to the room and closed the door. Alas, Qian Renxue sighed. Some memories flashed through her eyes. The fleshy little dumpling in my memory gradually overlapped with a handsome young man now. Little Xianxun has really grown up. The once fleshy little dumpling is now a young man who can stand on his own. He could even help her, the prince's brother, to share her worries and recruit people. Even the eccentric Douluo was persuaded by Xiaoshan to join the prince's mansion. With a few words unknowingly, it has grown to such a height. Even in front of a titled Douluo, Xiaoshan was able to show no fear and talk and laugh with him calmly without any surprise. In fact, when she first brought Lingtian into the prince's mansion, she only regarded Xiaoshan as a talented subordinate or a tool to deal with Zuxing. However, as she spent time with Xiaoshan day and night, she had become accustomed to having an extra figure beside her, and she even felt vaguely inseparable from the little guy. Even before going to bed, I like to hold the little one in my arms. I have to say, habits are really a terrible thing. But Qian Renxue does not reject this feeling as she develops habits in Xiaoshan. After realizing that she was paying special attention to Xiaoshan, Qian Renxue raised her frost-like catkins. A rare tenderness flashed through her eyes, and at the same time, there was a trace of unnoticeable confusion. Because she remembered the question raised by Snakespear Douluo some time ago. That day was also in the dark room. She long discovered that something was not right with Her Royal Highness the Saint recently. When it comes to Lingtian, the young master who used to be calm has been in a flurry of emotions recently, and his joy, anger, sorrow, and joy are all because of that child. This made she long a little worried. Is His Highness falling in love with Lingtian? Your Highness is the granddaughter of the Grand Priest, the real future of Wuhan Palace. If he falls in love with a child of the Qian Dou royal family, he doesn't know if Qian Renxue will have something wrong with him. but he and the Ayurveda will definitely not be able to escape the blame. Looking at Qian Renxue, who was always distracted by Lingtian, she long hesitated several times and finally asked the thought-provoking question, "Young master, what kind of emotions do you have towards Lingtian, sister?" "And sister," Qian Renxue answered firmly at that time, her tone calm without any fluctuation. Her answer at that time was very firm. Because Qian Renxue herself firmly believes that the relationship between her and Xiaoshan is that of sister and brother, and there is no special emotion mixed in between them. But now that Xiaoshan is back, Qian Renxue is not as firm as before. She has wondered more than once in the past few days, what is the relationship between herself and Xiaoshan, especially when the two of them interlocked with each other the day before yesterday. Qian Renxue felt that her heart was in chaos at that moment, and she quietly developed a complicated feeling for Xiaoshan. Now ask yourself, what kind of feelings does she have for Xiaoshan? Now, do the two of them really just have a simple relationship as brother and sister? If they were just siblings, then why would she feel worried about gains and losses because of Xiaoshan? If they were just siblings, then why would she feel happy because their fingers were intertwined? If they were just siblings, then why didn't she want Lingtian and Ningran to get engaged? If they were just siblings, then why did she expect Xiaoshan to never leave her? If they were just siblings, then why did she keep looking forward to contact with Xiaoshan? Is their relationship really just that of siblings? At this moment, Qian Renxue, who originally firmly believed in this, felt a little confused as never before. In the room, Lingtian sat on the floor, took out the medicinal materials needed for the detoxification pill, and placed them in order within easy reach. The ice flame cauldron is placed right in front. Although the experience is here, I still feel a bit unskilled after not refining alchemy for a long time. In addition, the materials in the yin-yang creation pill are too precious. So even a master of alchemy like Lingtian is prepared to use the detoxification pill to feel the feel before refining the creation pill. Ice flame cauldron. I was the one who helped carve out the soul guide formation patterns back then. Touching the patterns on the cauldron's body, a flash of memory flashed through Lingtian's eyes. He also spent a lot of energy on the ice flame cauldron. It's a pity that the old friend has passed away, leaving only an empty medicine cauldron. It is also an honor for you to refine the yin-yang creation pill. With a sigh, Lingtian put away his racing thoughts and concentrated on preparing for the first alchemy in this life. Although it was just an antidote pill, and it was not difficult, Lingtian still took a serious attitude. The materials for refining the detoxification pill are very simple. There are only 5 medicinal herbs in total: licorice, honeysuckle, angelica, deer antler, and hellflower. The first step is to warm up the alchemy. Lingtian poured his soul power into the alchemy cauldron, and the ice flames that had been sealed instantly revived and continued to wander around the space in the cauldron, slowly raising the temperature in the alchemy cauldron. It wasn't until Lingtian felt a hint of heat that he calmed down his soul power and allowed the ice flame to rest quietly at the bottom of the alchemy cauldron. Next is a second step, adding medicinal ingredients, controlling the temperature of the alchemy cauldron with one hand, while grabbing medicinal materials with the other hand. The moment the first 3 coins of licorice were taken and thrown into the furnace, it was refined into a ball of green concoction, hovering in the center of the alchemy cauldron. This is both the most basic and the most important point for an alchemist. Fire control. The appropriate fire temperature must be used to extract the essence of the medicinal materials, and the essence of the medicinal liquid must not evaporate. The heat must be controlled by the alchemist's own experience. Just controlling fire has stumped a lot of alchemists. If the heat and the amount of medicine are not in place, the resulting product will not only look good, but will also be mixed with a lot of offal, resulting in substandard medicinal properties and impure elixirs. Such elixirs cannot be taken to detoxify. However, it is not difficult at all for Lingtian. He only needs to cover the medicinal materials with flames and feel its changes, and he can extract the essence of the medicinal materials. When the licorice was completely refined, Lingtian put 1 coin of honeysuckle, 6 cents of angelica root, 3 millimeters of deer antlers, and 4 teals of mingluo flowers into the alchemy cauldron one by one, and extracted their respective essences in the same way as before. The last step is the third step. Becoming a pill, Lingtian merged all the medicinal liquid into a ball and began the most critical final step, compressing the medicinal properties. To shape the elixir, the medicinal materials required for Jiduden are simple, and there are no conflicting medicinal properties among them. Therefore, Lingtian only needs to control the ice flames, completely integrate them into a whole, and finally refine an antidote pill easily. Chapter 115 Yin Yang Fortune Telling Pill. Boom. The alchemy suddenly trembled. It's done. Seeing this scene, Lingtian thought and put away his soul power detoxification pill. The pill is ready. As the ice flame slowly dissipated and returned to the cauldron, an elegant medicinal fragrance slowly spread from the cauldron, and 5 lavender pills lay quietly in the cauldron. With a thought in Lingtian's mind, 5 elixirs were wrapped in ice blue soul power, and they slowly rose up. When they reached the mouth of the cauldron, he held the 5 elixirs in his palms. The elixir is full and round in color, and its purity reaches perfect quality. That's right, I haven't refined pills for such a long time, so my technique is still familiar. A smile appeared on Lingtian's lips. Obviously he was very satisfied with the pills he refined this time. Then he took out a small white porcelain bottle and put the 5 prepared detoxification pills into it. Not bad. I thought you were joking before, but I didn't expect you are really good at elixirs. At this moment, a lazy and somewhat surprised voice sounded in my ears. It turned out to be Gu Xiaoran, who had possessed Qian Meng at some point and was lying on Lingtian's shoulder. Leo. Gu, have you recovered? Lingtian put away the medicine bottle, turned his head and said teasingly, "TCH. This uncle's adjustment ability is beyond your imagination." Gu Xiaoran folded his arms across his chest, supporting his fat body, cocking his head, and looking at Lingtian arrogantly. But there was a hint of sadness in his eyes that was hard to distinguish. But the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had both fallen long ago, and he couldn't resurrect them. Why should he dwell in grief? He might as well help Lingtian to help him return to the God Realm as soon as possible. Gu Xiaoran waved her hand, pretending to be impatient, and said, "Okay, I just came out to take a look. I'm going back now. If you have any questions, please call me." Lingtian felt warm in his heart and nodded with a smile, but he did not expose Gu Xiaoran's thoughts. This guy Leo Gu is such an arrogant person. He obviously came out because he was worried that something might go wrong while refining the elixir, but he just refused to admit it. After bidding farewell to Gu Xiaoran, Lingtian took a deep breath. Next, it's time to refine the most important elixir, the Yin and Yang creation pill. After practicing with the detoxifying pill just now, my alchemy level has not deteriorated. Now that my hand feels good, I can refine the Yin Yang creation pill in one fell swoop. With a thought, the materials for the Yin Yang creation pill appeared again. Lingtian opened the 9 jade boxes in sequence and placed the Yin and Yang creation fruit, star anise ice grass, fiery apricot, Yin Han snow grass, Yanqua 7-star flower, red Yangzhu and fire zizki, soft water 3000 leaves, and snow violet. The 8 flavored main medicine of Zhangdan Huaquanhua is placed beside you. Then he took out a bunch of auxiliary medicines used to neutralize the properties of the grass jelly. Suddenly, Lingtian was surrounded by various medicinal fragrances. Qian Renxue originally wanted to collect the remaining 4 main herbs from the royal family. However, when I looked at the ice and fire eyes again, I found that there happened to be these 4 medicinal herbs inside, so I took advantage of the situation and put them away, so I no longer had to wait to collect them from the royal family. Here we go. Adjust your mood a little and regain your energy. Lingtian once again used his soul power to communicate with the medicine cauldron, concentrating and holding his breath to carefully control the temperature of the fire. At this moment, Lingtian was completely focused, immersed in his own world, with a solemn expression, controlling the heat of the entire ice flame cauldron. In alchemy, the most important thing is to concentrate. First, put the 4 yang medicinal materials, Yanqua Qixinghua, Qiang Zuan Huozi, Li Huozing Jioshu, and Zhangdan Huaquanhua, into the alchemy cauldron at the same time, to purify and refine them into a medicinal liquid. Then, the 4 cold medicinal herbs, namely, star anise ice grass, Yanhan Mio snow grass, Raoshusan Qianai, and Yalxu violet, were put into the alchemy cauldron together. and were also purified and refined into a new medicinal liquid. Two groups of medicinal liquids with completely opposite properties are located in the alchemy cauldron with clear boundaries between the left and right. Next is the most important step in refining the yin and yang good fortune pill, which is to combine the two properties of yin and yang. At this time, neutralizing auxiliary medicinal materials are needed. Because the two medicinal liquids formed by the main medicine are in conflict with each other. One is yin and cold, and the other is yang and dry. When the two are combined, they will form a consumption, and the medicinal properties will cancel each other out. If not used properly, they will be in vain. It is wasteful, so neutral medicinal materials are needed to reconcile the medicinal properties and alleviate the conflict between them. Neutral medicinal materials such as blue Lingtian, King Minghua, dragon beard grass and dragon spirit fruit have mild medicinal properties and are most suitable for neutralizing conflict medicines. Let the yin cold transition gently to yang dryness, and let the yang dryness transition gently to yin cold. This creates a small cycle, stabilizes the medicinal properties, and retains the maximum potency, so that the medicinal liquid can be compressed and condensed into a pill shape. It is not difficult to stabilize the medicinal properties, as long as you follow the medicinal materials in the elixir, and refine it step by step. It can be easily achieved. However, after the medicinal properties are stabilized, it is difficult to retain the potency of the medicine when it is transformed into a pill form. After all, the strength of the medicine will determine the grade of the elixir after it is formed. Clang, ling. Qian waved his hand suddenly, sealed the lid of the ice flame cauldron, and at the same time, activated the flame with all his strength, raising the heat to the highest temperature. Different from the casual way of refining detoxification pills before, if you want to suppress the conflict of medicinal properties, you have to cut through the knot quickly and condense the elixir quickly, while the medicinal properties are balanced. To put it simply, it means that the liquid medicine is not noticed and fused together. The purpose of capping is to preserve the properties of the medicine and prevent it from being wasted by evaporating into the air when they are fused. The purpose of sealing during purification is to observe the degree of separation of impurities, and what is left now is pure medicinal liquid, so of course it cannot be wasted casually. Seal the medicine cauldron to increase the heat. Sealing cauldron method. This is an original alchemy technique created by Lingtian, based on his own experience. It can preserve the medicinal liquid to the greatest extent, but it would not be used unless it is a master of alchemy. Because this method can easily cause the furnace to explode or directly evaporate the precious liquid. However, since Lingtian dares to use the Ding sealing technique, it means that he must be proficient in this technique, otherwise he would not use these immortal herbs for experiments. Now, through the transparent cauldron spirit sky, I captured the moment when the yin and yang medicinal liquid completely merged. Bang. At this time, Lingtian, who was controlling the medicine cauldron, suddenly slapped his palm on the ice flame cauldron, causing a dull sound. The entire tripod shook, and the top suddenly flew up. In the medicine cauldron, the liquid medicine that has been mixed into one piece suddenly rises with a blazing glow, making it dazzling. Lingtian was not distracted by this scene. He still maintained a solemn look. At the same time, he grabbed the yin-yang creation fruit in the jade box with his right hand. Without any hesitation, he threw the fruit into the hot medicine cauldron. Wrapped in ice flames, the medicinal liquid swallows the creation fruit instantly. Lingtian, on the other hand, continued to increase the input of soul power, allowing the hot ice flames to fuse with the creation fruit as quickly as possible. Time passes little by little as the creation fruit gradually merged into the medicinal liquid. The temperature in the room became higher and higher. At this moment, inside the ice flame cauldron, a ball of blue flames was burning, and in the center, wrapped by the flames, the prototypes of two pills, one black and one white, were suspended, slowly spinning. Bursts of subtle energy fluctuations came out with a strong medicinal fragrance, floating in the air as the elixir continued to take shape. The aroma of the medicine in the room became stronger and stronger at this time. The sky outside the house was already dark, the sun had already set, and the night sky was dominated by stars unknowingly. 3 hours had passed, Since Lingtian started refining the elixir as early as half an hour ago, Qian Renxue walked out of the study, sitting alone in the pavilion in the small courtyard, watching the flickering firelight in the house, waiting for Lingtian point. Although Lingtian did not specify the specific time, Qian Renxue still sat here and waited silently. It seems that I feel something. Is this the scent? Qian Renxue suddenly looked towards Lingtian's room and at the same time took a few deep breaths. Her chest kept rising and falling, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. She smelled a refreshing fragrance of alchemy. Although she has never seen elixir refining, she has read many ancient books and knows that when she smells a fragrance of elixir, the elixir is almost ready. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't hide her joy and took two quick steps to reach the door at the same time in the room. At this moment, it is indeed as Qian Renxue expected. It has reached the final step of becoming a pill. A ray of light suddenly burst out from Lingtian's eyes, and the next moment he slapped the alchemy cauldron with 4 consecutive palms. The ice flames in the cauldron boiled again, integrating the last trace of the medicinal liquid into the elixir. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the ice flame cauldron completely returned to calm. At the same time, the glow in the cauldron gradually converged, and a refreshing and rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. Whoosh! At this time, Lingtian waved his hand. The soul power held up 2 dazzling elixirs, floating up from the ice flame cauldron. One is pure white and the other is pure black, both exuding extreme coldness and extreme heat. This is the yin and yang creation pill. After the pill is completed, it will condense into 2 pills. Although the 2 elixirs are opposite in color, there is actually no difference in their medicinal properties. It doesn't matter if ordinary soul masters eat any of them, but for soul masters with ice and fire attributes, the good fortune pill will have the effect of strengthening their attributes. Moreover, regardless of any attribute, a soul master only needs to take 1 yin yang creation pill. Taking too much will have no effect. Both of them have no impurities. The smooth surface shines brightly under the firelight. If you look more closely, you will see that the glow comes from a layer of light blue halo on the skin of the pill. This is the exclusive characteristic of the elixir refined from the ice flame cauldron. A trace of the cooled ice flame will adhere to the elixir body, forming a coating to protect the elixir, and will not have any impact on the properties of the elixir. Dansheng, looking at the 2 pills that were full and round in the palm of his hand, Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. This furnace of the most important yin-yang creation pill was finally successfully refined to perfect quality, without wasting any of the magical herbs or the medicinal properties of the yin-yang creation fruit. With a thought in his mind, Lingtian took out 2 jade boxes that had been prepared from the Phoenix ring. After putting the 2 elixirs of different colors into 2 jade boxes one after another, Lingtian was about to pat the elixir dust off his body, but found that there was no trace of smoke dust on Zhu Silkworm's clothes. It is indeed a treasure that even Ning Fengzi is attracted to, especially the characteristics of Big Hen are the most suitable for Lingtian. Lingtian stood up and was about to put away the ice flame cauldron when he suddenly stopped. At this moment, slight cracks had appeared on the transparent cauldron of the ice flame cauldron. It needs some repairs. Lingtian sighed softly and then put it into the phoenix ring, preparing to repair it with a few thousand-year-old ice marrow. Next time he returned to the far north. He is quite comfortable using the ice flame cauldron. Unless he encounters a better medicine cauldron, he will still need to use the ice flame cauldron for alchemy in the future. The detoxification pill and the yin-yang creation pill were successfully refined, and this time the goal was successfully accomplished. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Brother Prince, do you like it? At this moment, there are little stars scattered along the window edge, silently indicating that night is coming. Quietly. Opening the door, the stars twinkled. The night is as cool as water, and you can catch a handful of faint starlight, using the night as a curtain to create a poignant and mysterious feeling. Qian Renxue was already standing at the door, quietly waiting for Lingtian. Qian Renxue smiled sweetly, Her dark purple eyes particularly bright in the night sky point at this moment. In the empty courtyard, Qian Renxue's figure stood with her hands behind her hands, and the hazy moonlight shone around her, making her appear carefree and unrestrained. Brother, prince, seeing Qian Renxue shrouded in the moonlight, Lingtian froze on the spot, unable to react for a moment, and not knowing what to say. The sky is dark and the night is quiet. He originally thought that at this time, Qian Renxue would be handling government affairs in the study, or had returned to the bedroom to rest, but he did not expect that she would be waiting in front of his door. The lights in the study room had long been turned off. It seems that Qian Renxue has been waiting here for a while. Brother, prince, how long have you been waiting? After a moment of silence, Lingtian asked softly. Not long after, I smelled the fragrance of medicine. I guessed that Xiaoshan was about to finish. After staying at the door for a while, you came out. Qian Renxue took 2 steps forward, walked to Lingtian's side, and helped him tidy up his messy hair. Her movements were so skillful that she had become accustomed to it. What was the result of the alchemy? Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Lingtian smiled, and then with a thought, a delicate porcelain bottle appeared in the palm of his hand. This is the antidote pill that Douluo needs. As he spoke, Lingtian pulled out the stopper from the bottle and poured out a pill. A faint fragrance filled the space between the two of them. Is this the detoxification pill? Qian Renxue stretched out her green-white jade fingers, pinched the dark purple pill, and observed it carefully under the moonlight, with a flash of curiosity in her eyes. Is this the elixir recorded in ancient books? The color is dark, and has a faint medicinal fragrance. Other than that, it doesn't look like anything special. Yes. Lingtian nodded and said softly, although it is small, it can eradicate the toxins accumulated in Douluo's body. The legendary alchemy technique is really wonderful. Qian Renxue nodded thoughtfully. If someone else said this, Qian Renxue would definitely not believe it, but since Lingtian said this, with his personality, especially to himself, he would definitely not lie. That's why Qian Renxue was so surprised. This little, how could a pill from you have such great power? I originally thought that the records in the ancient books were a bit exaggerated, but now I see that she underestimated the path of alchemy. Hey, brother prince, these are for you. At this moment, Lingtian took out another porcelain bottle, took out 2 detoxification pills, and placed them inside, then handed them to Qian Renxue. This is Qian Renxue took the porcelain bottle and looked at Lingtian in confusion. Lingtian smiled slightly and said, 2 detoxifying pills are enough for Douluo and his granddaughter. We don't have any remaining pills, so we can use them all for the prince's brother to defend himself. Although it may not be used, it still leaves some peace of mind. Xiaoshan, don't you want to keep a few of them? Qian Renxue asked. Brother, prince, don't forget, I refined the elixir. Lingtian said with a faint smile. He refined the elixir, so he could just refine a few pills when needed. Qian Renxue thought about it carefully, and realized that Lingtian was right. He had made all the elixirs. He could refine them again if needed. However, in the end, he asked Lingtian to keep 1 pill, before collecting the rest. Stand up, brother, prince, please close your eyes. Lingtian approached Qian Renxue and said mysteriously, close your eyes. Seeing Lingtian's mysterious look, Qian Renxue immediately looked at him with interest, smiled and said, what secret does Xiaoshan have, brother, prince? Just close your eyes and you will know. A mysterious smile appeared on Lingtian's face. So mysterious? Driven by aroused curiosity, Qian Renxue closed her eyes obediently, looking forward to the surprise brought by Lingtian. With a thought in his mind, Lingtian opened his palms, and a delicate jade box appeared in his palms. Brother, prince, give me your hand, and remember not to peek. A smile flashed in Lingtian's eyes. He spread out Qian Renxue's catkins, and placed the jade box gently in his palm. Xiaoshan, can you open your eyes? Qian Renxue felt a cold object on her palm, and she was even more curious, as if there was a feather gently tickling her heart. Okay. Lingtian smiled and nodded. He stared at Qian Renxue without blinking, and the glimmer of light in his ice blue eyes kept flickering. At the same time, Qian Renxue opened her lavender eyes, looked at the jade box in her hand with gleaming eyes, and opened the lid driven by curiosity. As the lid of the box was slowly opened, a strong fragrance of elixir poured out instantly, filled the entire courtyard, and immediately spread outside. Qian Renxue's nose trembled slightly, and the strong medicinal fragrance flowed along her nose and penetrated into her body, causing her originally stable soul power to show signs of breaking through. At the same time, the seraph martial spirit in the martial spirit space fluctuated again. And it was a bit more intense than when I saw the yin yang creation fruit. After closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue suppressed the restlessness in her body and waited for her heart to regain calm before slowly opening her eyes. Qian Renxue's eyes flickered, and when she saw the good fortune pill, little ripples appeared. Xiaoshan, brother, prince, do you like it? Lingtian asked with a smile on his face before Qian Renxue finished speaking. Is this the elixir refined with the yin yang creation fruit? Qian Renxue stared at Lingtian, her purple eyes flashing continuously. Yes. Lingtian smiled and nodded, confirming Qian Renxue's suspicion. Xiaoshan, this pill is more important to you. I can't accept it. A trace of hesitation flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a determined expression, and she pushed the pill back without any hesitation. Lingtian gave the elixir to herself, which moved Qian Renxue very much. However, the effect of the yin yang creation pill is extraordinary, and it has a huge improvement in spiritual heaven. Therefore, although Qian Renxue is tempted, she will definitely not accept this pill. Lingtian's position in Qian Renxue's heart is extraordinary. She cares more about his future than the improvement of his soul power. Although Lingtian's martial spirit is at level 10 of innate full soul power, his own martial spirit is at level 20, and he needs the improvement of the creation pill more than his own Xiaoshan. In this way, Xiaoshan can go further and even walk side by side with her brother, Prince, who said there is only one good fortune pill, said. Lingtian had a smile on his face, and with a thought, another jade box appeared in his palm. In Qian Renxue's surprised eyes, she opened the jade box she had just taken out, revealing the jade white creation pill inside. The yin and yang creation pill. Yin and yang, yin and yang. There will naturally be two pills. When the pill is made into a pill, two pills with opposite colors, but the same effect will be formed in one furnace. Lingtian pointed to the good fortune pill in Qian Renxue's hand and said softly, each furnace of refining the good fortune pill will produce two identical good fortune pills. The properties of the medicine are the same. Two elixirs? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows and looked at the good luck elixir in her palm. Seeing that Qian Renxue was still a little confused, Lingtian continued to explain. Moreover, no matter what level of soul master you are, you can only take one yin yang creation pill in your life. Taking the creation pill after that will not have any effect. So, brother prince, can you accept this elixir now? Lingtian smiled slightly and pushed the jade box back. Xiaoshan, thank you. Lingtian said that he had accepted the offer, and Qian Renxue would be hypocritical and deliberate if she didn't accept it. So after hesitating for a moment, she bit her red lips and accepted the jade box. Brother, prince, do you need to be so polite to me? Lingtian looked at her faintly, as if he was very dissatisfied with her attitude. Qian Renxue laughed dumbly and rubbed Lingtian's little face with a smile. Xiaoshan has grown up, and she has begun to educate me, brother prince. Lingtian slapped the catkins on his face, dissatisfied. Don't be unhappy. Brother prince is wrong. Qian Renxue rubbed Lingtian's head and said with doting eyes, otherwise, how about I agree to Xiaoshan's request? Brother prince, is he true to his word? Lingtian's icy blue eyes turned, and he asked with a half smile, certainly. Qian Renxue saw that Lingtian seemed to be a little moved, and immediately patted her chest to reassure herself. Brother prince, please remember that you owe me a condition. Lingtian Rao looked at Qian Renxue thoughtfully, with a hint of smile hidden in his ice blue eyes. Okay. Qian Renxue happily agreed to Lingtian's conditions without noticing anything wrong. After a moment of silence, Lingtian put away his smile and said softly, brother prince, I'm going to take the good fortune pill now. Take it now. After pondering for a moment, Qian Renxue nodded and said with a faint smile, okay, go to the study to absorb it. I will be by your side to protect you. Yes. Lingtian nodded, intertwined his fingers, and walked into the study. Crunch, the door is closed. Qian Renxue took out a futon from the cabinet and placed it in the center of the room where she could see it when she looked up when dealing with government affairs. Xiaoshan, just sit here and absorb it. I will protect you. Qian Renxue said warmly. Well, please leave it to the prince, brother. Lingtian nodded, gently let go of Qian Renxue, and sat cross-legged on the prepared futon. Then he flipped his wrist, and the jade box appeared in his palm. He took out the good fortune pill placed inside, and swallowed it in one gulp according to the method recorded in the ancient books. Then he closed his eyes, and began to pull the soul power, and absorb the energy in the pill. I have to say, that the taste of yin-yang creation pill is surprisingly good. Sweet and fragrant, making people salivate in the back of the tongue. The power of the medicine was quickly converted into extremely cold and hot energy, which quickly flowed to Lingtian's limbs and bones, continuously absorbing the energy of the medicine and exuding mysterious aura one after another. Chapter 117 Iron-039, M fine, Iron-039, M fine. These two extremely cold and extremely thermal energy are never uncomfortable in the body. However, although the taste is uncomfortable, the alternation of cold and heat can better exercise and will, and can enhance the body and spirit of the users. And because it contains 4 fairy grass and the medicinal power of yin and yang, although it does not have the help of the eyes of the ice and fire, the actual effect is more stronger than that of Tang San's eyes and the eyes of Bing Huo at the same time. In the martial arts space, the Bingjian and Yunshan sheath exudes a very dazzling blue light, which shows the whole martial arts space clear and translucent. Because the Bingjian sword was in the realm of God, the damage was the most serious, and most of the energy was absorbed by the Bingjian sword. Over time, a few blood red cracks were left, and the energy was gradually recovered. Under the scouring of energy. In this way, under the energy of yin and yang, the medicine power is divided into 2, so that the body and the martial arts soul are improved, and the body gradually becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, the Bingjian sword is gradually recovering the past. At this time, Qian Renxue leaned over the table and carefully handled the champion of the court. The room was quiet, and could only hear the sound of rustling. From time to time, she looked up at Lingtian, and the emotions of instant irritability and tiredness dissipated. At this time, a sweet smile appeared on the snowy face, mixed with sweetness, releasing a trace of charm that did not match the gender, and then the smile faded, leaned over to handle complicated government affairs. But at this moment Lingtian has no eye blessing. Over the passage of time, Lingtian still has no signs of awakening. The next morning, early morning. Chuang gradually became born, and the morning light opened the curtain, and with freshness, it came to the world. The sky was wandering, and the sky, sprinkled softly on all things, don't have a pleasing feeling. So long, why haven't Xiaoshan wake up yet? Qian Renxue lowered his head slightly, reached out and supported his chin, thought about it for a moment, looked at Lingtian, who was meditating with a crossed knee, and a touch of softness flashed in his eyes at this moment. Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes, and the fine light in the eyes flickered. Bing Yan. When the mind moves, the Bing Yan sword appears in the palm. Lingtian suddenly held the Bingjian sword, slashing out of the sword, and the extremely sharp tear sound came from the air, and the air broke the air. This sword is afraid that the speed has already exceeded the speed of sound, and the strength must be at least 10,000 pounds. Lingtian's mouth was slightly evolved. Bing, the Bingai sword seems to have fully recovered. My body has improved a lot. The defense power greatly enhanced, and the effect of taking the ice and fire body of the grass is almost the same. Before, he was worried that the 2 fairy grass became a elixir. Would he waste the characteristics of their practitioners? Now it seems that they are worried that they are superfluous this time. Not only has the physical enhancement, but the spiritual power is also improved. The space is more than doubled than the original. And what surprises Lingtian is that Bing Yan has basically recovered. The crack left by Shura's divine power is more like the sword body, adding a little mysterious to the Bingjian sword. All the cracks on the ice sword have been repaired. The sword body flashes with dazzling light, which is almost the same as the memory. At the same time, because of the reasons of the creation of Dan, the sword body is covered with a layer of light blue halo. This layer of halo seems to have a special ability, but Lingtian has nothing to discover now. In addition to these improvements, Lingtian's soul power has also been greatly improved. The original stuck in the 39th level of soul power, with the assistance of the Douluo Dali, broke through the level of 40 levels in one fell swoop, and reached level 43. In addition, Lingtian also gets the ability of fire. Because the power of the ice system is originally immune, it only gets the ability to get the fire from the Douluo Dan. This yin and yang is made of dandelion, so that Lingtian has been improved in all aspects: physical, spirit, martial arts, etc. There is no weak point, which makes up for the deficiencies of Wuhan's congenital, and will completely show the strength of the god level martial arts. After absorbing, Qian Renxue walked to Lingtian's body, and Purple Eyes stared at the teenager without blinking, with a little concern on the calm face. Well, with a lot of progress, Lingtian said. A smile appeared on his face. That's good. Qian Renxue heard the words, and smiled immediately. Looking at the little sky with confidence, full of energy, and vividly, Qian Renxue suddenly remembered the problem in the morning. I really like Xiaoshan, but he is my brother, although there is no blood relationship. Yes, I'm not a real Zuking River, and I have no blood relationship with Xiaoshan. Why can't I? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue suddenly trembled, and the cheeks were flushed. No, thousands of snow. Qian Renxue, how can you have this idea? Qian Renxue's face seemed more rosy, his eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but have the idea just now. Brother, Prince, what's wrong with you? Lingtian asked with concern. Ahem. No, nothing, just thinking about things just now. Qian Renxue coughed twice, so he waved his hand calmly, but there was still a hint of ruddy on his cheeks. But the prince, brother, why did your face flush? Did you get cold last night? Lingtian asked Raoyao to ask about the abnormalities of Qian Renxue, but only thought that it might be cold last night. No, it's okay. Qian Renxue was a little panicked at once, and quickly, little god, don't worry, I'm a bit hot. Lingtian, brother prince, you, Qian Renxue, don't worry. Lingtian, prince brother, but, Qian Renxue, I'm fine. Lingtian, brother prince, let me first talk. Qian Renxue, I'm fine. Lingtian, that creation, prince, this palace is a bit sleepy without sleeping overnight. Xiaoshan also go back to rest earlier. Let's talk about everything tomorrow. Seeing Lingtian, who still wanted to speak, Qian Renxue directly clasped Lingtian's shoulders. A pair of faint hands pushed him out of the room, and finally closed the door of the room intimately. Bang. Lingtian was in place, silent for a while, and finally came back to God. Looking at the closed door, a weird look appeared on the face of Lingtian. I am, and my sister Zuhe was closed outside the door. Why are you always locked outside the door these days? And recently, Sister Zuhe has a strange temper, becoming more and more weird and elusive. Well, I can't guess. Looking at the closed door, Lingtian sighed, but still reminded, Brother Edward, don't forget to take Zuntan. Then, he shook his head helplessly, and returned to his room. Chapter 118 Lingtian and -039, S choice. At the same time, inside the room. As soon as Lingtian left, Qian Renxue's calm state of mind could no longer be maintained. The previously suppressed emotions burst out together, and her face instantly turned rosy, pink and alluring. What's wrong with me? The jade hand moved along the hot cheek, down the snow-white neck, and finally rested on the warm jade on the chest. Feeling the warmth from the jade pendant, Qian Renxue's mood gradually returned to calm. Xiaoshan, brother, she suddenly realized that, when she recognized Xiaoshan as her younger brother, although family affection made her and Lingtian close to each other, it hindered the development of the other side. Now Qian Renxue seems to be dissatisfied. Her relationship with Lingtian is just family. Alas, with a faint sigh, Qian Renxue took out a soul guide, and the soul power surged and gradually glowed with blue light. At the same time, the mechanism under the desk was turned, and with a click, the secret door behind the bookshelf opened. After entering, the secret door closed again. Qian Renxue sat on the main seat in the secret room, playing with the jade pendant and waiting quietly. This subordinate has met the young master. At the same time, a black figure appeared in the corner of the secret room. After receiving the summons, Shilong hurried over and saluted Qian Renxue with his hands clasped in fists. What's the situation now? Qian Renxue put down her jade pendant, raised her eyes and asked calmly, everything goes well. According to our plan, Zhu Yu's body can last up to 5 years. Qilin was sent by him to suppress the rebellion and will not return to the prince's mansion in the short term. Shilong half knelt in front of Qian Renxue, said in a respectful tone, Qian. Renxue nodded with satisfaction, looking at the creation pill in his hand. A touch of tenderness flashed through his purple eyes, and then he said, Old Shi, I want to refine a pill. Please protect me. Don't worry, young master. I won't let anyone disturb you. Shilong stepped aside with a solemn expression and quietly guarded the door of the secret room. He knew that his duty was to protect Qian Renxue. If the young master wanted to talk about other things, he would just listen. If he didn't want to talk about it, he didn't need to ask. Thank you for your hard work, Shilao. Qian Renxue smiled faintly. She still likes Shilong's character more than blood pricking. At least he understands his identity and adheres to etiquette. He never asks questions about what should be said and what shouldn't be said. Qian Renxue sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the jade box, and picked up the yin-yang creation pill. At the same time, the jade hand passed across her face, as if a mask had been lifted. In an instant, the originally elegant Zhu King became the peerless beauty, Qian Renxue, who captivated the country. She has beautiful long golden hair, flawless snow white skin, a high bridge of nose, and two slender willow leaf eyebrows that add a heroic aura. Her angelic face seems to be unlike any other in the world, and her aloof and sacred aura is even more, adds a bit more temptation, because she had to concentrate on absorbing the power of the fortune pill. Qian Renxue took off her disguise. With a thought, the seraph mark on Qian Renxue's forehead lit up again, and 3 pairs of beautiful white wings appeared behind her. There was a sacred aura surrounding her body, and she had already entered the state of being possessed by a martial spirit. The next moment, Qian Renxue opened her red lips slightly and took the fortune pill. Immediately, the beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and according to Lingtian's method, he began to absorb the power in the creation pill. The sacred golden light emitted by the martial spirit made Qian Renxue even more sacred. At the same time, the shadow of the martial spirit spread its wings, with 6 white wings unfolding. An indescribable nobility and majesty slowly emerged from her body. Qian Renxue couldn't help but moan. But in an instant, she felt the swelling of her body. Her body and mental strength were also strengthened by the energy of the creation pill, and even her martial soul received a ray of energy. At the same time, 6 soul rings appeared automatically, shining brightly. Qian Renxue's seraph martial spirit is undergoing a transformation. It is becoming more and more sacred and majestic, and is also mixed with a breath as hot as fire. Time passes, day and night change. The brilliant morning sun has come to an end, and the sky is once again shrouded in bright stars. At this time, in Lingtian's room, he did not rest, but was sitting at the table, writing and drawing on the paper. There are place names written one after another on the paper. Star Forest, Far North, Death Canyon, Killing City, Howling Abyss, etc. These are all famous and dangerous places on the Douluo continent, and they are also areas that most soul masters dare not set foot in. But opportunities and crises coexist. Any place where there is a crisis always contains huge opportunities. If you can get out of these dangerous places, your strength will definitely increase a lot. Lingtian's soul power has been growing rapidly recently. The first was the return of the Yin Shuang sheath, and the second was the taking of the creation pill. The combination of the two allowed Lingtian to directly break through with his soul power, reaching the realm of the 43rd level soul sect, with the assistance of the Yin Frost sheath and the creation pill. Although Lingtian's soul power increased very quickly, the level was very pure. Not only did the soul power not appear to be inflated, it was even higher than that of ordinary soul emperors, let alone it will affect the future improvement of soul power. But Lingtian is now facing another problem. His combat awareness cannot keep up with his soul power level. Originally, the soul power level and combat consciousness should be steadily improving. Even if there is a gap, it is only 1 or 2 levels at most. and it will take a few days of adaptation to reach the same level point. However, Lingtian's improvement this time was too fast, resulting in a huge gap between the use of soul power and combat consciousness. Although his soul power has reached the realm of soul master, his fighting consciousness still remains at the original soul master stage point. He has not truly fully mastered the ability of the soul sect. So Lingtian needs a lot of fighting to gradually adapt to his current strength and truly transform the soul power in his body into combat power. Only in this way can the improvement during this period be fully absorbed. Moreover, Lingtian's time is limited now, and it is impossible to slowly polish it in the spirit fighting field. In order to continue to improve his strength, these dangerous places have become training targets. Dou Forest. No. Lingtian shook his head. The first one to be crossed out is the Dou Forest, which is more suitable for hunting soul rings than training. It won't work in the far north. Lingtian shook his head again. The second place to be crossed out is the far north. Although there is still a backup force here, it is too wasteful for the soul sect to use it. At the very least, it will have to wait for the soul emperor to use it later. As the pen tip continued to slide, one location after another was eliminated by Lingtian, and soon a whole piece of paper was filled with place names, and only Death Canyon and the City of Killing were left. These are the only two places left. After marking the last two locations, Lingtian began to meditate. As he thought, the pen tip kept turning between the Killing City and Death Canyon. Death Canyon, the capital of killing. Lingtian, who was undecided, frowned and turned his pen, muttering in a low voice hesitantly. Both locations are good places for experience. In terms of simply improving the strength, the Killing City is more appropriate, but that is the territory of God Shura. Thinking of this, Lingtian was in trouble and didn't know how to make a choice. At the same time, Qian was lying on Lingtian's shoulder, squinting at the location below, and asked, "Can't make up your mind about these two places? Well, what suggestions do you have?" Lingtian turned his head and asked with some expectation. "No." Qian spread his paws, shook his head simply, and said, "I don't know the distribution of Douluo continent. What good suggestions can I have? Then, what's the use of you?" Lingtian rolled his eyes at Qian. "So, I need you to explain it to me." Qian looked at Lingtian sideways, like he was an idiot. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you tell me?" "Okay, my bad." Lingtian sighed helplessly. He had no intention of arguing with Qian now, so he took a piece of white paper and explained it seriously. Death Canyon. As soon as you hear the name, it is inseparable from death. The canyon is full of poison, dark and cold, and is much wider than ordinary mountains. It is full of dangers and full of death, and you may die here at any time. The City of Killing, a paradise for the fallen, a gathering place for bloodthirsty madmen. The currency of circulation here is blood. Fighting occurs all the time in the city. In order to survive, they can only fight continuously. Here, only the dead can stop fighting. Is there any problem in the Killing City? Qian half closed his eyes and looked at Lingtian and asked slowly. After a moment of silence, Lingtian said in a deep voice, "That is the inheritance place of God Shura." Shura's inheritance place. Hearing Lingtian's concerns, a trace of surprise flashed in Qian's eyes. "It's true that even on the narrow road here, we can meet that guy's inheritance place. So, it's because of that guy Shura that you are hesitant about the position of training?" Seeing the hesitation in Lingtian's eyes, Qian's golden eyes narrowed slightly, and a look of understanding flashed through his eyes. "That's right." Lingtian nodded solemnly. This was where he hesitated. Based on the indirect questioning of Qian these days, Lingtian has guessed that the person who caused his downfall in the God Realm should be God Shura, one of the law enforcers in the God Realm. He was worried that, if he went to the Killing City to practice, his identity would be exposed, and he would be trapped in a trap. If that's the case, you don't have to worry about it then. Although that guy Shura is not very good, he is still a God King after all. Qian chuckled lightly, crossed his arms, and said in a calm tone, "The City of Killing is just one of the many inheritances he left behind. There are so many suitable continents in the universe, and he doesn't have time to manage every inheritance point in this place. The most that can be done is to leave a spiritual will to select the inheritors. But if Shenlan notices me, then we will be really in trouble. This is what Lingtian is most worried about. If you are noticed by God Shura, let alone return to the God realm, whether you can survive or not is a question. Don't you still have me? Go. Xiaoran curled her lips and said proudly, I'm the original true spirit. It is not difficult to isolate an ordinary divine thought. Let him isolate the spiritual thoughts and nothing can be transmitted back. No matter how powerful Shura God is, he would never have thought that his spiritual thoughts would be blocked. By the time he reacts, Lingtian will probably have already reached the God realm. Chapter 119. The subordinates are loyal to the young master, and the hatred between you and God Shura is destined to never end. Go. Xiaoran paused, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. He looked at Lingtian and said word by word, if even the spiritual thoughts left in the killing city and the small trial places can let you if you are timid, then even if you can really return to the God realm in the future, even if you have power that is not weaker than Shura, will you really have the courage to fight God Shura? You're right, it's just a divine thought. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Lingtian's face, the low hesitation in his eyes disappeared, and the confident and bright light flowed in them again. It's not like the real Shura God, there's really nothing to fear. What about Shura's divine thoughts? This time, he just wants to have a try in the killing city. Even if he was finally noticed by Shura divine mind, there was nothing he could do to him with Lao Gu around. That's right. Looking at Lingtian, who was full of energy and confidence, Xiaoran nodded with satisfaction. A touch of relief flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was the ice god he knew. This is the spiritual heaven that he wants to protect, even if he splits the true spirit. Old, ancient. Just when Lingtian was about to say something, he suddenly felt something in his heart and summoned the Bingji sword. At the same time, he closed his eyes tightly, as if he was comprehending something. Clang. Lingtian opened his eyes as sharp as swords. The original trouble suddenly became clear, and the sharp sword intent came out of his body. Every swordsman has a different understanding of the art of swordsmanship, so the sword intention is also all kinds of strange. Lingtian's sword intention is full of sharpness and a domineering momentum that goes forward. However, this sword intention is only a prototype, and there is still a long way to go before the real intent. Brush. The next moment, Lingtian withdrew the Bingji sword, and at the same time, the sharp sword intent in his eyes gradually converged, and finally, his eyes returned to calmness again. Lingtian, is this your sword intention? A strange color flashed in Xiaoran's eyes. Yes, but it's not perfect yet. Lingtian nodded, with a hint of joy in his eyes. The soul skill of killing city cannot be used. Although the sword intention is only a preliminary understanding, it still has a considerable improvement in Lingtian's overall strength. Coupled with the improved physical condition, after taking the good fortune pill, Lingtian is full of confidence in this killing spree. Lao Gu, thank you very much this time. Lingtian said softly. This time I was able to understand the rudimentary form of the sword's intention, and Lao Gu's role was indispensable. If it weren't for his persuasion, I'm afraid it would have been a long time before I could fully understand my body. It's good to know. Xiaoran raised her head proudly and seemed to be very grateful to Lingtian. Lingtian suddenly said, what if I choose not to go? You can't. I won't misjudge you. Xiaoran raised his head, his tone full of confidence in Lingtian. You do understand me, Ling? Qian's eyebrows were raised slightly, and he couldn't help but tease. Of course. Xiaoran curled her lips arrogantly, rolled her eyes at Lingtian, and then left Qian Meng's body and returned to the consciousness space. You guy. Lingtian shook his head and smiled softly, leaning against the window and quietly looking at the bright starry sky. Its beauty, sparkle, and brightness can make people forget their worries and sorrows and enjoy the soft starlight. Qian Renxue turned her eyes and now had reached the most important step of absorbing the elixir. The golden light on Qian Renxue's body began to spread, and the sacred aura began to flow, constantly filling the entire dark room, and even gradually spreading outside. If someone discovers anything unusual, Qian Renxue's identity may be in danger of being exposed. However, with Shilong here, the golden light will not continue to spread. He raised his hand, and a semicircular soul barrier condensed in his palm. Then he threw his palm towards Qian Renxue's position. The barrier continued to expand as it flew, and soon enveloped the entire darkroom. With the barrier, all the golden light and sacred aura are blocked inside, and there is no need to worry about spreading outside the room, causing any disturbance and panic. It will not have any impact on Qian Renxue's identity. Young Master's aura is still growing stronger. Long's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Qian Renxue in amazement. With his title Douluo's strength, he could clearly sense that the momentum of Qian Renxue's martial spirit was constantly rising, and in addition, the soul power aura was also rising. Continuously increasing. The original 67th level soul power is growing rapidly. The momentum was still rising, and finally reached a certain peak, and stopped. Qian Renxue suddenly opened her eyes, and a pale golden light flashed across her eyes. Boom. The threshold of the 70 level soul saint was broken through by Qian Renxue in one fell swoop. With the breakthrough in soul power level, Qian Renxue's aura suddenly increased, becoming several times more powerful. And in addition to soul power, Qian Renxue's martial soul has also changed. The angel spirit behind him no longer had 6 wings spread out. Under the original 6 wings, a pair of brand new wings were spreading, and at the same time, a powerful and sacred aura was released like a tide. The potential of an angel spirit depends on the number of wings. The more wings behind it, the higher its potential. When the wings reach 6 wings, it has reached the category of God level. If it reaches the highest level of 12 wings, it has reached the level of God King. Therefore, Qian Renxue's current 8-winged angel has already broken through the category of God level. At the same time, the angel mark between the eyebrows also changed. The original 6-winged angel became an 8-winged angel, with a trace of flame wrapped around it. But the 8 wings that were originally as white as snow are now stained with golden red at the ends of the feathers, and every time the wings flap, they can bring out a wisp of golden red flames. Yin Yang good fortune pill is indeed a legendary pill. Not only does it allow the seraphim to evolve into the 8-winged angel, but that wisp of golden and red feathers also gives Qian Renxue's martial soul a slight chance of evolving into a seraphim. Qian Renxue breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of excitement in her eyes as she regained her composure. At the same time, the shadow of the angel behind him also slowly dissipated. As he exited the state of possession by the martial spirit, the hot sacred aura and golden light also converged again. I'm really grateful to Ocean this time. The Yin Yang creation pill not only allowed the soul power to break through the soul emperor and reach the soul saint realm in one fell swoop, but the martial soul also broke through the upper limit of the divine level and reached the 8-winged angel. And because of the improvement in the quality of the fire attribute of the martial soul, there is a possibility of evolving into a seraph. Boom. Qian Renxue waved her hand, and a ball of hot golden flame glanced at the cabinet not far away. It just attached to the cabinet and turned into ashes in an instant. The intensity of the fire attribute is no longer weaker than that of light and sacred energy. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was obviously very satisfied with her improvement this time. The angel spirit possesses 3 abilities: light, holiness, and fire. Among them, the light and sacred abilities are the strongest, and have reached the ultimate level, while the fire attribute abilities are relatively weak. After the pill is supplemented by the Yin and Yang creation pill, it has also reached the ultimate fire. Now Qian Renxue's martial soul power has been greatly improved. An 8-winged angel who has mastered the 3 powers of ultimate light, ultimate holiness, and ultimate fire. Apart from Lingtian's Ice G sword, there should be no other martial soul in the entire continent that can be as good as Qian Renxue's current martial soul. Congratulations, young master, for your breakthrough. At this moment, Shilong stepped forward with a smile on his face and congratulated him with his hands clasped in fists. Thanks. To protect Shi, otherwise I wouldn't be able to transform. Qian Renxue dispersed the flames and smiled faintly. Although her tone was modest, the joy between her brows could not be concealed. This is what I should do, Shilong said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Shileo. Qian Renxue said warmly. The Zuzu side is still monitoring Zoo Crossing. If the young master has nothing else to do, I will leave first. After saying that, Shilong bowed his hands. Mr. Shi, wait a moment, just. As Shilong was about to leave, Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something and took out an antidote pill from the ring and handed it over. Young master? Shilong asked in confusion. This is the antidote pill refined by Ziotian. It can detoxify hundreds of poisons. Qian Renxue smiled faintly, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly when she mentioned Lingtian. Remove all poisons. Shilong showed a hint of surprise on his face, and then he quickly carefully put away the elixir. I would like to thank you, young master, for the reward. These soul masters who use poison have been exposed to poison all day long, and their bodies have been corroded by toxins to some extent. The detoxification pill that can remove toxins is of course very important to them. As long as Mr. Shi is loyal to me, there will be no shortage of rewards. Qian Renxue walked up to Shilong with her hands behind her hands and said calmly, my subordinates are loyal to my young master without fail. Shilong said in a deep voice. His status in the worship hall was average, and now Qian Renxue extended an olive branch. With Qian Renxue's status in the Wuhan hall, Shilong naturally had no reason to refuse. Of course I believe in Mr. Shi's loyalty. A smile flashed across Qian Renxue's lips. She gave Shilong a deep look and said slowly, it's just, does Mr. Shi know how to tell Grandpa about the improvement of my martial soul? Young master, everything is normal in the Tian Dou Empire. Shilong lowered his head and clasped his fists and said word by word, Qian Renxue nodded with satisfaction, smiled and said, she can go down first. My subordinates resign. After Shilong bowed respectfully, he left the room in a flash. Alas, Qian Renxue, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly sighed. Ziotian, for you, I even deceived my grandfather. Qian Renxue didn't want her grandfather to pay attention to Lingtian point. Although grandpa has always been very kind to her, the promotion of martial arts is too important, and there is no guarantee that grandpa will not be moved and do something to Ziotian point. If it really happened, she wouldn't be able to stop it with her strength point. That's why Qian Renxue did not hesitate to use the detoxifying pill refined by Lingtian himself to win over Snakespear Douluo's loyalty and hide the matter for the time being. Ziotian, you are mine. Qian Renxue murmured without reason, then moved her jade hand on her face, disguised herself as Zuking again, opened the door, and left the dark room. Chapter 120 Lifetime. Time passed away in a blink of an eye. It is time for the time with Douluo. At this time, Lingtian and Qian Renxue ate breakfast together in the restaurant. However, compared with today's breakfast, it looks a lot of shabby. On the large round table, only a plate of pickles, 2 peeled eggs, and 2 drawn hot air buns. The buns are flexible and elastic, their complexions are white and shiny, and they look good to sell. I just don't know what the taste is, but Qian Renxue was very satisfied with these, with a bright smile on his face. Because these breakfasts were made by Lingtian. Qian Renxue has made up her mind at this moment. No matter what Lingtian's meal is made, she has to eat all of them at all. Brother, prince, try it. Lingtian brought the last 2 bowls of millet porridge, and he held a bun to feed Qian Renxue. As long as it is made by Ziotian, it must be delicious. Qian Renxue smiled slightly and said sincerely, ah. Subsequently, Qian Renxue's lips were slightly open and bite the buns fed by Lingtian. Lingtian put down the chopsticks. His eyes were both looking forward to and nervous. This is the first time he cooks for Qian Renxue. He feels good, but it is not clear whether he is in line with Sister Zui's appetite. The ruddy little mouth chewed slightly, and after a few seconds of taste, Qian Renxue's eyes were bright, and a surprised look flashed in the beautiful eyes. Ziotian is not bad. She originally thought about Ziotian for the first time to cook. She had to eat light no matter whether she did it or not. However, the first bite made her shine. Although it was not a mountain and sea, it was better than she speculated. Too much. Prince, how about, it's delicious. Real. Ziotian knows one by himself, said. Qian Renxue laughed and picked up chopsticks holding a bun to feed Lingtian. I tasted it myself, and Lingtian nodded. Obviously, I'm very satisfied with the results of my cooking. The buns are thin skin, and the fat, but not greasy juice is full. I didn't see it, my family, and the talent for cooking. Qian Renxue held a bun, and put it in his mouth, praising Lingtian's craftsmanship, and the beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. If Prince's brother likes it, I will do it often in the future. Lingtian held his chin with one hand, and there was a little smile on the corner of his mouth. Getting the affirmation of Qian Renxue, a sense of achievement came into being. Then, if you want Zhaoshan, give me a lifetime meal. Qian Renxue's chopsticks stopped, looking at Lingtian with a smile, moved his heart, casually stunned 2 pickles, pretending to be inadvertently asked, then, do it for a lifetime. Then, Lingtian held up a bun, and put it in the bowl, then put down the chopsticks and looked up, and looked at Qian Renxue seriously. Lingtian thought for a while, and added, as long as the prince's brother is not disgusted, how can I dislike you? Qian Renxue didn't think about it, and blurted out directly, but then realized that there was something wrong. The cheeks were reddish, and quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I mean, you are my brother. How could I be possible? How could I be possible due to you? I know. Lingtian nodded with a smile. You know it. Qian Renxue lowered his head awkwardly, transferred his attention to the bun in front of him, and diverted his attention to one by one. Yes, Lingtian pointed at the millet porridge in front of him, and he shifted the topic slightly. The elder brother of the prince tasting porridge again. This was boiled out of the good sea cucumber. Very good. Qian Renxue, who was absent-minded, nodded perfunctorily. She had no mood to taste again now. She was full of embarrassment just now. No matter how delicious it was, she couldn't eat it. Brother Prince, I like it. Lingtian also saw Qian Renxue's embarrassment, and he didn't say much. After laughing. No one was talking with Qian Renxue and Qian Renxue. The restaurant naturally quietly got quiet. Only when he heard a slight chewing sound, and the sound of swallowing, when drinking porridge. In this way, the 2 people who have their own thoughts have a quiet breakfast. The 2 who no longer chatted, they ate quickly. 2 drawn buns, after a while with 2 bowls of millet porridge, were ate to eat 2 people. Brother Prince, is it full? If it's not enough, I will go to the kitchen to prepare some snacks. Looking at the dining table, Lingtian asked softly, no need. Qian Renxue wiped his mouth, and had recovered calm. That Qian Renxue was just about to say something, but was interrupted by a hurry footsteps. I saw Zuling hurried into the hall, kneeling on the ground with one knee, holding his fists with both hands. His Royal Highness, under the crown of Douluo, waiting outside the door, saying that it was a reservation 5 days ago. Finally, here, Qian Renxue groaned for a moment, and said, bringing the lonely crowns to the front hall for a moment, the palace and Zhaoshan will pass soon. Nuo. Snowling paid a gift, and then slowly exited the hall. Lingtian walked to Qian Renxue and smiled slightly. Congratulations to the hand. Congratulations to the prince. The elder brother will be recovered. Isn't this all the credit for our Zhaoshan? Qian Renxue's eyebrows were picked, rubbing Lingtian's head with a smile, and then gone. Let's go. Don't let people wait. Lingtian stretched out a slender palm, and looked at Qian Renxue quietly. There was a hint of expectations in the bottom of the eyes. Qian Renxue had taken the creator Dan, and now it is to verify whether that legend is true or false. Looking at the palm of someone who had spread out, Qian Renxue smiled slightly, and his hands were placed on Lingtian's palm, and the 10 fingers of the 2 were buckled together again. No response. Lingtian clenched a little, and there was no response. Sure enough, is it fake? Lingtian sighed slightly, and a disappointment looked at the bottom of the eyes at the same time. Just Qian Renxue stepped forward, but he was stunned in his hand. Looking back, he found that Lingtian stayed in place. Zhaoshan, what's wrong with you? Qian Renxue Liu Mei picked up and asked, puzzled. No, nothing. Lingtian shook his head and whispered, just thinking about something just now. Let's pass it. Prince brother, legend is just a legend. Create Dunban is against the sky. How can there be that ability? Maybe just a fantasy, right? Because of the attitude of trying a try. Lingtian smiled quickly. And Qian Qian Renxue didn't take it to heart and walked out of the restaurant with Lingtian point at this time, the Bingjian sword in Wuhan space, and the 8-wing angel Wuhan. But at the moment the two were holding hands, a slight tremor occurred, but Lingtian, who had given up, did not notice this change. Point at the same time, the living room of Prince House. Douluo was sitting on a chair, and his mood continued to rise. 5 days have passed. And today you can witness Lingtian. What is said is true or false. The lonely crown was on time. A gentle voice suddenly sounded, with a kind smile on Qian Renxue's face, walking slowly with Lingtian. Old man, have seen His Royal Highness. Although Douluo usually scratched on weekdays, he also scored the situation. Now he is asking for Qian Renxue, and naturally he must converge with the usual temperament. You are just polite. Qian Renxue laughed. His Royal Highness still remembers the agreement with the old man 5 days ago. Douluo did not turn around and directly asked the detoxification and he was most concerned about. After speaking, he glanced deeply at Lingtian aside. Of course, remember. Qian Renxue smiled gently and turned his head on the side. Xiaoshan, since the lonely crown is so anxious, take the elixir out. Lingtian nodded at Qian Renxue. I took out the porcelain bottles that had been prepared and walked to Douluo and smiled and said, Douluo, predecessor, there is a detoxification dan in it. As long as you take one, you can remove the toxins on your body. Really? Can I get rid of the toxins in my body? Douluo's vibrato was excited and his eyes stared at the porcelain bottle in Lingtian's hand tightly. I don't know if the seniors are trying. Lingtian smiled slightly and passed the porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottles have been handed in front of them. Naturally, Douluo will not refuse. Pull out the plug of the bottle mouth, and immediately a faint fragrance comes. Pour out a dark purple detoxification done, but there is a hint of hesitation in the eyes of Douluo. Eat or not. Anyway, it is already poisonous, so why not believe him once? Thinking of this, Douluo's eyes showed a trace of decisiveness, swallowing his neck to understand the poison dan, and did not care about the dirtiness of the ground. The green smoke rose slowly and surrounded Douluo. This is a barrier made by Douluo with soul power. The purpose is to isolate the poisonous mist he excreted to avoid being injured by accidental vapor gas that he accidentally spreads. Brother, Prince, let's wait outside. At this time, Lingtian walked beside Qian Renxue, pointing at Douluo, who was shrouded in the poisonous smoke, and whispered, Douluo predecessors have accumulated too much toxins. At least 3 hours can be cleaned up. 3 hours? Qian Renxue raised his eyebrows. She thought that taking detoxifying dan, the toxin would be clearly understood. I didn't expect that it would take time to take this. It is at least 3 hours. It may take a longer time to get the situation with the predecessor of Douluo. Then let's go out first. Qian Renxue nodded, and then facing Zuling on the side. Zuling, I will give it to you here. Waiting for the Douluo predecessor to remove the poison. Nuo. Zuling said respectfully with his hands. Prince Mansion, backyard. Originally Qian Renxue still wanted to chat with Xiaoshan, but when I remembered the memorials in the study, I finally gave up the idea and returned to the study. Lingtian did not return to the room to rest, but honed the sword method in the courtyard. Yesterday, I realized the prototype of the sword. Today, I naturally practice, strive to enter the killing capital of the killing capital, and perfectly grasp the sword, meaning that I understand. Bing Yan. When Lingtian thought about it, Bing Yinxin appeared in the palm. Brush, holding the ice pod, the ice blue soul power, injecting it into the sinking sheath along the arms. The latter becomes a light and blends into the ice sword. Lingtian was standing in the courtyard with a sword at this moment, and the momentum became cold and frosty. When the momentum reaches the apex, Lingtian began to wave the Bingjian sword, and the blue sword light finally rose up. Sword Ruo frost and snow all over the body of Yin, who in the hands of Lingtian. Bing Yan sword showed the sword light like a mang, and the momentum of Cheng Han. The ice blue sword body dances with the arm. The sword key breaks the wind. The sword is shifted. The sword light is shining, and the shape is swimming in the court with the move. Then Lingtian suddenly had a meal. and the blue eyes stared at the rockery in the middle of the courtyard, penetrated through the void, and suddenly jumped up, like a slamming from the peak, and saw the sword light flashed. Flying stones are scattered on the ground. Point this sword. He has no additional soul power, it just cuts out with a Lingtian sword, and beheaded under the superposition of the sword point. After Lingtian was cut out of this sword, she stood up with the sword and frowned slightly. It summarized the lack of the existence of the sword just now. How to avoid these shortcomings? The sword is scattered, and there is no concentration point. Originally, I was aimed at the middle of the rockery, but when it was actually controlled, there was a offset of the offset. Although the overall difference was not much different, it was a serious problem. If in actual battles, the slightest deviation is enough to determine victory or defeat. Point. After I want to understand this, Lingtian waved the Lingtian sword again. He still selected the goal to select the rockery, summarized the last failure experience, and concentrated the spirit to cut out a sword again. Over time, the angle of the sword light shift is getting smaller and smaller. Point. Boom. Jian Guan cut out again, and still aimed at the rockery point, but this time the sword potential did not have a deviation, just hitting the point of Lingtian aiming. Point. Come. Lingtian held his right hand with his right hand, and a touch of joy appeared in the eyebrows. When Lingtian was ready to celebrate, there was suddenly a quiet voice behind him. Xiaoshan, have you said that this palace just said, no matter what you do, it is best to keep quiet, too? The prince's brother. Lingtian turned his head stiffly, looking at the expressionless face of Qian Renxue, and an embarrassing look appeared on his face. Point. He feels that now on his head, he should write a big crisis today. The weather is good. Goodbye to Prince Edward. Seeing the expression of Qian Renxue, Lingtian said calmly, and ran away, while Qian Renxue didn't respond. Point. Want to run? Haha. Qian Renxue sneered, and his body flashed at the door of the courtyard. Point. It happened to be blocked in front of Lingtian, and pressed his shoulders kindly, his eyes in kindness, and asked with a smile, little Lingtian, where do you want to go? This, me. Lingtian's eyes are like a fox, and I turn around, and finally think of a reason, quickly. Yes, the predecessors of Douluo should be fast. Let me see. At the same time, while speaking, Lingtian twisted his shoulders, and tried to break free. Point. But don't look at Qian Renxue's jade arm, slender, but the power contained in it is surprisingly great. No matter how struggling, Lingtian can't get rid of it. Chapter 121. As long as you need, I will always be there. Really? Qian Renxue asked with a smile. Of course, how could I lie to the prince brother? Lingtian blinked and said with an innocent look, real. Qian Renxue took a deep look at Lingtian, stretched out 3 slender fingers and shook them, and said slowly, but it's only half an hour now. Didn't Xiaoshan say before that senior Douluo needs at least 3 hours? Lingtian laughed twice, touched his nose awkwardly, and said, well, maybe I remembered it wrong. Oh, it turns out that Xiaoshan remembered it wrong. Qian Renxue raised her eyes, her purple eyes shimmering with light, staring at Lingtian without blinking, with a hint of a faint smile. Brother, prince, I was wrong. Seeing that he could not escape, Lingtian simply bowed his head, and admitted his mistake. Haha, it's too late now. Qian Renxue chuckled, closed the courtyard door, moved her wrists, and slowly walked towards Lingtian with a smile on her face. Brother, prince, if we have anything to say, please, don't pinch me. That's wrong. Brother prince, stop making trouble. It's so itchy. Qian Renxue ignored Lingtian's shouting at all, grabbed him into her arms, and ravaged him fiercely. After a long time, Qian Renxue breathed a long sigh of relief, and looked at Lingtian, who was sitting on the ground with a ruddy complexion, covering the soft flesh on both sides of his waist, with a resentful look in his eyes, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Clean up the courtyard, or you won't be allowed to eat at night. Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian with a smile. No. Lingtian responded weakly. At her looking at Lingtian, who looked like an angry little daughter-in-law, she couldn't help but raise her delicate hand and pinched his face again, leaving a series of crisp smiles on her face, and she returned to the room in a happy mood. Snort. Looking at Qian Renxue's leaving back, Lingtian vowed in his heart that sooner or later he would do the same thing as today, press her under him, and tickle her. How dare you tickle him? He must come back with revenge, and make Sister Zhu here beg for mercy from him. Hiss. What a cruel attack. Lingtian straightened out the messed up clothes, rubbed his waist, which was still aching, complained a few words, and walked towards the courtyard door. Crunch. Master Lingtian, the guard guarding the door said with his fists clasped. Lingtian nodded, pointed at the gravel in the courtyard, and said, you guys go in and clean up the gravel in the courtyard. Promise. Also, remember to keep quiet. Lingtian added, my subordinate understands. The two guards bowed and took orders to enter the courtyard and tidy up the courtyard with tools. Cleaning the yard. Impossible. Impossible in this life. Just called two of them point before Lingtian could be proud. Two guards hurried over in a short while. Have you finished cleaning? Lingtian asked in surprise. No. The two looked at each other, clasped their hands, lowered their heads and said, Master Lingtian, His Highness asked you to clean it yourself, and no one else needs to intervene. You must complete it alone. Lingtian was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, do you really want me to clean up the courtyard alone, Master? Lingtian, I understand. You go down. Lingtian waved his hand, looked down at the handed tool, and sighed helplessly. Point. What else can be done? Whoever made me angry. I'd better clean up the yard quickly. Point. Swish, brush, brush at the same time. In the study. Point. Qian Renxue leaned against the window, looking at Lingtian, who rushed back in despair, and hummed in her heart, I make you always make me angry. When Lingtian looked up, he happened to see Qian Renxue drop the tools in his hands, and came over. Lingtian smiled with a smile on his face, rubbed his hands and said, Brother Prince, look. Qian Renxue said expressionlessly, continue sweeping. Lingtian smiled and ran back in a hurry. Remember to clean alone. Okay. Although Qian Renxue said she wanted Lingtian to clean alone, she pushed open the door and walked slowly to his side. Brother Prince. Lingtian was stunned on the spot, looking at Qian Renxue inexplicably. Point. What is she doing out here? Did he come out specially to supervise the work? Just when Lingtian was confused, Qian Renxue took the cleaning tool from his hand. Don't get me wrong, I'm tired from reviewing the memorials, so I came out to do some activities. Although Qian Renxue said so, she helped Lingtian tidy up. Though Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue, and a touch of warmth flashed in his heart. Aren't you still cleaning up? Qian Renxue poked Lingtian's forehead and rolled her eyes at Lingtian with a bit of embarrassment. Next time, I will really leave you alone. Pack it up. Pack it up. Lingtian chuckled, rubbed his nose, and followed Qian Renxue to pack it up. Remember, this is the last time. Qian Renxue emphasized. Yeah. Lingtian nodded perfunctorily, suppressing the smile in his eyes. The mouth of the knife is like the heart of tofu. Point. Despite Qian Renxue's resolute attitude now, if there is a next time, I'm afraid it will still be like today. Saying she won't help, but her body will still be honest. Ocean. Qian Renxue suddenly made a sound, raised her head, and looked at Lingtian seriously, pursed her red lips, and said slowly, if one day you find out that I have deceived you, or I'm not me, or what will you do? Cut it off. Or, before Qian Renxue could finish speaking, Lingtian suddenly said, will Brother Prince hurt me? No. Qian Renxue said firmly without any hesitation. Point. No matter what happens, she will not hurt Lingtian, nor will she let anyone hurt Lingtian. Then, neither can I. Lingtian's sapphire-like eyes contained a gentle smile, and he said softly, it doesn't matter whether you cheat or not. I only know that the person in front of me is sincerely good to me. That's enough. Lingtian's words were like a breeze, blowing through her heart inadvertently, making Qian Renxue Fang's heart tremble, causing ripples to appear in the originally calm lake of her heart. No matter who you are the person I cherish most. Looking into those pure and sincere eyes, Qian Renxue's heartstrings were completely stirred. Without asking any more questions, she slowly walked forward and wrapped her jade arms around Lingtian. Qian Renxue rested her head on Lingtian's shoulder and whispered, you will never leave me, right? As long as you need me, I will always be there. Lingtian patted Qian Renxue's jade back and said in a calm and serious tone, Ocean, you must keep your word. Qian Renxue lowered her forehead, buried in thick ice blue hair, and her purple eyes shimmered. Certainly. Lingtian smiled slightly, surrounded Qianxu's slender waist point. Since the moment he came to Prince's mansion, his life has been bound to Qianxu, and he will never be separated forever. His Royal Highness Prince, alone. Zuling stepped into the courtyard and just wanted to say something but was shocked by the scene in front of him, looked at the two who hugged tightly together, and opened his mouth in place, and opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. His Royal Highness and Master Lingtian, they even hugged together, are they? Snowling's heart was tight, and felt that something was an extraordinary secret. Qian, Zuxu and Lingtian turned their head at the same time, staring at Zuling expressionlessly. I didn't see anything, Zhu. Ling quickly shook her head, and at the same time, covered her eyes tightly. She couldn't even care about something, and she trod out of the courtyard with her head pointed. It's over, breaking the secret of his Royal Highness and Master Lingtian. This time he was really going to be abandoned. However, nervousness is nervous. Although he was afraid of Qianxu's autumn, he couldn't stop, and began to imagine the relationship between the two. Alas, his Royal Highness and Master Lingtian did not expect that they turned out to be this relationship. No wonder his Royal Highness had never been concubine, and he always paid attention to the information of Master Lingtian. With the character of his Royal Highness, it should be active among the two, but it's a pity. So many girls like Master Lingtian outside, but I did not expect to be included in the harem by his Royal Highness. When Zuling lamented that the world was under the world, the two in the courtyard were now very embarrassing. Zhao. Shan, you can loosen it, Qian. Yangsu suddenly patted Lingtian's back with a slightly red ear tip, selling her surface to be shocked, but it was turbulent. She did not expect that she was impulsive for a while, and she would be hit by Zuling. Oh, Lingtian is as embarrassing as Qianxu. At this moment, the cheeks are slightly hot, and it doesn't matter if you hold it together, but in this warm atmosphere, it is embarrassing to be broken by someone. After the panic was separated, the two became silent again. Qianxu looked at Lingtian, Lingtian looked at Qianxu, and looked at the blue eyes and purple eyes. He panicked his head in a panic, avoiding the other person's sight. The embarrassing atmosphere made the two people do not know what to say at all, and could only keep silent. Thousands of snow, little sky, Lingtian, Prince brother. However, the two were just a little embarrassed at first, and they recovered a little calmly. Let's talk first. Qianxu whispered. Let's go and see the predecessors of Douluo first. Lingtian paused slightly, and when referring to Snowling, it was obviously heavier. Shilling just came in. It should be that Douluo Senior has recovered. If this guy suddenly appeared, the two would not be so embarrassed just now. Qian. Zuxu nodded slightly, but when he looked at Lingtian, he still thought of what happened. There was a strange feeling in his heart. Looking at the palm of Lingtian, he hesitated for a while. Qianxu still held it. His Royal Highness, Master Lingtian. Looking at the two who came out side by side, Zuling quickly stepped forward. After holding his hands with his hands, he dared not look at the two. Chapter 122 Douluo Bo and -039, S-Probe. Having just discovered the secret between the two of them, he didn't dare to touch Qian Renxue's troubles now. But there are some things that you can't hide from, even if you want to. Especially what happened just now. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Zuling. Qian Renxue suddenly said, my subordinate is here. Zuling responded quickly. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and said slowly, I remember Manager Wu told me a few days ago that their team is short of a groom. It just so happens that you are good at driving, so you can go over there for a while, Your Highness. Before Zuling could plead for her, Qian Renxue said in an unquestionable tone, that's it, you go find Manager Wu now. But His Highness's safety? Zuling still tried to struggle. Oh Qian. Renxue patted her head and looked at Zuling with deep meaning. I almost forgot that you are still the captain of the guard, Your Highness. Just when Zuling was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Qian Renxue say with a smile, in that case, leave your position and presentation to Zuqiu. I just want to give you a holiday and have a good rest. When speaking of the word rest, Qian Renxue's pronunciation was very strong. My subordinate understands. Zhu Ling wanted to say something more, but when he saw Qian Renxue's eyes, He suddenly shrank his neck, not daring to ask any more questions, who allowed himself to appear at the wrong time. Then, go down. Qian Renxue said calmly. There is no need to explain to anyone what happened between her and Lingtian. Zuling is a smart person and knows what to say and what not to say. Promise. After bowing respectfully, Zuling hurriedly left this terrible place. Qian Renxue and Lingtian did not waste any time and walked towards the reception hall. After a while, the reception hall. Qian Renxue stood in front of Douluo and chuckled. The efficacy of the detoxification pill should not disappoint Douluo, right? More than that, the power of your elixir far exceeds my expectations. Not only did it completely eliminate the toxins in my body, but it also increased my soul power from level 92 to level 93. Douluo said with emotion. He had never doubted the authenticity of the elixir before. The reason for hesitation was that he was worried that, while the antidote pill would remove toxins, it would also deplete his original soul power and even fall to the contra realm. After all his strength was related to poison. Unexpectedly, after taking the detoxification pill, my soul power did not decrease. Instead, with the help of the energy left by the detoxification of toxins, he was able to break through the original limitations of his soul power in one fell swoop. This was truly an unexpected surprise for Douluo, who had reported a loss of cultivation. You must know that it is difficult to improve the soul power of a title Douluo, and there will be a huge improvement with each level. Congratulations to Senior for your great improvement in soul power. Lingtian bowed to Douluo with a smile on his face and said with a chuckle, now that the toxins in Senior Douluo's body have been eliminated, we should be able to fulfill our original agreement, right? Don't worry, kid, I keep what I say. Douluo patted his chest and promised with certainty, but soon changed the subject, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, is it just the toxins on my granddaughter? Seniors should have experienced the efficacy of the detoxification pill. Lingtian looked at Douluo, who was still hesitant, and smiled slightly. The remaining antidote pill is enough to eliminate it. If Senior Douluo doesn't believe it, you can wait until you take it before making any plans. No, Douluo blushed and realized that what he just asked was stupid. All the stubborn poison in his body has been eliminated, not to mention a little poison in Yan'an's body. Douluo turned around and looked at Qian Renxue. After a moment of silence, he gave her the courtesy of monarch and a minister, and at the same time said slowly, Douluo, I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Although he has a withdrawn personality, he values commitment most in his life. Since he agreed to Lingtian's conditions at the beginning, now that the toxins have been removed from his body, he will naturally not do anything that violates the agreement. If you talk about joining the prince's mansion, then really join now. This is Douluo's code of conduct. As long as you make a promise, you must abide by it. Senior Douluo, there is no need to be so polite. From now on, the prince's mansion will have to rely on Senior. Qian Renxue stepped forward and cupped her hands, her voice as gentle as ever. Your Highness, don't worry. Seeing Qian Renxue's attitude, Douluo nodded with satisfaction and said equally politely, since I have joined the prince's mansion, I will naturally follow His Highness's arrangements. His Royal Highness is kind to others. Perhaps joining the prince's mansion is also a good choice. Senior Douluo is really happy. From now on, I have to ask you to take care of me in Qian Dou City. Lingtian also stepped forward at this moment and said with a chuckle to Douluo, ha ha ha. The smile on Douluo's face became even wider. He waved his hand and said cheerfully, don't worry, I still have some respect in Qian Dou City. Being complimented by Qian Renxue and Lingtian one after another, even Douluo was smiling all over his face at this moment. Your Highness, I have something, and I want to talk to your Highness alone. Looking at Lingtian, who was talking eloquently, Douluo suddenly remembered something and said seriously, alone. Qian Renxue frowned slightly and said, Ocean is not, brother. Prince, I'm a little tired, so I'm going to leave first. Lingtian heard Douluo's intention and did not make things difficult for Qian Renxue. He just found a reason and voluntarily left the hall. Watching Lingtian's back go away, Douluo boasted with his hands behind his back, sighed softly, and said with emotion, "His Royal Highness is surrounded by so many talents. Xiaoshan is indeed excellent." Qian Renxue slowly withdrew her gaze and said in a calm tone, "Douluo man, can you tell me now what exactly happened? Does Your Highness know the identity of this child?" Douluo suddenly asked. "Senior Douluo, what do you mean by this?" Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling wary in her heart, but she still asked calmly on the surface, "Haha. I'm just a little curious about how someone can raise such a talented and intelligent young man." Douluo chuckled lightly and asked, pretending to be careless, "Senior Douluo, I'm disappointed. Xiaoshan was an orphan since he was a child, and even the old man who adopted him passed away a few years ago." Qian Renxue paused for a moment, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "I met Xiaoshan in the Wuhan Hall of Qian Dou City. Because of his innate talent of full soul power, I took him back easily. I moved to the prince's mansion and stayed with me ever since." Orphan. Douluo suddenly realized something, and a flash of light flashed across his eyes. "This child looks a few years younger than Yanyan. I didn't expect that his life experience would be so rough." Douluo was filled with emotion, picked up the teacup, and took a sip, speaking of age. "I'm a little curious, how old is this child?" Douluo narrowed his eyes and asked casually, "I am exactly 11 years old this year." Qian Renxue had a faint smile on her lips. Lingtian. Orphan. 11 years old. The age, name, and family relationship all matched that of the child. However, at this moment, Douluo still had some doubts in his heart that had not been eliminated. Although there is no problem in terms of age, this child's martial spirit is a sword and has nothing to do with the martial spirits of those two people. You must know that even if the martial soul mutates, it will not mutate so completely. Orphan. Douluo regained his composure and continued to ask tentatively, "Hasn't Your Highness tried to help him find his family in these years?" "Of course I have looked for it, although." Qian Renxue sighed softly and said, "But Xiaoshan doesn't have any proof of identity. It's been like looking for a needle in a haystack all these years, but nothing has been gained. Isn't there some status symbol?" Douluo was stunned for a moment and asked unwillingly, "No." Qian Renxue shook her head. Hearing Qian Renxue's answer, Douluo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Without identification and the problem of martial arts, he couldn't be sure whether Lingtian was as he guessed, so naturally he couldn't tell Zuxing about it. "It's a pity." Douluo said slowly, "Yes." Qian Renxue nodded, eyes shining. She had already guessed why Douluo was so concerned about Lingtian's situation. With the relationship between Douluo and Zuxing, it was normal for him to know about that matter, but she doesn't want Lingtian's identity to be exposed, at least not yet. A moment later, in front of the prince's mansion. Without getting exact information, and because of Douluo Yan's reasons, Douluo did not stay any longer. "Please, rest assured, Your Highness, since I have promised, I will never break my promise." Douluo said seriously, "I can still trust you." Qian Renxue handed Douluo a communication soul guide, smiled warmly, and said, "I know that Senior doesn't like to be restrained, so this communication soul guide is prepared for Senior. You are not required to stay in the prince's mansion on weekdays, but if there is something urgent, Senior please arrive in time. Thank you, Your Highness." Douluo smiled and took the token. He was used to being a loner for a long time, and now it was a bit unaccustomed for him to suddenly change. Now Qian Renxue's arrangement was exactly what he wanted. "Your Highness, I will take my leave first," Douluo said with his hands clasped in fists. "Yeah." Qian Renxue nodded slightly. Then Douluo moved and quickly disappeared from Qian Renxue's sight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Zoo Crossing 039 S Revenge. Time flies by, and another week has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lingtian also found some time to obtain his own 4th soul ring. Except for the day when they hunted for the soul ring, except for going to court and reviewing memorials during the week, Qian Renxue and Lingtian spent almost every day together. They walked, admired flowers, and ate together. They lived a happy life. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Lingtian was deeply aware of this, so in this incident, I fully demonstrated my skills. Squirrel mandarin fish, Westlake vine garfish, braised pork with pickled vegetables, beggar's chicken, boiled fish, etc. A variety of Chinese delicacies emerged in endlessly, which firmly attracted Qian Renxue's taste buds. Almost every dish was praised by Qian Renxue. During this period, Qian Renxue also tried to do it several times, but ever since she ate the pitch black tomato scrambled eggs with tears in her eyes, Lingtian strictly forbade Qian Renxue from taking a step closer to the kitchen. On weekdays, in addition to cooking, Lingtian practices sword play outside the courtyard every morning. As for why he was outside the courtyard, it was because of someone's strong request. Lingtian, who had resisted many times to no avail, could only be forced to accept this unreasonable request. Outside the courtyard at this moment, Lingtian, a handsome young man wearing an elegant black robe, was practicing swordsmanship without any distractions in the courtyard. With the sword intention between his eyebrows moving, Lingtian lifted up the Bingji sword, and the sword energy was hesitating on the edge of the sword. The faint blue sword light was chaotic like rain hitting the plantains, and only blue light and shadow could be seen. The sword moves with the heart, and the hand moves with the sword. Lingtian followed his heart, and threw out several common sword postures, and unconsciously integrated the sword intention he had understood before into the sword light. All of a sudden, the sword's power changed, and a cold light suddenly appeared. Buzz, buzz. But a series of sword shadows as cold as frost and snow turned out, and the cold temperature seemed to freeze the air. Clang. The sword energy like a rainbow burst through the air. The airtight sword light revealed bursts of chill, and Lingtian seemed to feel something in his heart at this moment. Each sword seemed casual at first glance, but it was just right. With an indescribable sense of pleasure. The enlightened Lingtian put away his sword and stood up, and the chill that filled the air slowly dissipated. The sword's heart is clear, but it's still a little short of that. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. Just when he was about to experiment again, Gu Zioran's voice sounded leisurely. Lingtian, when are you going to set off? In a few days. Lingtian was slightly startled, put down the Bingji sword in his hand, and spoke slowly after a moment of silence. Can't bear to leave. Gu Zioran teased. After Lingtian was silent for a moment, he breathed at his finger and flicked it hard with his backhand, causing his head to break. But before his fingers could fall, Gu Zioran, seeing that the situation was not right, quickly returned to the original space, leaving Qian Meng with a blank look on his face to receive this blow. Qian Meng, who had never woken up before, was even more dizzy now. Qian Meng writhed on the spot for a few times before reluctantly recovering, whining, and lying on his shoulder, looking at Lingtian pitifully. My lord, why did you hit me? Lingtian helplessly comforted Qian Meng, while at the same time he condemned someone in his heart. Qian Dou Palace. Qian Renxue, who had just left court and was about to return home, had something important to report to the 3 deans of Qian Dou Royal Academy. A moment later, in a palace in the palace, 3 deans of Qian Dou Royal Academy, Bei Ocean, Zilin and Meng Shenji, were sitting below Qian Renxue. What important matters did the 3 deans come to see me for today? In front of the 3 deans, Qian Renxue still maintained her usual smile, but because of her transformation in the court during this period, her original gentle smile had a hint of majesty. The dagger-like gazes in his eyes made Bei Ocean and the other 2 people afraid to show any dignity. However, in the eyes of Bei Ocean and the other 3, this scene is the scene they are most happy to see. Only a majestic emperor can intimidate the ministers in the palace and unify the voices in the court. An emperor who treats people well may be a good person, but he will never become a good emperor. Your Highness, I have come here today to report to your Highness. Bei Ocean bowed deeply, his expression very serious. What is it that makes Mr. Bei so solemn? Facing Such serious Ocean. Qian Renxue had a premonition that something big was going to happen, so she put away her gentle smile and became serious. Your Highness, do you still remember the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition? Meng Shenji asked in a deep voice. Qian Renxue put down the teacup in her hand, pondered for a moment and said, I remember that the next continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition will be held in a year, right? Your Highness is right, Meng Shenji nodded and continued, the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition is held once every 5 years, and the next one will be held in 1 year. Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition point. Since it can be titled All Continent, it naturally brings together young Soul Masters from the 2 great empires, Wuhan Palace, and the entire Soul Master world. The basic requirement is to be under 25 years old, and the number of participants in each game must reach 7 people, and no killing blows as for the participation quota. All officially recognized high-level Soul Master Academies will face the 2 empires of Qian Dou and Douluo. The competition is divided into 3 stages. They are the qualifying round, promotion round and finals. Ordinary colleges must pass the first 2 rounds of screening to qualify for the finals. As for the 3 forces of Qian Dou Empire, Star Luo Empire, and Wuhan Palace, each has a representative team that can directly enter the final stage. In these 15 years, a total of 3 competitions were held. But the representative team of Qian Dou Royal Academy, due to various reasons, our Qian Dou Royal Academy has held 3 competitions since its inception. In the past 15 years, we have never received any rankings, and have been defeated repeatedly by the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. When Meng Shenji said this, he gradually became serious, and his words became much heavier. 3 Senior Soul Master Elite competition. The 2-time champion is Wuhandian. The first champion is the Star Luo Empire. Only their Qian Dou Empire did not win any championship. As one of the 3 principals of Qian Dou Royal Academy, they have been on the Qian Dou Royal Academy team for several years, and they are naturally responsible for their failure. To achieve results, you must know that their Qian Dou Empire is also one of the 2 major empires. Even if it is not the opponent of Wuhan Palace and Star Luo Empire occasionally, it can't be that they have not won the championship in 3 competitions in 15 years, right? But it happened. In the 3rd competition in the past 15 years, Wuhan Palace and Luo Empire have been swept, which made the 3 people of Ocean, who had always been proud, feel even more embarrassed. At their age, they are naturally not just seeking fame. All for the Qian Dou Royal Academy. The 3 of them have spent most of their lives striving for Qian Dou Royal Academy. The position of the academy in their hearts can be said to be more important than their lives. Now that they have not achieved results for several years, they are all suffocating in their hearts, and their desire for the championship is even more intense. Although they claimed that they must win the championship this time, their confidence has been severely damaged by 15 consecutive years of losses. Fortunately, the Huang Dao form this time is very strong in combat, allowing Meng Shenji and the others to once again see the dawn of winning the championship. But I'll never know when the unexpected will come. Meng Leo, there is no need to blame yourself. You have already tried your best. Qian Renxue smiled gently and waved her hand at Meng Shenji, telling him not to care. Besides, I heard that this year's Imperial fighting team was all personally selected by Meng Leo, so there should be no problem in terms of combat effectiveness. Your Highness is right, but Meng Shenji sighed, with a look of shame on his face, and lowered his head and said, although the team members for this competition have been formed due to Prince Snowstar's relationship just a few days ago, the members of Huang Dao's first team member, Agility Attack type Soul Master Oslo, has withdrawn from the team. There is still 1 year left to compete, but you are quitting the team at this time. Hearing Meng Shenji's words, Qian Renxue frowned, and the gentle temperament on her face disappeared instantly, while her tone was somewhat cold and stern. The team has been working together for 3 years, but they are withdrawing at this time. Meng Shenji sighed and said with a guilty look on his face, for this matter, it's also my fault that I don't know people well, and didn't confirm the identity and background of the child in time, which allowed Prince Zuxing to take advantage of the loophole. We have problems too, Bei. Beocean and Zilin also looked ashamed and lowered their heads. The three of them advance and retreat together, and when they formed the team, they also participated in it. Now that this kind of problem arises, Meng Shenji will not be able to handle it alone. You three don't have to blame yourself. You are not to blame for this matter. Qian Renxue waved her hands at the three of them. Although she was angry in her heart, she did not vent her anger casually. The three deans, Meng Shenji, Beocean, and Zilin, are the right assistants she managed to win over with great difficulty, and of course they will not cause any unpleasantness because of this kind of thing. Even if it was really related to them, Qian Renxue would not vent her anger on a few people. And this matter is really none of their business. The Elite Soul Master competition holds an important position. Every team member is carefully selected and has inextricable connections with the Empire. No one can imagine that someone will quit the team. What's more, I didn't expect that the person who single-handedly facilitated this incident would be Prince Zhu Crossing of the Qian Dou royal family. Although it was Oslo who took the initiative to withdraw from the team, everyone knew that there must be Zuxing's instruction behind it. Haha. I asked you why the Emperor suddenly became calm during this period. It turns out that he has set his target in Qian Dou Royal Academy. Qian Renxue tapped her fingertips heavily on the table, while her tone was somewhat cold and majestic. Meng Shenji, Beocean, and Zilin all lowered their heads in unison, with a look of guilt on their faces. Although Qian Renxue did not blame them, they felt unworthy of trusting His Highness. That student has left the team now? Qian Renxue suddenly said. Oslo is still training with the team. After a moment of silence, Meng Shenji said with a complex expression, I think this is Zuxing demonstrating to His Highness to take revenge on you for driving him out of the court a few months ago. Meng Shenji and the three of them are also mature with age and have seen all the big scenes. When Oslo continued to participate in training after withdrawing, they had already guessed Zuxing's true purpose, to show his strength to Qian Renxue in an attempt to return to the court. How much His Majesty attaches to the elite competition of senior soul masters across the continent. Zuxing, as the Empire's expectation, is naturally very clear about it. If he really dares to destroy the integrity of the team, His Majesty will handle the matter without anyone else taking action. But Snowstar is very smart. He just said he was quitting the competition, but he still let Oslo continue training. When the time comes, if Meng Shenji and the others go to Zhu Yi and complain, Zhu Crossing will just have to insist that he has never been involved in this matter, and then present evidence that Oslo has been actively participating in training. When the time comes, will Zhu Yi trust his biological brother, or will he choose to trust the three outsiders? The answer is self-evident. Snowstar's move left them no loopholes, but if they ignore this matter, once the competition starts and Zuxing actually pulls out of the competition, then it will be the three of them who will bear the brunt of His Majesty's consequences. They didn't know if anything would happen to Zuxing, but the three of them would definitely be severely punished. In addition, they knew Qian Renxue's character and would never compromise easily with Zuxing, so they were undecided for the moment. Meng Shenji and the others could think of this, and so could Qian Renxue. Uncle Huang is really good at it. An imperceptible sneer curled up at the corner of Qian Renxue's lips. Zuxing's purpose for doing this is simple. He just wants to tell himself that, even though he has left Kichao Tang, he is still influential in Qian Dou. As long as Qian Renxue can bow her head to him, Oslo will return to the team. Zuxing is still very confident about the success rate of this implementation. First of all, the members of the Qian Dou Royal Academy are carefully selected and trained. It is difficult to find suitable replacement students from the existing students in a hurry. In addition, after a long period of training, a certain tacit understanding has been developed. Now there is only 1 year left. Even if suitable replacement students can be found, there is not enough time for them to get into training. The Elite Soul Master competition is a 7-person team competition, and the level of tacit understanding will greatly affect the strength of the team. Even though the current Royal Dou team is only missing 1 member, their team strength will definitely be affected. So regardless of Oslo's level 36 Soul Masters strength, if the Imperial Fighter team wants to achieve good results in this competition, Oslo is an indispensable part. It seems that, even though my respected uncle Prince Snowstar has been dismissed from his official position and left the court. The influence accumulated over the years can still influence these aristocratic families, that's right. As long as the snowy night lasts, the Snowstar will still have influence point using the honor of the Qian Dou Empire as bait. Zuxing's move was really good point, but just relying on these to get her and Qian Renxue to compromise is not enough. But Zuxing's strategy this time was very clever, but it also just showed that he was at the end of his rope and had nothing to do with himself. Chapter 124 Substitute for the competition. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zuxing to make a dangerous move and threaten himself with the advanced Soul Master Elite competition point. But Qian Renxue would not agree point after finally deposing Zhu Crossing. If Zhu Yi had not been involved, she would not have let him return to the court point. Return to the court. Don't even think about it. Although Zuxing has no abilities, he has the status of a prince and is a troublesome person in the court that is difficult to deal with point. Therefore, even if Qian Dou Royal Academy loses again this time, Qian Renxue will not agree to Zuxing's conditions. Besides, the matter of the Soul Master competition is not necessarily hopeless, based on her understanding of Meng Shenji and others. Since they took a few days to report, they must have already thought of a response plan and prepared to let her make the final decision point. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with a look of relief point, especially after seeing Meng Shenji's calm expression. He became even more determined in his inner thoughts. Meng Lao, don't blame yourself. Qian Renxue glanced at Meng Shenji thoughtfully, then withdrew her gaze and said slowly, and it has been many days, so I must have thought of a solution. Right, there are several options, but I don't know which one to choose for a while. Meng Shenji nodded and said slowly, the first plan is to select a suitable agility attack type Soul Master from the second team of the Emperor Dou and join the first team of the Emperor Dou as a substitute to train together. If Suro really doesn't participate, we can come up with a lineup of Soul Masters. However, the disadvantage of this plan is still the time issue. Now, there is only 1 year left before the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition is held, and there is a big gap in strength between the members of the second team and the members of the first team. As for the impact on the strength of the second team after the transfer of personnel, Meng Shenji does not care about this. The strength of the second team of Huangdao is to accompany them. If the strength of the first team can be guaranteed to be stable, it will be no problem. Even if the entire second team is wiped out. He doesn't pay much attention to the second team either. Otherwise, in the original work, after seeing the strength of Tangsun and others, he would not have agreed to give them the spot in the second team if they joined the Qian Dou Royal Academy. Is there any other solution? Qian Renxue put down the teacup and said calmly, the other thing is to introduce a strong newcomer, but now the strong students in the academy have been concentrated in the two teams, and it is difficult to find students with matching strength. So, Meng Shenji stopped here and raised his head to look at Qian Renxue. So, what? Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows. If possible, we would like the young Lingtian students in His Highness's residence to join Qian Dou Royal Academy to participate in this competition. Bebe Ocean took over the conversation and said point. After pondering for a moment, Qian Renxue looked at the three of them and said slowly, do you want Zai Ocean to participate in this senior Soul Master competition instead of Oslo? Exactly. Meng Shenji stroked his beard and nodded point. Although Oslo is not very strong, he is one of the top players in the academy, so if you want to find strong contestants, you can only look outside Qian Dou Royal Academy point. And just like that, Lingtian came into the sight of the three people point, because no matter in terms of talent or status, Lingtian perfectly meets their expectations. Innately full of soul power, top-notch sword martial soul point. The Soul Master, who is less than 11 years old, and Qian Renxue's confidant point. After receiving the news that Xianshan was full of soul power, they also wrote to Qian Renxue, hoping that Lingtian could study at their Qian Dou Royal Academy and be taught by their three contradines. But in the end they were still no match for the Kibeo glazed sect point. In the end, the matter ended without any problem, and the three of them were upset for a long time because they missed a genius. I happened to hear that Lingtian had returned to the prince's mansion a few days ago. In addition, the Senior Soul Master Elite competition was imminent, so the three of them rushed to the prince's mansion to discuss the matter not only for the academy, but also for themselves. The three of them are teachers and role models. Who doesn't want to witness the birth of a titled Douluo? Even if you can't accept him as a disciple, being a witness is a good choice. Little friend Lingtian's talent is the strongest I have ever seen. With his current strength, joining the Royal Dao team to compete will definitely make up for the impact of Oslo's withdrawal from the team. Although there will still be problems with tacit cooperation, our Royal Dao team, the overall strength of the team will definitely be improved. Zilan said as he handed over his hand point. This was the best solution the three of them came up with, and it was also the main reason why they came to Qian Renxue today. Qian Renxue held her chin and fell into deep thought. Qian Renxue had never considered participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition before, so now she needed to consider the pros and cons for Xiaoshan. I wonder what your highness thinks? After a while, Meng Shenji saw Qian Renxue raising her head and asked expectantly. I have no objection. After pondering for a moment, Qian Renxue said slowly, I will ask Xiaoshan what he wants when I go back tonight. Before that, I will implement your first plan regarding participating in the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Qian Renxue decided to follow Lingtian's opinion. Thank you, your highness. Meng Shenji looked happy and bowed with his hands. As long as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has no objections to this matter, it will be much easier for Nala Lingtian to join the Imperial fighting team. Qian Renxue put down her teacup and asked casually, how is the current situation of Qian Dou Academy? Meng Shenji took over the conversation and said, we have almost rectified the atmosphere in the college. Most of the students who violated the college rules have been punished. However, most students in the college still rely on their talents and are arrogant. If this continues, it is not conducive to the future development of Qian Dou Royal Academy. If you want to completely correct the atmosphere of the college, you need a strong dose of medicine. Ocean spoke at the right time, with a solemn look on his chubby face. Zilin also added, however, this powerful medicine still needs His Highness's consent. Qian Renxue glanced around the three of them, knocked on the table, and said softly, you are all my confidants. If you have anything to say, just say it. We would like to ask your highness to send little friend Lingtian to assist us. After the three of them looked at each other, a smile flashed across their eyes, and then they said in unison with their hands clasped in fists, Lingtian? Qian Renxue's eyes were a little strange. I didn't expect that the three of them would go through such a difficult time, not only for the future of Qian Dou Royal Academy, but also for the development of the students. After talking for a long time, the final purpose was still for Lingtian. Is Lingtian so attractive to them? They asked him to participate in the continent-wide Senior Soul Master Elite competition, and asked Xiaoshan to help them change the current situation of Qian Dou Academy. From the moment they entered the house to now, they can't do anything without Lingtian. After pondering for a moment, Qian Renxue half closed her eyes and said calmly, tell me your reasons. But she still wanted to hear Ocean's reason this time. Although the three of us have been rectifying the atmosphere in the academy, it will be difficult to change the status of the students in the academy for a while. If you want to change these, special methods must be used. Therefore, after the unanimous approval of the three of us, we decided to borrow external methods, suppress with force and shatter their complacent and impetuous mentality. Ocean hugged his short beard and said with a smile, to put it simply, it means finding someone to deal with these students, get rid of their arrogance and impetuous mentality, find a target for these children to fight against, and let them put away their stubborn character and practice seriously. Although this thing sounds simple, it is not that difficult to actually implement it. Because it is difficult to decide on the right candidate. If you want to truly convince the students of Qian Dou Royal Academy, you can only find soul masters who are similar in age to them. Don't look at the children in the academy. Although they are usually naughty, they actually have considerable soul power, talents and backgrounds. There are not many soul masters of their age who can surpass them. Not to mention that Ocean and the others still need a steady victory. So, although this plan sounds good, considering its practical application. It has been shelved until now point, but now that Lingtian has returned from the Kibao glazed sect, the idea of the 3 people giving up has been revived again. So, you want Lingtian to suppress their arrogance for you? Qian Renxue was silent for a moment, looking at the 3 of them and said slowly, "Not bad." Meng Shenji gently stroked his long beard and said respectfully with his hands in hand point. Qian Renxue tapped her fingertips on the table, pondered for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "What is your specific plan?" I have made a plan to organize a competition in Qian Dou Academy, and all students will be required to participate in the competition. Baoshan paused and said confidently, "When the time comes, all we need is for little Lingtian to defeat the last remaining student in this competition. At that time, we will go on stage to educate both sides, although we can't do it right away, transforming. These children will also arouse their competitiveness to some extent, so that the atmosphere in the academy will gradually change, and the influence of Prince Snowstar on the academy will be changed." Baoshan is very confident about this plan point. With the amazing performance of the 3 of them who have been teaching for many years, it is easy to convince these academies. By then, Qian Dou Royal Academy will definitely have a completely new look. This is also the goal pursued by the 3 old guys. They have been teaching at Qian Dou Imperial Academy for most of their lives, so they naturally hope that the future of the academy will get better and better. Your Highness, what do you think? Baoshan suppressed the excitement in his heart, cupped his hands, and asked tentatively point. At the same time, Meng Shenji and Zilin also looked at Qian Renxue expectantly, waiting for a satisfactory response from His Highness the Crown Prince. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, Baoshan said it well and successfully impressed her. If she ascends the throne as emperor in the future, Qian Dou Academy will naturally be an indispensable support, and she does not want to cultivate a bunch of 2nd generation ancestors here who are waiting to die." Chapter 125 The Most Ruthless EMPEROR and -039 S Family. And in Qian Dou Royal Academy, no one can be Lingtian's opponent. It's not that Qian Renxue looks down on the students in the academy, but that Lingtian's strength has far surpassed them. The Soul Sect, who is less than 11 years old, the best sword martial spirit, and the proud disciple of Sword Douluo, who in the academy can be his opponent. Even the geniuses of Huang Dao's first team are no match for Xiaoshan. Moreover, Qian Renxue also wanted Lingtian to have a good rest for a while. Every morning at dawn, Lingtian's figure would appear in front of the hospital on time. Day after day, without stopping. Qian Renxue didn't know the pressure from Xiaoshan. Why did she have to get up early and work hard every day to practice? It is obvious that he is already so far ahead of the soul masters of the same age. That's why he agreed to the demands of Meng Shenji and the others, allowing Lingtian to go to Qian Dou Royal Academy to show off his strength and see the strength of soul masters of the same age, so that he could calm down his mentality. When will Mr. Bei plan to arrange this match? Qian Renxue said as she picked up the teacup and took a sip. After 3 days, how do you feel, Your Highness? Baoshan stretched out 3 fingers and narrowed his eyes slightly. Qian Renxue put down her teacup, smiled gently, and said, "I will take Xiaoshan to Qian Dou Royal Academy in 3 days. Then I will have to trouble the 3 deans. Your Highness, don't worry." Baoshan cupped his hands and said with a smile on his face. Meng Shenji and Zilin did the same and thanked Qian Renxue. "The 3 of you are my confidants, so there is no need for such courtesy." Qian Renxue smiled indifferently and suddenly thought of something again and asked the 3rd elder casually, "My 3rd brother hasn't caused you any trouble in the academy recently, has he?" Hearing Qian Renxue ask Prince Zubeng, a look of disdain flashed across the faces of Zilin and the others unconsciously. Prince Zubeng is still the same as before, but because Prince Zucrossing was deposed, his temper in the academy has softened a lot. However, outside the school he is still arrogant, domineering, coquettish and extravagant. He often goes to and from the spirit fighting arena and auction house, and among the tea houses and brothels, there are completely dandy boys. Meng Shenji spoke bluntly, his tone full of disdain for Zhu Beng. Although Zhu Beng is the biological brother of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, there has been no so-called family affection in the royal family. Since ancient times there is only one throne point, and among countless princes, only one can sit on the throne point. Qian Renxue wants to become emperor, but Zhu Beng is her only obstacle. So even though the two are brothers, their real relationship is actually the same. By doing this, he could be considered as taking a stand in advance and showing his unswerving attitude. So there is no need to worry about being blamed by His Highness the Crown Prince. As expected, just as Meng Shenji expected, Qian Renxue just laughed and said with pretending concern, Mr. Meng should discipline him at ordinary times. After all, Zhu Beng is also a disciple of the royal family. Isn't it ridiculous to be so dissolute? But the smile in his eyes had no intention of hiding it. I understand. Meng Shenji just agreed casually. But he knew very well that Qian Renxue's words were just casual remarks. He probably wished Zhu Beng would spend time in the spirit fighting arena every day. If Meng Shenji believed it, he would be an idiot. Don't worry, Your Highness. The avalanche poses no threat to your status at all. Baotian also showed disdain and said bluntly, so what if he covets the throne? With his current image of a dissolute playboy, how can your majesty leave the future of the empire in his hands? Qian Renxue's eyes opened wide, but a vague look flashed away. Baotian is a smart man. But this does not mean that she can tolerate others seeing through her true thoughts. For those in power, the most fearful thing is having their subordinates see through their inner thoughts. Qian Renxue is naturally no exception. Having her true thoughts revealed has aroused Qian Renxue's displeasure. If Baotian continues to show off, his displeasure will turn into fear, and eventually into cold murderous intent. Just like Ko in the Three Kingdoms era, because Yang Xiu guessed what he was thinking again and again, he could no longer restrain the murderous intention in his heart, and beheaded him in the military camp in public. But despite this, Qian Renxue remained calm on the surface, and her gentle voice was as humble as ever. My father is now in the prime of life. And it is too early for Mr. Bei to say this. Your Highness is right, but I made a mistake. At this moment, Baotian also realized that he had said the wrong thing, smiled, cupped his hands, and took half a step back. Now that the matter of the Soul Master Elite competition has been dealt with, I will leave first. There are still things in the academy that I need to deal with, Zilen said with his hand. Well, the college's matters are important. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, then stood up and smiled gently, clasped her hands in her fists and said, in this case, I won't keep 3 more deans. I take my leave, Zilen. And the other 3 bowed and slowly exited the room. A moment later, in front of the palace gate. Only the carriage from the prince's palace was left, waiting quietly in front of the palace gate. The person in charge of driving the carriage was Zuling, the captain of the guard who had been honorably promoted to coachman a few days ago. At the moment, he was sitting on the carriage with a bored look on his face, holding a bamboo stick in his mouth, and looking up in the direction of the palace gate. Your Highness is out. The moment she saw Qian Renxue, Zuling immediately became energetic. He clasped his fists and said respectfully, Your Highness. Qian Renxue said calmly, go back home, promise, Zhu. Ling then pulled up the curtain and waited until Qian Renxue got on the carriage before slowly driving the carriage towards the prince's mansion. Xiaoshan should have prepared lunch by this time, right? What are you preparing for today? When she thought of the various dishes Xiaoshan had cooked in the past few days, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with anticipation, and the corners of her mouth subconsciously raised an ice arc. At the same time, the prince's mansion. Lingtian was sitting alone at the dining table, waiting for Qian Renxue who had not returned yet. Gu Xiaoran, on the other hand, was lying on Lingtian's shoulder as always, enjoying the warm sunshine with half-squinted eyes. It had been a long time since he had basked in the sun and felt the cool breeze caressing his face. Leo. Gu, do you have someone you like? Lingtian suddenly asked. Someone you like, Gu? Xiaoran shook his head, glanced at Lingtian, and said lazily, no, I'm not like humans, interested in things that have no meaning other than a waste of time. What he doesn't understand the most is the love between humans. I don't understand why I'm wasting my time on such a meaningless thing. I was once just like you. Then, what? But, when you really like someone, you will no longer have this idea of love. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.